Gemina knew something had distracted Vlad. She confronted him, noting his recent absent-mindedness. His reaction to her words remained unspoken, yet evident in his demeanor. Gemina questioned Vlad about the persistent voices he heard upon seeing sword-like objects, expressing disbelief at his inexplicable encounter with a bolt of black lightning. She warned him of the new bishop's extreme sensitivity to omens, recalling his inquisitorial past and the dire consequences of attracting his attention. Vlad dismissed her concerns as overreaction, prompting a sarcastic retort from Gemina. She emphasized the numerous witnesses to his lightning strike, highlighting the growing whispers and urging him to avoid further suspicion and potential interrogation by the church. Vlad's internal struggle was evident before he finally mentioned the high cost of a sword, a point Gemina swiftly countered, offering to purchase it for him. A merchant offered Vlad a sword for 5 gold pieces. Vlad considered the sum, recognizing it as a year's worth of living expenses. The merchant then angrily ordered Vlad and his companions to leave, insulting their impoverished background. Vlad countered that if the merchant wouldn't sell to those living in the slums, then who, he wondered, was his intended customer? He then sarcastically questioned the merchant's sanity. The merchant, deeply offended by Vlad's remarks, reacted with outrage. Vlad angrily dismissed Gemina and another, shouting, "I'm done talking to you fools. Go back to your shop and do the dishes or something, you jerk." Gemina reacted indignantly to being called a loser, exclaiming, "Loser? Is that what you just called me? That's no way to talk to a young lady." Vlad, clearly angered and frustrated, muttered to himself about her rotten behavior. He internally raged, remembering saving her from starvation, only to be repaid with insults. He recalled his past generosity, the substantial amount of food he'd given them. His face, etched with emotional distress, spoke volumes of unspoken thoughts. Vlad stared at the deep footprints pressed into the mud. He'd been standing there for a while, again. The impressions were at least an inch deep. Vlad mused that the man should be focusing on survival, not some fanciful sword. Dreams in a place like this only brought bitterness and disappointment. Those born in the slums remained trapped, a truth Vlad knew intimately. He vowed to sell his masterpiece only to someone with the strength to escape their reality, refusing to let his work rot away in that wretched place. Then, a thought struck him: the man did rather resemble the sword itself. Orphan accused Vlad of attempting a scam, shouting that he should have stuck to his own work. Vlad vehemently denied the accusation, protesting his 20 years of experience as a mercenary and asserting his immunity to such schemes. He then dryly observed that there was never a dull moment. Orphan called for the candlekeeper, requesting the madam. The candlekeeper retorted that payment in gold, not silver, was required for the madam's company, especially in such a rundown establishment. Frustrated, Orphan vulgarly demanded the candlekeeper's mother instead. Vlad accused Gemina of selling deceptively short-burning candles, exclaiming that one had burned out almost immediately after he'd begun undressing. Gemina retorted that he shouldn't expect much from a 5-minute candle, and then, unbelievably, suggested he go home and make do with his wife if he couldn't afford proper ones. Vlad demanded an explanation for this insulting remark, but Gemina dismissed his anger. She then offered to prove the candle's duration herself, proposing a test using a nearby clock as a timer. Despite Gemina's offer, Vlad remained unconvinced, calling them all con artists. Vlad challenged his opponent, urging him to begin the contest. The opponent, however, countered with a fierce threat, promising brutal retribution should the candle burn for the full 5 minutes. Vlad, taken aback by the intensity of the opponent's gaze, questioned the young man's steely resolve. He then confidently declared his intent to expose the true cheat among them. Vlad, seemingly mid-conversation, found himself abruptly transported to a different location. His expression shifted instantly from relaxed to one of utter shock and dismay. "Oh, no. Not again," he groaned inwardly. Gemina, furious, then confronted him. "That was 5 minutes, you fool." Her sharp tone underscored the jarring disruption caused by Vlad's unexpected displacement. A tense confrontation unfolded between Vlad and Gemina. Gemina issued a chilling threat, "Say your prayers." Vlad then countered, accusing her of dishonesty. He pointed out the glaring inconsistency between her claimed 20-year career as a mercenary and her current physique, sarcastically questioning how she could have maintained such a significant weight gain while supposedly working as a soldier. Gemina demanded to know what Vlad had said about bringing her mother there. Vlad responded that, unfortunately, he didn't have a mother. Gemina angrily told him to be quiet. Vlad then noticed that someone had tampered with the candles, noting that they hadn't lasted 5 minutes. He declared that someone had interfered with their main source of income, prompting Gemina's shocked and furious question of who would dare to mess with their sacred rose candles. Marcella admitted to tampering with the candles at the Smiling Rose, explaining that she sought to exploit the intoxicated patrons for greater profit. She then confessed to assaulting a man without provocation. An investigator concluded that if the madam confirmed her confession, the matter would be considered settled. Gemina greeted Vlad, expressing concern over a recent altercation. Vlad thanked her for her intervention, questioning why the incident occurred during his brief absence. Burry then broached the subject of Vlad's candle-selling earnings, explaining a group financial shortfall. Vlad challenged Burry's approach, prompting Burry to calm down and propose a trade, Vlad's spare change in exchange for something from Burry. The clumsy, foolish pickpocket was deemed incompetent. Gemina inquired if Vlad recognized him. His seller then offered the captive for 40 silver pieces, boasting it was a steal. Vlad questioned the state of the pickpocket's fingers and ankles. Assured that only minor roughing up had occurred, and that the pickpocket remained healthy and strong, Vlad silently agreed to the purchase. The seller, jubilant, declared the transaction complete. An unseen voice barked at Gemina, demanding she simply kill the target next time without contacting anyone. Gemina retorted indignantly, proclaiming their honorable employment and disparaging the target as a group of deceitful fools. A voice then mentioned Vlad's involvement, noting he'd accepted the deal and controlled many young people. Gemina stammered an apology to Vlad, explaining her attempt to escape the situation. The ensuing reaction from Vlad remained unseen and unheard. Harvin furiously ordered a young thief from his presence, threatening to crush him. His thoughts then turned to his meager finances, questioning how he would ever accumulate 5 gold coins. Despite his anger, Harvin acknowledged the thief's fortunate escape, noting that the boy could have easily suffered a fate similar to the disfigured clerk working for Captain Hoover. The memory of the bishop's chilling threat, fingers severed, ankles crippled, resurfaced, a stark reminder of the bishop's intent to make an example of him. An unseen individual informed Vlad that someone had tampered with the candles at the Smiling Rose brothel. Vlad acknowledged the news spread rapidly. The individual noted the gossip surrounding the incident, highlighting the madam's candlemaking and her unlikely involvement. Vlad concurred. The unseen character then pointed out Jorge's apparent prior knowledge, suggesting he wouldn't act without reason. Vlad agreed, deducing Jorge must have had a compelling motive for his actions. The unseen character emphasized the urgency of the situation, adding that Jorge's actions were almost certainly driven by a pressing need. Finally, a warning was issued to Vlad, "Be careful, Vlad. There's only one reason the families start gathering money so suddenly." A war with another family loomed. The news arrived, instantly sparking a wave of frantic, terrified reactions. An unseen individual inquired about ongoing war preparations. A subordinate, angered by the interruption, demanded attention before informing the individual that they had just asked for Vlad's location. He retorted dismissively, claiming to be merely a candle seller, completely unconcerned with Vlad's whereabouts. This elicited a furious response. The individual, clearly angered by the subordinate's impertinence, sharply commanded the subordinate to locate Vlad and bring him immediately. Vlad surveyed the devastation in his candle shop, noticing numerous expensive candles shattered on the floor. He lamented the destruction, noting the significant financial loss. The extent of the damage led him to conclude that little to no business would be possible that day. His anger simmered as he wondered aloud if this was some malicious prank. A low-level thug, possibly employed by one-armed Jack, planted his foot squarely in Vlad's path. Vlad silently commanded the man to move. The thug, however, responded with defiance and insults, calling Vlad a little punk. Vlad's response remained unseen, but the antagonist's aggressive posture suggested impending retribution. Vlad confronted Gemina, accusing her of betrayal, shouting, "Gemina! You set me up!" Gemina denied the accusation, protesting her innocence, but Vlad, seeing the evidence, remained unconvinced. His anger grew as Gemina attempted to explain, hinting at a more complicated situation. However, Vlad's disbelief persisted until Gemina, her face etched with fear, revealed she'd been forced into betraying him, a victim of threats. The revelation caused Vlad's anger to waver, replaced by a mixture of anger and uncertainty as he considered her explanation. One-armed Jack, expressing his fondness for Vlad, apologized for his limited applause due to his missing hand. Vlad, internally reflecting on his respectful nature towards people with disabilities, was then met with boisterous laughter from an unseen individual. He bid Jack farewell, promising a future encounter. Lost in thought, Vlad struggled to recall the name of a previously encountered street urchin. Gemina, arriving on the scene, wryly commented on his forgetfulness, implying the child's demise. She then greeted Vlad warmly, expressing regret at not having prepared a meal for him. Gemina, unexpectedly appearing at Vlad's door, demanded to know since when they were close enough for a casual meal. Vlad, subtly deflecting her intrusion, instructed her to remain downstairs, noting the presence of her guests. He then inquired if she had brought anything worthwhile to drink. Gemina assured him that Marcella would ensure his comfort. Vlad, relieved, conceded to partake in a small drink. He breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, before feigning displeasure at a scattering of broken candles. A mysterious figure, likely a superior from a rival establishment, flattered Vlad, praising his work ethic. Self-satisfied, Vlad privately acknowledged his own perceptive abilities. The individual then offered Vlad a position, suggesting a change of scenery from his current candlemaking occupation. Vlad, however, expressed contentment with his employer's generosity, mentioning the provision of food, wages, and lodging. The individual chuckled and reaffirmed the offer, assuring Vlad of similar benefits. Finally, a gold coin was presented as a gift, purportedly for the candles, leaving Vlad astonished at the unexpected gratuity. One-armed Jack assured Vlad there would be ample future opportunities should he choose to work for him, though he also labeled him a miser. Gemina, observing Vlad's demeanor, noted his evident happiness, concluding that their meeting had been successful. Vlad's pleased expression confirmed her assessment. Vlad, deciding the time was right, presented Gemina with a new assignment. He explained that under the current circumstances, immediate action was necessary. Gemina, upon receiving the item, inquired about her new duties. She wondered if she should simply collect money from the shops or patrol the area. Vlad, however, stated that her candle-selling days were over. He revealed that his informants had alerted him to the impending arrival of a dangerous individual. One-armed Jack had brought in a former knight and mercenary. Gemina inquired about Vlad's intentions, prompting him to explain that their allies lacked the strength to overcome Jorge, a formidable former knight. He acknowledged their disadvantage, candidly admitting that it was a significant obstacle. Therefore, he continued, he required Gemina's assistance, assigning her her first mission in the near future. Harvin, despite missing fingers and crippled ankles, educated himself in reading, writing, and arithmetic, ultimately securing a clerkship under Captain Hoover. Vlad, contemplating this, recognized the transformative power of persistent self-improvement. His own sword training, however, proved frustrating. His instructor repeatedly corrected his form, emphasizing the need to keep his elbows tucked. He seethed inwardly, bewildered by his recurring flaw. His confusion only deepened, prompting a sarcastic suggestion from another to forego swordsmanship altogether and invest in holy water instead. Vlad muttered to himself, the more often I answer the voice, the more it'll keep talking. Come on, focus. A guiding voice urged him on, always try your hardest at the very end. Concentrate all your energy and strength, and strike with everything you've got. He assumed a powerful stance, poised for action, before executing a precise sword strike. That was different, Vlad observed, thoughtfully. Earlier, I was just swinging the sword. But this time, it felt like I created something else altogether. The biting winter wind chilled Vlad to the bone, a stark reminder of his advancing years. He noticed someone mimicking his every move, a surprisingly accurate imitation. He pondered their motives, questioning whether it was mere foolishness or a deliberate act of provocation. Finally, he demanded an end to the charade, ordering the unseen perpetrators to cease their actions immediately. Vlad inquired, "Are you Stangar?" Stangar responded, confirming his identity. He observed Vlad, noting, "The guide told me you're from the slums. Blonde hair and blue eyes. You could be mistaken for a nobleman." Handing Vlad a letter, Stangar stated, "Here's a letter from my boss." After reading, Vlad exclaimed, "A rival family hired a former knight as a mercenary? This is why he asked for my help." Stangar then declared, "I'll lead the way. We should arrive in 2 nights." The 2 men then continued their discussion, implicitly agreeing to their arrangement. Stangar questioned the wisdom of following Vlad, prompting Vlad to retort that he possessed sufficient intelligence to guide them. Stangar doubted this, mocking Vlad's attempt at mimicking a summer bird's call in the winter. In response, Vlad issued a stark warning: any perceived treachery would result in immediate death. Internally, Vlad grappled with anxieties about his first mission and his disbelief at Stangar's unfazed reaction to his intimidating demeanor. Stangar observed Vlad, a silent assessment passing between them. He mused internally, understanding Jorge's fondness for the young man. The thought struck him: this youth, despite his outwardly harsh demeanor, possessed a remarkable inner strength, a true diamond in the rough. Stangar, curious, questioned Vlad about his persistent gaze. Vlad, a retired knight, retorted that Stangar clearly hadn't encountered many like him before. This led Stangar to confess his limited worldly experience, prompting Vlad to reveal his origins in a place so isolated it was practically in the middle of nowhere. Intriguingly, Stangar then expressed a wish to get lost, a playful statement that drew a surprised, "Oh, please," from Vlad. Vlad, seeking clarification, questioned Stangar's peculiar remark, only to be met with a playful retort about knights and their supposed lack of humor. Vlad inquired about food, prompting a silent offering of jerky. He exclaimed at its enticing aroma. The other person then asked if Vlad had any questions, a query that prompted Vlad to ask why the sudden interest. Vlad proposed a trade, 1 question answered for each piece of jerky received, emphasizing the rarity of such an opportunity. Stangar offered Vlad something, asking how much he wanted, adding that he should simply speak up if he desired some. Vlad, however, declared that it was a matter of pride. Stangar countered that knights only accepted things in exchange for fair compensation, then questioned Vlad's retirement status. Before Vlad could fully answer, Stangar interrupted, demanding his name and age. Vlad warned Stangar not to push his luck. Finally, Stangar inquired about Vlad's ability to use an aura, observing afterward that Vlad clearly lacked knowledge of the outside world. Vlad explained that not all knights could use auras and that combat application was a completely different skill. Stangar, short on provisions, asked Vlad for a single piece of jerky. Vlad, despite his usual mercenary approach, surprised everyone by offering Stangar the lion's share of his remaining supply. He admitted to himself that while he believed knights should always trade fairly, sometimes a little extra generosity was necessary. This act of kindness came after several days of Vlad subsisting on nothing but dry jerky. Vlad, incredulous, thought, "Is he really going to show me his aura?" Stangar then revealed his aura. Immediately, Vlad questioned the peculiar action, asking, "Why did you close your left eye?" Stangar's response, though unclear, suggested a cryptic or evasive answer. Vlad, his voice thick with mortification, declared that his distress went beyond mere appearance. He felt utterly degraded. A knight, he insisted, possessed a certain dignity, and his current predicament was profoundly humiliating. Stangar patiently explained the necessity of their secret entry, pointing out the impossibility of a straightforward approach. With that settled, Stangar urged them onward, promising Vlad a bath upon their arrival. Vlad voiced his unease, stating that the unusual quiet unnerved him. Stangar countered that it was simply late, but Vlad persisted, questioning whether such stillness was typical for the area. His gaze then fell upon signs of a previous altercation, confirming his suspicions. Stangar, proposing a solution, suggested they separate, offering to show Vlad a hidden backdoor known only to their family. Vlad, in turn, inquired about Stangar's own plans. Vlad declared he would draw their attention by entering through the front door, promising a swift return. He then departed, creating the intended distraction. Upon his return, Stangar informed him of a surprise attack by the Penny Pincher gang, expressing his fury at their reckless behavior. He surveyed the aftermath of the conflict, remarking on the unusual nature of the attack, noting it had been some time since they last faced a knight in combat. Stangar led Vlad to a back entrance, avoiding surveillance at the front. Vlad mused that Stangar had likely already arrived. He then inquired about Stangar's assessment of a certain individual, specifically questioning the man's physical well-being. Stangar replied that the man seemed pleasant enough. Vlad observed that Stangar himself presented a formidable figure, appearing agile despite a possible weight loss, advising him to prioritize his health for the future. Stangar confirmed Vlad's observations, adding that the man possessed an aura, and expressed confidence in their success the following day. Stangar's subordinate indicated a figure, declaring it to be the man they sought. When Stangar questioned the subordinate's certainty regarding the use of an aura, the subordinate emphatically affirmed having witnessed it firsthand. Jorge observed Vlad, noting the considerable changes time had wrought, commenting on how far he'd come since their last encounter. Vlad acknowledged the passing years with a simple, "It's been quite a while, Jorge." An unseen voice noted Vlad's transformation, questioning the suddenness of his arrival. Vlad, in response, delivered the somber news of Count Gaithar's death. The countship of Gaitar was changing hands. The previous count's demise or deposition was evident. A period of turmoil and uncertainty followed, marked by a desperate sense of urgency. Then, the scene shifted, definitively establishing Sigmund as the new Count of Gaitar. Vlad, an observer to these momentous events, witnessed the transfer of power firsthand. Lord Sigmund issued a direct order for the immediate return of Sir Jorge, the runaway knight. He understood, of course, that Jorge would not comply willingly. Then, unexpectedly, Marcella appeared in Jorge's hiding place, prompting an exclamation of surprise and concern from him. Vlad, noticing something alarming, shouted, "What's going on up there?" He then bellowed, "Bury." His urgency was clear as he ordered, "Gather everyone and come up here quickly." His internal monologue began, "You're still as foolish as," but his thoughts were interrupted. Vlad's voice cracked with disbelief, a sharp boss, escaping his lips. His astonishment deepened, a raw, "What the?" followed by an expletive lost to the record, underscored by a reaction suggesting utter bewilderment. The ensuing moments were a blur of escalating tension, his expression and those around him reflecting mounting shock at this unexpected intrusion. High above Jorge, a large, heavy object teetered on the brink of disaster. Vlad's sharp cry, "Jorge! Watch out!" sliced through the air. Jorge's gaze snapped upwards, his face etched with surprise. The object plummeted, narrowly avoiding him by a hair's breadth. Though visibly shaken by the near miss, Jorge remained unharmed, a mixture of relief and lingering unease settling upon his features. An unseen voice condemned Vlad for disobeying a command. Vlad retorted that he refused to follow such a repugnant order. The voice reminded him of his knighthood. A period of quiet reflection followed, as Vlad admitted to himself that it had been a long and difficult night. Vlad stormed into Marcella's room, accusing her of treachery. Startled, Marcella denied any wrongdoing. Vlad, however, revealed he'd witnessed her clandestine meetings with Buri. She attempted to dismiss them as mere business dealings, but Vlad, deeply hurt and betrayed, angrily refuted her explanation. Their argument escalated as Marcella asserted her independence, provoking Vlad's fury further. He accused her of conspiring with Buri to undermine him. Realizing the extent of his suspicion, Marcella fled, leaving Vlad seething in her wake. Vlad watched, utterly captivated, as a swirling vortex of magical energy materialized before him. The vortex pulsed and intensified, emitting strange and unsettling sounds. Then, as suddenly as it began, the vortex vanished without a trace. "What's going on?" Vlad cried out, his voice laced with confusion and alarm. A lingering sense of magical residue permeated the air, leaving a lingering question mark hanging heavy in the aftermath. Vlad confronted Marcella, accusing her of betraying him to Buri. Marcella denied the accusation, insisting she was only protecting herself by gathering information. Vlad, his disbelief turning to fury, reminded her of their shared history and broken promises. Marcella countered by revealing she'd uncovered Vlad's true nature and felt threatened. Vlad lunged for her, intending to force the truth from her, but Marcella deftly evaded his grasp. A fierce struggle followed, showcasing Marcella's surprising strength and combat skills. Using the confusion to her benefit, she vanished, leaving Vlad alone, his rage simmering. His internal frustration roared. He had failed to stop her escape. A blur of steel flashed across the air. Vlad watched, astonishment etched on his features, as a child from the slums executed a flawlessly precise sword arc. He wondered aloud, how could such skill blossom in such an unlikely place? Vlad instinctively evaded an attack with a breathtaking acrobatic maneuver. An unseen voice remarked on his natural talent, marveling at his ability to twist away from the blow without conscious thought. Urging the young man to control his breathing to avoid collapse, the observer silently acknowledged Vlad's exceptional potential. The decision was made. Vlad's talent was too valuable to waste, his life spared for a future confrontation when his strength would be even greater. Buri condescendingly told Vlad, "Listen here, boy. Knights only accept fair rewards for their deeds." Vlad silently discarded the jerky. He then stated, "My name isn't Stangar, and I'm not 42 years old. Since I lied to you to get this jerky, I'll give it back." However, he continued, claiming a different reward as both fair compensation and a symbol of his victory. A nervous voice cautioned Vlad, "If I were you, I wouldn't risk my life for another piece of jerky." Vlad, consumed by fury, roared, "I swear, I'll kill you if it's the last thing I do." He then pursued the thief, his rage evident in his relentless chase. Despite his exhaustion and apparent injury, Vlad urged his companions to seize their fleeting chance, pushing them onward at a rapid pace. A concerned companion questioned his well-being, suggesting they slow down, but Vlad insisted he was fine and they should continue. His determined expression revealed a silent resolve. This journey would not end here. Vlad located a child working for Jorge. He questioned the child about Jorge's location. Frustrated by the lack of clear answers, Vlad angrily demanded to know where Jorge and his associates were. An unseen individual suggested a possible direction, referring to them dismissively as little rats, and then speculated that they might have taken a different route. Vlad, in response, commanded a thorough search of the area, promising a generous reward for their efforts. Consumed by a burning desire for vengeance, Vlad seethed, "That little jerk is going to pay for humiliating me that day." He barked orders to his men, "Spread out and look for them." They couldn't have gone far. The search party dispersed. A violent thud echoed. Vlad then declared, "We'll never get out of here like this," before instructing Gemina, "Stay here and head back when the coast is clear." Gemina, clearly surprised, questioned, "Huh? What about you?" Gemina vehemently declared her intention to stay, but Vlad countered by reminding her of the promise she made to Marcella, a brief walk together before she slipped away alone. He suggested she could still reach the convent before sunrise, or alternatively, go to Harvan. Despite his pleas, Gemina stubbornly insisted on remaining. Vlad, exasperated by her persistence, called her a fool and pointed out his current inability to ensure her safety. Vlad and Gemina stood in an elderly man's home. The old man demanded to know their purpose, his voice sharp with alarm. Gemina responded with a threat, warning him to remain still. Startled, the old man questioned their behavior. Vlad, however, defiantly declared the house his own and vowed to act as he saw fit. Gemina then pleaded with Vlad, a clear attempt to calm the escalating tension. Vlad, ignoring her, angrily reiterated his threat of violence towards her. Gideon, observing the scene, understood Vlad's difficult position. He advised Vlad to put down the knife first, before issuing a direct command, hand over the sword hanging in front of his smithy. Gideon stressed the urgency, explaining that the world outside the city walls offered no greater safety. Vlad, however, defiantly refused. Gideon pressed for immediate compliance, and the demand for the sword was repeated forcefully. Vlad explained the harsh realities of slum life, stating, "This is how things work in the slums. People have to steal in order to survive." He then added, "That's how I've made it this far." Gemina received a small sum of money from Vlad, who promised to repay her in full at a later date, acknowledging the insufficiency of his current offering. Following this exchange, someone instructed that Vlad be given a sword. Vlad and Gemina, Jorge, Gideon, and Harvan approached a colossal figure, its presence overwhelming. Only partially visible, the being's sheer size and power were undeniable, its vast wings a testament to its strength. The creature addressed the group, its voice a low rumble, "You kids are such a nuisance." Vlad found Gemina outside, late into the night. He angrily berated her for complaining, insisting that continuing to work was her only choice. He then demanded to know what she was doing outside at that hour. Vlad confronted a group of children, demanding to know why they were dumping garbage at that hour. His anger flared, berating them for the noise they made, which prevented him from taking out the trash from his overflowing smithy. One child attempted to calm him, but another expressed surprise that Vlad didn't work alone. Vlad explained that he'd hired help for a small wage because he was too tired to manage it himself, threatening the children to help or get lost. He ultimately let them go, granting them a special favor due to his status as the only blacksmith in the slums, but vowed to investigate his new helper. A tense confrontation unfolded between Vlad and Gemina, the lingering tension hinting at a heated prior discussion. Vlad's thoughts drifted to a simpler desire, "All I wanted was some food." Gemina's angry outburst followed, demanding to know his purpose. Vlad responded directly, stating he was searching for Jorge's blonde employee, whose body was the only one unaccounted for. Vlad, wanting to confirm something, called out to Gemina, instructing her to examine a nearby cart. His apprehension was evident as he internally questioned their choice of route, suspecting the other exits were likely sealed. Gemina's observation confirmed his fears. The cart was overflowing with refuse, effectively blocking their escape. Gemina insisted she was only doing her job. Then, Gemina, Jorge, Gideon, and Harvan descended into the unknown location. Vlad, watching from above, noted their departure and reflected on the suspicious nature of the situation, especially considering his own physical limitations. He couldn't help but feel excluded, questioning why someone with his mobility issues wouldn't be involved. Othar declared Vlad's debt settled, giving him payment for the 40 silver pieces owed by his brother. Vlad gratefully accepted the money and thanked Othar for his generosity. They finally reached the city dump, the designated disposal site for the city's refuse. Gemina cautioned Vlad, expressing her concern for his well-being. Vlad then spent some time at the dump, a place clearly holding a significant personal meaning for him, as evidenced by a poignant internal reflection on an item purchased with a young lady's tears. Vlad inquired, "Can you hear me?" His opponent responded with a questioning, "Who the heck are you?" Vlad then pointed out, so you've been directing my fighting all this time, but you don't even know who you are? His opponent countered, actually, this is good. I'll help you if you help me. Vlad concluded his proposal with a request, teach me ABC sword fighting. Vlad, unconcerned by the possibility of demonic presence, confessed that his true terror stemmed from a far more personal source, the chilling reality of his own insignificance. He dismissed the supernatural threat, stating plainly that only one thing truly frightened him, the crushing weight of being nobody. Joseph Vaizid, casually dressed, strolled through his family estate, exuding an air of effortless power. He mused to himself, it's all so easy, a reflection of his inherent command over his surroundings. As the second son of House Vaizid, his status was undeniable. He arrived at the family's formal residence, where a servant, possibly Zoyer, greeted him with a simple, "Ah, you're back." Joseph confirmed his return with a quiet, "I've returned." Zoyer inquired about Joseph Vaizid's pensive expression. A troubling feeling weighed heavily on Joseph's mind. He voiced his unease at the surprisingly swift success of their monster extermination campaign, noting the low casualty rate amongst their ranks, limited to mercenaries. However, this ease disturbed him. Several troops had vanished without explanation. His concern extended to his family, his father, and other relatives, especially his older half-brother, Rutger. Zoyer addressed Joseph Vaizid, informing him of a matter requiring attention. He revealed his suspicions about one of the mercenaries, suggesting the possibility of a spy in their midst, potentially sent by Rutger. Joseph acknowledged the shortage of skilled warriors under his command, excepting Zoyer himself. Zoyer then clarified that his suspicion wasn't based on a lack of skill, urging Joseph to judge the mercenary for himself. Joseph Vaizid meticulously examined a collection of swords. He observed the blade marks of one, declaring them the work of a complete novice. A second blade received similar criticism, deemed equally terrible. His assessment continued, pronouncing the overall swordsmanship appalling. While finding one blade slightly better than the rest, he ultimately questioned whether all the swords were the product of a single craftsman. Zoyer confirmed the information, pointing out a recent addition to their growing collection. This one arrived only yesterday, while the initial specimens had appeared a month prior. Joseph responded with disbelief, questioning how such significant growth could occur in so short a time. Amidst the chaos of a raging battle, Joseph Vaizid roared, "Don't let a single one escape." He urged his troops onward, shouting, "Come on, everyone. Let's slaughter the rest." The fighting continued relentlessly. A soldier, likely Zoyer, began to question Joseph's intense demeanor, but his words were cut short before he could finish the sentence. The battle raged on, its fury unabated. An unseen enemy breached the 5th unit's defenses, prompting a panicked cry, "What the hell? Where did that thing come from? It's gotten past the 5th unit." A subordinate bellowed the order to retreat. Joseph Vaizid arrived, demanding, "What are you doing?" He then barked the command, "Get back to the front line immediately." Finally, he scornfully challenged their flight, questioning, "Expect to be paid if you run away like this?" A voice exploded, "No one said anything about a hobgoblin." Another voice immediately followed, "You should have hired more expensive mercenaries." A third voice, sharp and accusatory, added, "Or why don't you fight it yourself?" The ensuing reaction was intense, a storm of frustration and anger clearly visible, though the exact words remained unspoken. Lyman the worshipper appeared unexpectedly. "It's him! Lyman the worshipper," someone shouted. Joseph Vaizid and his associates reacted to the sight, their responses evident in their actions, though their precise words and movements remain unknown. Vlad's latest attempt ended in failure. His frustration was palpable as he admitted his shortcomings to himself. Immediately, a superior's voice cut through the silence, demanding an explanation for his repeated mistakes. Vlad responded with a sarcastic remark, implying his inability to meet expectations, despite having received clear instructions. Joseph Vaizid found Lyman the worshipper acting strangely, muttering to himself while polishing a ritual dagger with obsessive intensity. Approaching him, Joseph asked what was happening. Startled, Lyman dropped the dagger, stammering a clumsy excuse about cleaning. However, the dagger's excessive shine and Lyman's nervous demeanor betrayed his words. Joseph pointed out Lyman's exhaustion and wild eyes, prompting a weak claim about preparing for upcoming rituals. Expressing his concern, Joseph noted that Lyman's erratic behavior was a serious risk to their operation. He sternly warned Lyman to control himself or face reassignment to a less demanding role. Clearly frightened, Lyman quickly apologized and promised to regain control. Though seemingly satisfied with this immediate response, Joseph remained unconvinced, his lingering expression betraying a deep suspicion and unresolved concern. Vlad's sword practice unfolded in a blur of increasingly refined movements. He himself was astonished. I really can't believe this, he thought, marveling at the transformation. His earlier, awkward swings, he reflected, had evolved into a fluid, graceful arc within the span of a mere month. Vlad scoffed, deeming his recent expedition fruitless. Nothing of value had been found, not even from the hobgoblin. A subordinate excitedly declared the expedition's success, but Vlad remained unimpressed. When the subordinate proposed a collaboration, suggesting they combine the captain's swordsmanship with the subordinate's intellect, Vlad curtly dismissed the idea, expressing his disdain for working with such individuals. The subordinate's attempt to appeal to Vlad's mercenary badge was similarly rebuffed. Vlad confronted Stangar, accusing him of using a counterfeit badge. He warned Stangar that continuing this deception would lead to his demise. Stangar attempted to justify his actions, claiming he was only trying to help Vlad receive the compensation he deserved for his abilities. Vlad, unimpressed, cut him off, demanding Stangar finish packing his belongings. He then issued a chilling ultimatum: leave immediately or face serious consequences. Stangar, clearly intimidated, quickly agreed and departed. Vlad, observing Lyman, resolved to correct his behavior at some point. He found Lyman's demeanor distasteful, even uncouth. Curiosity piqued, Vlad wondered if Lyman would pray again. His piety was striking. The contrast between Lyman's apparent refined bearing, Vlad mused that he surely hailed from a noble family, a completely different social stratum, and his own, spurred a self-reprimand. Vlad sharply reminded himself of a fundamental fighting principle: the power of surprise was key to a decisive attack. Vlad demonstrated a sword-fighting technique, explaining, "You know how enemies move when you raise your sword and tilt your body to the side? All you need to do then is move like this, and then like that." His frustration grew evident as he questioned, "What's so hard to understand?" He stared, bewildered by the apparent lack of comprehension. Finally, exasperated, he blurted out, "What kind of fool is this?" One man offered another free meat, the recipient unconcerned about its origin. The offer was accepted with a dismissive, "Then go ahead and enjoy your food." A discussion then ensued regarding a priest and a captain, likely Vlad himself. One man suggested prayer as a solution, prompting Vlad's internal scorn. He felt their fate was sealed. Moments later, Vlad greeted Lyman with a cheerful, "Ah, Lyman. Welcome." Father Andrea, with a subtle inquiry about Vlad's restful night, initiated a conversation. Vlad, feigning normalcy, claimed a sound sleep. Andrea then alluded to Vlad's nocturnal prayers, commenting on the cold night. Vlad responded with a fervent declaration of spiritual warmth, prompting a chuckle from Andrea, who playfully remarked on Vlad's piety. Jean announced breakfast, which Vlad politely acknowledged. Vlad then extended an invitation to Andrea, only to abruptly cut himself off, stating, "I didn't come here to eat." Before the conversation was interrupted, Father Andrea offered a prayer of thanks, his words, "Lord, we thank you for our daily bread. I pray that this food may grant us the strength to serve you with good," resonating with sincerity. Vlad, observing the priest, noted the genuine faith that shone through. He reflected on the young man's future, a grim path of bloody battlefields leading to an inevitable end. Later, Stangar approached Vlad, intending to discuss his swordsmanship. The narrator revealed its knowledge of Vlad's exceptional skills, adding that Joseph Vaizid had also learned of him. Stangar then informed Vlad that Lord Zoyer had inquired about him a couple of days prior. Vlad, surprised, asked what transpired. Stangar explained that he had recommended Vlad, describing him as a sincere young man with a bright future. He further elaborated that the Vaizid family held considerable influence in the north, and employment with them would greatly improve Vlad's living conditions. Stangar concluded by assuring Vlad that he was more than deserving of this opportunity. Vlad, however, privately harbored misgivings, thinking to himself that this was not a positive development. Vlad, realizing his conspicuous actions, acknowledged the unavoidable consequence of perfecting his swordsmanship through practice. Stangar questioned Vlad's proximity to the priest, prompting Vlad to confirm the necessity of his investigation. Stangar, relieved, pointed out Father Andrea's esteemed reputation and powerful holiness, suggesting Vlad's innocence. However, Vlad internally debated the prudence of immediate escape. Stangar then argued that Vlad's skills might excuse his assumed false identity, to which Vlad retorted that such a persuasive argument only served to reinforce Stangar's complicity in the deception. Vlad considered escape. Self-defense only held weight with a witness, he reasoned. He would leave that night, taking God along to forge a false identification. Stangar's inquiry interrupted his thoughts. Vlad assessed the threat as an elite knight, his skills exceeding even Vlad's expectations, the man's perception unervingly acute. Lord Joseph Vaizid summoned Vlad. Vlad responded with polite formality, honored by the request. He internally reflected on the importance of maintaining a neutral expression, a skill crucial in high-stakes situations. Vaizid questioned Vlad's unexpected arrival. Vlad explained that he had heard from Father Andrea, though he hadn't anticipated Vaizid's summons so soon. Vaizid internally noted Vlad's composure, remarking on the young mercenary's unyielding demeanor in his presence. Joseph Vaizid greeted Lyman, a hint of condescension in his tone as he stated, "You're finally here. It's nice to meet you." He then inquired, "I trust everything has been to your liking?" Lyman responded respectfully, "Yes, Lord Joseph. Everyone here is grateful for your kindness." Vaizid observed Lyman's appearance, a calculating glint in his eyes, commenting, "Blonde hair and blue eyes. I thought you were perhaps from a fallen noble family." He confirmed Lyman's identity, asking, "Did you say your name is Lyman?" Lyman confirmed, "That's right, sir." Finally, Vaizid offered a seemingly sincere apology, saying, "I should have told you in advance." Vlad confronted Stangar. The tension hung heavy in the air as their argument escalated. Vlad's inner turmoil simmered, he could no longer tolerate the deception. Finally, Stangar uttered Vlad's full name, a revelation that hung like a chilling echo in the aftermath of their heated exchange. Vlad was informed that his mother's profession was known, but his father's identity remained a mystery. He was then directly asked if he knew his father's identity. Vlad responded with sarcastic amusement, questioning if this was a joke, given the circumstances. When an interrogator demanded respect, Vlad simply stated that he found the whole situation quite funny. Vlad stood accused. A voice, unseen but accusatory, leveled the charge: he had murdered a mercenary, stolen his badge, and fled Skawara. The question followed, pressing for an explanation of his exceptional swordsmanship. The interrogator noted the depths concealed within Vlad's gaze. Vlad finally spoke, revealing his training under a mysterious master, a fleeting figure who appeared and vanished with the speed of lightning. A mysterious figure unveiled a unique sword technique, a secret he could share with no other. Vlad noted the unwavering resolve in the man's eyes. After a brief apology for his harsh methods, the individual confessed to a dire predicament. He then extended a proposition to Vlad, a direct question: did Vlad desire a better life? Power, freedom, survival, knighthood, these were the things at stake. A voice echoed the sentiment, confirming the gravity of the situation. Joseph Vaizid stepped forward, extending an offer. I, Joseph Faizid, wish to sponsor you. The words were directed at Vlad, whose sparring match unfolded before onlookers. One Knight observed, he's holding out pretty well. Zoyer is clearly going easy on him. Another Knight pondered, has he become Sir Zoyer's squire? He's quite the warrior, after all. Fate smiled upon Vlad, his entire existence poised on the precipice of change. Joseph Faizid, seething with rage, confronted him, berating the young man's arrogance and pathetic fighting ability. Faizid declared it was time Vlad learned his place. A chilling realization washed over Vlad, his opponent's skill far surpassed his own. He saw the brutal truth, evading the attacks was no guarantee of survival. The force of each blow was simply too overwhelming to withstand. Vlad deflected a swift attack aimed at him. An unseen voice declared the action very impressive. The same voice then offered further praise, noting, good. That's more like it. Vlad reflected on his recent sparring match, acknowledging a self-perceived lack of merit in one of his attacks. Joseph Faizid then informed him that this grueling training regimen would be repeated twice daily, morning and evening. Vlad, clearly taken aback, questioned the necessity of such intense, repetitive training. Faizid, however, deemed their morning session complete, advising Vlad to avoid prolonged exposure to the cold. Sir Zoyer subsequently praised the quality of the fight, highlighting the effectiveness of Faizid's training in eliminating wasteful movements. He concluded that enduring defeat could be an invaluable learning experience. Sir Roderick inquired about Vlad's loyalty. Sir Zoyer then sought Roderick's assessment of the young man, prompting Roderick to acknowledge Vlad's potential, noting that even the Count might have shown interest had he been of noble birth. Zoyer affirmed his own earlier judgment of Vlad. Roderick countered by highlighting Vlad's arrogance and lack of social graces, a consequence, Zoyer explained, of his humble origins. Zoyer ultimately declared Vlad the ideal candidate for a certain position. Sir Roderick offered his agreement. Sir Zoyer, observing Joseph Faizid, noted his arrogant and untrustworthy nature. Vlad, however, remained patient, explaining that a thorough plan was required, a trap large enough to deceive such a creature into a false sense of freedom. A voice observed the strange winter mist. Sir Roderick then questioned his guard, Vlad, about the security of the premises. Vlad nervously assured him that everything was in order. Sir Roderick, however, stressed the importance of vigilance, instructing the guard to remain watchful for any trouble. Vlad pledged his unwavering commitment to his duty. Sir Roderick's patrol had just passed, leaving an observer to remark on his rigid posture. Vlad, seizing the opportunity, planned to finally rest. But his peace was shattered by a sudden presence, a gasp escaping him at the unexpected return of Sir Roderick, or perhaps someone else. The newcomer demanded to know Vlad's purpose. Vlad responded with confusion, questioning the meaning of the inquiry, only to wonder who the man was addressing. A furious outburst followed, accusing Vlad of some unknown offense, cutting short Vlad's attempted explanation. The sudden halt left Vlad bewildered, questioning the meaning behind this strange interaction. Vlad abruptly abandoned his companions. An onlooker questioned his hasty retreat, wondering where he was going. The same observer noted that Vlad's path was not leading back to the campsite, leaving his sudden departure shrouded in mystery. Stangar, clearly frustrated, questioned Vlad's lack of seriousness, pointing out the exceptional opportunity before him. Vlad, however, internally dismissed the sparring match, believing his opponent was solely driven by a desire to win. Stangar countered, emphasizing the inherent value of the experience regardless of the opponent's motivations. This only deepened Vlad's disheartened feeling of being disrespected. He childishly retorted to Stangar's words. Then, Sir Roderick's unexpected arrival marked a shift in the scene, noting that Vlad's return preceded the expected arrival of the expeditionary forces. The captain, preparing to flee under the cover of night, confided in Vlad, expressing a desperate hope for future recognition. Vlad, bewildered, demanded an explanation. The captain revealed a chilling truth: the forest they were tasked with clearing was cursed. He pointed out the numerous soldiers who had vanished, emphasizing that their disappearances were not acts of desertion, but rather the work of the cursed woods itself, claiming them as victims. The ghosts, it was said, lured people into the woods. Vlad, clearly exasperated, declared he'd heard enough nonsense. He revealed that even a knight had vanished the previous night. Confirmation quickly followed: Sir Roderick. Stangar then added a chilling detail, having learned that all those missing shared a common trait: black hair. Vlad wrestled with doubt, questioning Stangar's reliability. Stangar, meanwhile, internally raged against the lost opportunity for a swift escape. The thought of Lord Joseph, however, revealed a far more calculating mind. The nobleman saw the missing soldiers not as a tragedy, but as a chance for personal gain, an opportunity to uncover some unusual mystery rather than simply vanquishing a few creatures. Vlad's unease deepened. The unsettling coincidence of all the missing soldiers sharing the same dark hair fueled his growing suspicion. Vlad, despite his confidence in the 3 knights stationed at the main camp, harbored doubts about their competence. He reasoned that Roderick's disappearance demanded a stronger leader, immediately thinking of Sir Zoyer. Spotting the expeditionary force's campsite, he encountered Ern, Sir Roderick's squire. Upon learning from Ern that the search party had found no trace of Sir Roderick in the forest, despite employing the best mercenary hunters, Vlad made a decision: he would personally investigate. The order was given: divide into 3s and search, remaining within sight. Vlad seethed inwardly at the unfairness of it all. A question cut through the air: had anything been found? The response, a grim rhetorical query, highlighted the hopelessness of the task: how does one find someone lost in the slums? The answer, brutally pragmatic, revealed the grim reality: they would stop a passerby and beat them until they talked. Vlad muttered to himself, utterly disheartened. He then questioned Stangar, inquiring if the other side of the river had been investigated. Stangar replied that to his knowledge, the search party had not ventured across and the expedition had not headed in that direction. He explained that the forest had already been thoroughly searched without success, concluding that Sir Roderick and the mysterious woman were unlikely to be found in that area. With a decisive order, Vlad instructed his men to assemble. They were proceeding to the other side of the river. Stangar noted the incomplete state of the ice. Vlad, acknowledging the season's transition, assured them it was still sufficiently solid for passage. He instructed them to spread out and cross together. A companion inquired about a possible discovery, but Vlad denied it. As they traversed the ice, a sudden concern arose. A companion then questioned Vlad about the cause of his apprehension. Vlad felt a deep unease, a primal warning whispering in his gut. His survival instincts, honed by years of hardship, screamed against crossing the river. But Stangar's words cut through his apprehension like a blade. He made it clear that fleeing would be far more perilous than facing whatever lay ahead. Stangar would hunt him down and inflict unimaginable suffering. The threat hung heavy in the air, leaving Vlad with a grim choice. Stangar barked, "Shut up and come with me. The only way for you to survive is to cross the river." Vlad, however, inwardly balked at the prospect, his hesitation palpable. He cried out, "I can't do it. I can't cross the river." Stangar's frustration boiled over. "Would you get up already? We're falling behind," he snapped. His next words were laced with barely contained fury: "If you keep this up." The group noticed something beneath the frozen surface. A horrified cry pierced the air: "There are corpses under the ice." A gasp of alarm followed. "What's going on?" The cracking sound of breaking ice spurred a desperate shout: "The ice is breaking." Immediately, a command rang out: "We have to get across." Vlad and his companions, including Sir Zoyer, were suddenly thrown into a state of terrified alarm by an unseen enemy. "Good heavens! What are those things?" Vlad cried out. A shout of "surrounded" followed, the voice likely belonging to Vlad or one of his men. Ern, Sir Roderick's squire, turned to Sir Zoyer, his voice trembling as he pleaded, "Sir Zaire. What should we do?" Sir Zaire, carefully assessing the situation, grimly concluded, someone prepared this very carefully, as though they knew we were coming. Zaire expressed his gratitude to Vlad, thanking him for his protection that day and offering a prayer for continued guidance. His prayer trailed off, leaving its intended conclusion unspoken. Then, Vlad uttered a surprised, "Father Andrea," the unexpected appearance of the priest clearly catching him off guard. Vlad frantically searched for his missing child. His desperate cries, "Where is my child?" echoed through the empty space. The search continued, his desperation growing with each passing moment, his frantic movements reflecting a mind consumed by worry. Vlad, consumed by rage, confronted Zaire, accusing him of breaking their pact and aligning with Joseph. Zaire, on the defensive, claimed he'd been coerced, his family threatened. Vlad vehemently dismissed this, reminding Zaire of their long-standing friendship and the profound breach of trust. Zaire tried to further explain, stressing the immense pressure he'd been under to protect his family. Vlad, his fury boiling over, struck Zaire, unleashing a brutal fight. Blows were exchanged in a furious flurry. Ultimately, Vlad prevailed, overpowering his former friend. Though victorious, Vlad was left deeply disturbed and regretful over the violent turn their conflict had taken. Zaire shouted at Vlad, urging him to rise and grab his spear, calling him a fool for his hesitation. Vlad, paralyzed by fear, cried out his inability to act. Zaire, frustrated, let out an angry outburst before attempting to calm Vlad, advising him to choose a course of action before moving. Vlad, assessing the immediate danger, concluded that moving forward was impossible. His final thought was a worried consideration for Zaire's safety. Vlad, studying a carefully laid snare, mused that every such device served a specific purpose. He might not know the identity of the trap's architect, but he certainly knew its intended victim. Time was of the essence, he decided, and immediately called for everyone to assemble. His presence brought immediate relief, with others exclaiming that the night would ensure their safety. Vlad of Skawara declared it was time for Zaire to fulfill his part of their agreement. Zaire immediately sought instructions, prompting Vlad to order him back to base to defend Lord Joseph until his return. Zaire pleaded to accompany him, but Vlad departed, leaving him behind. Meanwhile, Father Andrea offered a prayer for Zaire and Joseph's safe arrival. Vlad arrived, but the damage was already done. He surveyed the aftermath, a grim tableau of what he'd failed to prevent. His voice, low and regretful, confirmed his tardiness. "It appears I came too late." The scene spoke volumes of the consequences, a stark and silent testament to his failure. The weight of the situation was heavy upon him as he stood amongst the wreckage, the conclusion of a scene he wished he could have rewritten. Zaire, inquiring about an attack, called out to Lord Joseph. Joseph, however, immediately questioned Zaire's lack of preparedness, demanding to know why he hadn't checked for threats before approaching. Zaire explained his intention was to ensure Joseph's safety, but Joseph rebuked him sharply for neglecting to even bring his sword. Vlad envied his brother. If it were him, the offender would have been executed immediately. A shout of "Sir" pierced the air. Then, a cacophony of incomprehensible sounds filled the space. Vlad calmly inquired, "Ah, Father Andrea. What's going on?" The priest, visibly shaken, replied, "Something evil is upon us." This Bible was printed with holy ink. The very air trembled, the words themselves swaying like leaves in a violent gale, a testament to the overwhelming power of the encroaching evil. A desperate question hung in the air: was there any way to stop it? One voice admitted defeat, confessing a lack of the necessary skills. Father Andrea, though prepared to utilize his holy power to contain the threat, offered a grim prognosis: it might prove insufficient against such a formidable foe. Vlad observed that none of the surviving knights possessed the power to create their own worlds, a crucial ability in this desperate situation. Yet, with heavy resignation, he concluded that those remaining knights represented their only hope, however faint. Zaire addressed Vlad, prompting a furious outburst. Vlad vehemently rejected Zair's authority, shouting, "I'm not your child." His thoughts then turned inward, questioning the strange mist. He wondered if the mist was causing some sort of delusion, noting its unnatural nature. Finally, acknowledging their desperate situation, he recognized that they had been completely unprepared. Vlad attempted to contact Zair using a communication device. His concern grew as he continued to try, his worry escalating into desperation. He whispered, "Are you there?" his voice barely audible. Receiving no answer, Vlad stared intently at the device, his anxiety mounting with each passing moment. The conflict raged, a desperate struggle against a formidable foe. Only Zair, it was declared, possessed the strength to challenge her. Yet, despite their combined efforts and the power of Father Andrea's blessing, neither Zair nor his companion proved worthy. Their attempt ended in failure, leaving them defeated and despairing. The scene concluded with a cryptic visual, a testament to their inadequacy. A voice, its owner unseen, questioned the source of the looming danger. Zair's words, a bolstering "Stay strong, Jean," followed, offering support against an unspecified, menacing presence. Though the path was arduous, and Jean's internal turmoil was vividly apparent, eventual triumph was promised. The struggle continued, its intensity and difficulty clearly conveyed. Father Andrea's acolyte, nearing exhaustion, signaled the hymn's imminent end. Jean, overwhelmed by despair, voiced her doubt about surviving the night, the approaching dawn seeming impossibly distant. Her exhaustion and fear were palpable, the darkness and peril of her situation were starkly evident. Jean found herself in grave peril, cornered and vulnerable. Then, with a sudden, powerful intervention, a resounding shout, perhaps, or a decisive blow, the danger vanished. An unseen force, likely Zair, had swept in, neutralizing the threat and leaving Jean safe and secure. Visibly distraught, Jean approached Lord Joseph, her plea for aid echoing in the chamber. "My lord, you must help me. My family is in grave danger," she cried, detailing the perilous circumstances facing her loved ones. The severity of the threat was palpable as she spoke, her desperation evident. Lord Joseph listened intently, his gaze unwavering as she recounted her efforts, including seeking the blessing of Father Andrea. She stressed the enemy's formidable power, alluding to Zair's strength as insufficient against this threat. Weighing the implications of her request and his capacity to intervene, Lord Joseph considered her words carefully before ultimately deciding to offer his assistance. A cry of agony pierced the air, followed by a pained groan. Jean, witnessing the aftermath, recognized the telltale sign of an aura's exertion. She understood the unseen assailant had paid a steep price for his actions. Overwhelmed with distress, she cried out for her child, then urgently summoned Lord Joseph for aid. Weakened and bound, Jean's anguish was palpable. A desperate cry, "My child," tore from her lips, revealing profound worry. Her struggle against confinement was evident, her inner voice a frustrated whisper, "This wretched weakness. Am I truly so powerless to break free from that monster's grasp?" In her plight, she called out, "Lord Joseph," her plea for aid underscored by a humble apology, "Please forgive my insolence," born of her desperation. Her distress, her helplessness, remained undiminished. Reassured by a familiar presence, Lord Joseph breathed a sigh of relief, confessing, "I've never been so glad to have you by my side." A quiet moment of self-congratulation followed, a whispered "Thank you, Lord Joseph," betraying inner strength. Turning to Father Andrea, a plea for divine aid escaped his lips. "Father Andrea, would you please bless my sword?" The weight of his purpose then settled upon him, hardening his resolve as he declared, "I must send that woman back to the Underworld." Father Andrea's blessing fell upon Jean, and she passed peacefully. Lord Joseph, observing the event, declared the blessing's efficacy in vanquishing her. The aftermath showed the quiet conclusion of the ritual. He then offered a final, solemn wish for her repose. The scene ended with the stillness of her passing. The clash of steel echoed, a brutal ballet of knights locked in desperate struggle. Then, a chilling realization washed over Vlad: his link to the Overmind had been broken. He questioned the nature of the attack, wondering if his comrades had been assaulted. His mind raced, searching for a culprit. His thoughts settled on a singular possibility: he had believed only one other knight possessed an aura, and that one held the key to this betrayal. In the hushed aftermath of the failed expedition, Zaire questioned Lord Joseph about the shadowy figure manipulating the deceased, confirming his suspicion. Lord Joseph, in turn, linked this individual to the source of the curse and the child a woman desperately sought the previous night. The wooden box that held the child, Zaire noted, had become its tomb. Lord Joseph then ordered the box delivered to Father Andrea for investigation upon their return to Varna. Despite the expedition's complete failure, a glimmer of optimism shone in Lord Joseph's eyes as he looked forward to a lighter journey home. His final inquiry focused on the potential of a new recruit. 3 days. That's how long Vlad had been unconscious, a fact that startled him awake. He considered, even in his weakened state, a newfound ally, a warrior who would fight at his side. Joseph, ever steadfast in his belief, declared that this young fighter would surpass all others in skill. He expressed regret over the intensity of the recent battle, acknowledging their lack of preparedness. Yet, his words revealed a deeper sentiment: Joseph had waited patiently by Vlad's side, refusing to abandon him amidst his recovery, a testament to his profound concern. The unwavering faith and dedicated care of Joseph were clear. Dawn broke quietly over the deserted campsite, a stark contrast to the previous night's terror. Vlad awoke to find Zaire there, his voice a breath of relief as he checked on his friend's condition. Zaire noted Vlad's unexpected decision to stay, a change from an earlier plan to depart. Vlad confirmed his change of heart, explaining the tempting offer of extra pay until the others returned. With a promise to relay the news of Vlad's awakening, Zaire then revealed Sir Zaire's instructions. Vlad was to report immediately to Lord Joseph's tent. A grateful Vlad readily agreed to comply. Vlad pressed Zaire, urgently reminding him of a crucial message to deliver. He demanded a promise. Zaire, irritated, silenced him. Vlad then inquired about Zaire's experience with the fine liquor before them. Zaire responded that his previous employment at an establishment offering both drinks and other services hadn't included such luxury. Vlad explained its exclusivity, reserved for the nobility. Zaire expressed gratitude, noting Vlad's choice to remain despite the opportunity for easy escape. He concluded by reiterating their understanding, a pact sealed not by formal oaths, but by a shared trust. Deep in the Count Vaizid's territory, Lord Joseph contemplated the unwavering loyalty of a young man, a boy who had flawlessly fulfilled their verbal agreement. He recognized the invaluable asset this youth represented, a talent he couldn't afford to lose. The name Jean-backed appeared, though the subsequent text remained a mystery. Lord Joseph then confirmed the successful dismissal of the mercenaries to a silent companion, adding that a short stay was necessary to finalize and submit his expedition report. Lord Joseph, granting Zaire a day's leave to explore the city, instructed the young man to return to City Hall before dusk. Zaire, though outwardly grateful, inwardly recoiled at the nobleman's unexpected generosity. Observing the scene, Vlad noted Joseph's apparent fondness for Zaire. However, Zaire himself harbored a deep suspicion, fearing that this favor held a sinister implication, even suggesting that Joseph's affection might foreshadow his demise. Vlad, encountering Zaire, inquired about the purpose of his visit. Zaire relayed Father Andrea's request for an audience. Vlad, upon hearing the name, registered a clear expression of astonishment, his internal thoughts reflecting awe at the sheer scale of the Varna Cathedral, a structure dwarfing even the church in Squara. Zaire himself marveled at the cathedral's immense size, noting Varna's status as the religious heart of Count Vaizid's territory, despite Sturma being the capital. Vlad then instructed Zaire to wait within the cathedral, promising to bring Father Andrea to him shortly. As he arrived late, Lyman reflected on the ironic moniker, Lyman the Worshipper, a title at odds with his lifelong aversion to earnest prayer. He mused on this incongruity, questioning the origin of such a label. Offering a sincere apology for his tardiness to Father Andrea, Lyman received a gracious, dismissive reply, followed by his own expression of gratitude for the invitation. Vlad received his identification badge from Father Andrea. The act, though its precise details remain obscure, held significance for Vlad. Father Andrea declared, "It's your identification badge," prompting Vlad's reflection. Lord Joseph could have handled it personally, but the church's issuance lent the badge a crucial authority, a symbol of the Lord's continent-spanning grace. Father Andrea, the guarantor, was depicted as a figure of support. He offered Vlad direct reassurance, promising, "Come to me any time you run into trouble." Vlad, stepping forward, declared himself guarantor. The boy, Zoyer, a child from the slums, lacked even the most basic registration. Count Vaizid's domain, encompassing 3 cities and 12 towns, with Skawara serving as its bustling trading center and another city dedicated to religious observance, formed the backdrop. A servant, addressing Vlad and his companion, declared them guests of Lord Joseph. A stern warning followed: any foolish actions would be viewed as a grave affront to the Lord's honor. The instruction was clear: remain where they were, conduct themselves properly, and refrain from behaving like unsophisticated outsiders. Handmaidens approached with refreshments, but a warning swiftly followed. A voice of authority, likely Lord Joseph's, forbade Rutger and his companion from partaking, fearing the spread of damaging gossip should they indulge in such a manner. The companion lamented their inability to even sample the offerings, prompting Rutger to sharply silence him. Overwhelmed by the opulence of the setting, Rutger marveled at the Vaizid's extravagant display of wealth, a sentiment echoed by his companion. Hidden away in a secluded spot, Gott sought a moment of quiet contemplation, hoping to steal some private time. His peace was shattered by the sudden arrival of Vlad, who had unexpectedly found his clandestine refuge. Gott, flustered, stammered an introduction, revealing his participation in the recent expedition alongside Lord Joseph. Vlad, confirming his identity, simply replied, "I see. You're Gott." Vlad, of Skawara, presented himself before Lord Joseph. The Lord, unfamiliar with Vlad's name, nevertheless noted the spark in the young man's eyes, a confidence that belied any intimidation. Joseph, impressed by this unexpected boldness, saw a promising addition to his ranks. He offered Vlad a handful of peanuts. At Vaizid Manor, 2 servants explained their instruction to abstain from food to an unseen observer. This prompted an outburst: "What in the world are you doing? This man is clearly a significant member of House Vaizid. How dare you refuse him so blatantly?" Vlad of Skawara then entered. His first act upon arriving was the rejection of peanuts offered by Rutger, the Count's eldest son. Despite the offering, a voiceover observed, "They are quite delicious peanuts, nonetheless." Lord Joseph, addressing Rutger, pointed out the absence of accomplished warriors under his command aside from Zaire, a gift from his mother. He then proposed a challenge: successfully train a boy into a respectable knight for House Vaizid, a task that would earn Rutger a considerable reward. Rutger expressed his gratitude to his father. Joseph acknowledged Rutger's talents lay elsewhere, but firmly reminded him of the high expectations and traditions associated with the House of Vaizid, before finally asking Rutger for his thoughts on the matter. Rutger offered a parting word of caution to his father. Lord Joseph, however, was preoccupied, privately resolving to send medicine to his ailing son, a gesture he knew would be welcomed by both the boy and Lady Oksana. He then voiced his agreement regarding his wife's devotion to their child before turning the conversation to a certain report concerning Joseph's condition, seeking the unnamed individual's assessment. Lord Joseph, gravely concerned by the unusual occurrences plaguing his lands, deemed the situation dire, particularly given the recent unsettling events. He resolved to uncover the perpetrators of this sinister magic, vowing to prevent its continuation within his territory. A subordinate then informed him of a report from Varna detailing the spell as a complex fusion of necromancy and a potent curse. Joseph contemplated the perpetrators, concluding it was either the work of a remarkably skilled dark mage, or a conspiracy involving multiple individuals. This possibility, he mused, suggested the existence of an organization or group. His subordinate confirmed this line of thought. However, Joseph maintained that even the involvement of a larger group would not alter his course of action. The Vaizid family would remain resolute, prepared to take any measure necessary to thwart their opposition. Lord Joseph, seething with fury, barked a command to find the scoundrels who dared threaten his son and disrupt the peace of his lands. Following a lengthy briefing, a subordinate inquired about the weight, to which another quickly assured him everything was fine. Having delivered his instructions, Lord Joseph promised a reward the following day, then dismissed his subordinates, directing a servant to show them to their rooms for a well-deserved rest. One of the men politely took his leave. Lord Joseph, with a casual air, initiated a conversation with Vlad. He confirmed Vlad's life-saving deed and their subsequent agreement. Vlad would serve as his warrior. The nobleman then astutely observed Vlad's earlier request for a degree of independence, noting the apparent contradiction between unwavering service and desired freedom. He pressed for clarification, seeking to understand the nature of Vlad's urgent need for liberty, promising to tailor his allowance of freedom based on the explanation provided. Vlad, initially believing the mysterious man to be a promising but inexperienced swordsman, was stunned to learn his identity, the very Godin of Gathar, the killer of his savior. The revelation left Vlad heartbroken, uttering his grief at the man's role in the tragedy. However, the mysterious man offered no assistance, stating his power was limited. Joseph, the target of Vlad's quest, was simply the Count's son, and therefore beyond his reach. Despite the disappointing news, Vlad found solace in the man's forthrightness, acknowledging his honesty. Lord Joseph, with a sharp exclamation, declared his intention to alter the agreement. He then formally offered Vlad of Squara a 7-year contract, a momentous decision that signified a complete abandonment of his noble pride. Vlad, taken aback, questioned the offer. Joseph emphasized the gravity of his choice, explaining that it represented an unprecedented event within his family. He promised Vlad a secure future, providing sustenance, clothing, and rigorous training, ultimately molding him into a knight of unparalleled skill. Lord Joseph, extending a hand of power, proposed a bargain to Vlad, unwavering loyalty in exchange for dominion over Squara's slums. He stipulated that interference with Godin remained strictly forbidden, yet offered Vlad his assistance in managing the squalid districts. Mentioning a girl named Gemina residing at the convent, Joseph presented this as a potentially relevant detail. He awaited Vlad's decision, a significant ambition observed by an unseen witness. The young man's objective, clearly defined, was undeniably ambitious. Lord Joseph, pressed by an unseen questioner about his keen interest in Vlad, conceded that many young men possessed potential. However, he insisted, realizing that potential was a different matter entirely. Doubt was raised regarding Vlad's ability to meet expectations, but Joseph remained resolute, privately calculating that 7 years provided ample time to guide and control the young man. He pledged his best efforts, likening the untamed spirit of Vlad to a wild horse whose brilliance would only be fully revealed once properly trained. His initial assessment, a private reflection, had been of a wild wolf, yet one with potential use. Zaire, having pursued a wolf earlier, was escorted to his new quarters. A voice informed him that the room was largely his own. Overwhelmed by the comfort, a bed replacing the dirt floor of his past, he considered it a grand improvement. Another voice, however, quickly reminded him of his humble origins, contrasting his situation with that of wealthier squires. A subtle caution followed, avoiding mistakes was paramount, a warning seemingly prompted by his earlier refusal of Lord Rutger's peanuts. Dismissing Zaire's apparent insubordination with a sigh, Lady Oksana declared that their rigorous twice-daily sparring sessions would resume, mirroring their training schedule during the recent expedition. The young knight, acknowledging her authority with quiet respect, was summoned to the training grounds following his meal. Upon arrival, he greeted the lady, receiving a curt, yet affirmative response. Zaire confirmed Lord Joseph's selection, then Lady Oksana approached, her graceful gait conveying unspoken gratitude. She expressed her thanks for saving her son, her voice soft yet sincere. Zaire, humbled, responded that he had only fulfilled his duty. Lady Oksana, bestowing a reward upon Zaire for his exceptional service, complimented his appearance, noting his attractive complexion and blue eyes, and even commenting on his broad shoulders, promising to have new clothes made for him. Zaire, visibly flustered, stammered his thanks. Lady Oksana then dismissed him, wishing him a pleasant day. An unseen observer, however, immediately questioned Zaire's unusual behavior, noting his unprecedented fluster. Vlad, overwhelmed by his encounter, mused on his inexperience with noblewomen. Gemina, however, judged the meeting a success, and promptly sent him away to dine. Vlad offered a hasty apology, mistakenly believing a foul odor indicated a trash receptacle. His subsequent actions, though unseen, were swiftly followed by an expression of surprise at an unexpectedly early development. The source of his surprise remained undisclosed, yet its implications were immediately clear to Vlad. Any action taken from that point forward would directly impact Lord Joseph's reputation. A difficult decision then weighed upon him. How could he deliver a suitable reprimand to these fools without compromising the Lord's honor? A chorus of sneering voices, unseen yet menacing, abruptly challenged Vlad. The brash fool's arrogance met with a threat of harsh initiation. The demand for his name followed, repeated with escalating pressure. Vlad, inwardly consumed by a rising sense of unease at the intimidating figure before him, could only register the final, chilling promise of lasting consequences. Portly Kenner watched the squire's training, his gaze searching. He politely requested a moment to observe. A squire, overhearing his purpose, helpfully mentioned that the individual he sought had blonde hair. Kenner then focused on one squire, noting his respectable appearance. Another squire then guided his attention elsewhere, pointing out a different contender. Hidden from view, Zaire watched the new squire recruits. His apprehension was palpable, the suitability of his newest addition weighed heavily on his mind. Portly Kenner watched Zaire confront an opponent significantly taller than himself. He marveled at the young man's fearlessness, even in the face of such a size disadvantage. However, Zaire's movements remained somewhat awkward. Yet, despite his clumsiness, Kenner perceived a certain determination, a burning intensity within him. He admired Zaire's spirit, his willingness to apply his newly acquired skills, however imperfectly. Zaire accused Portly Kenner of manipulating events, demanding to know if Kenner was the architect of the situation. Kenner admitted his involvement, but justified his actions as being for the greater good. Zaire, furious and disbelieving, felt Kenner was playing a dangerous game. Kenner then revealed his true motive, to expose a vast conspiracy lurking within their organization, claiming he was merely hastening its inevitable exposure. Zaire remained deeply skeptical, unconvinced by Kenner's explanation of a larger conspiracy. Kenner, unfazed by Zaire's doubt, insisted the truth would soon become irrefutable. Left alone with Kenner's words ringing in his ears, Zaire wrestled with uncertainty, questioning whether Kenner's claim of exposing a conspiracy was genuine or simply another manipulative tactic. Zaire, recalling the earlier attack aimed at his left flank, confronted Portly Kenner. He directly accused Kenner of being Sovanin's puppet, reminding him of the previous day's humiliation in the dining hall where Kenner's foolishness was clear for all to see. Zaire's retort was a sharp, pointed observation that turned the tables on the man who had mocked him. Portly Kenner witnessed a harsh training exercise, initially questioning the severity of the blows exchanged. He mused on the fortitude required of a knight, a strength of spirit. Observing Zaire's apparent satisfaction, his concerns seemed momentarily assuaged. Another voice cautiously echoed his earlier doubt. However, Portly Kenner's reservations ultimately prevailed, leading him to command a halt to the brutal practice with a forceful, "I said, stop it. Do you hear me?" Deep in the heat of battle, Zaire's concentration was absolute. His intense gaze, however, proved unsettling to Portly Kenner, who voiced his terror at the frightening intensity in Zaire's eyes. Realizing the effect of his focus, Zaire offered a quick apology, explaining that his immersion in combat often made it difficult for him to control his demeanor. He then requested that another individual convey a more formal apology to the frightened Portly. This request, however, was met with an angry rebuke. Portly Kenner preemptively apologized, hinting at future inconvenience. He then made a peculiar request, offering to summon Zaire should his soup prove too tasteless, suggesting the latter could then adjust its seasoning. A moment passed before Kenner inquired about Zaire's satisfaction with his stable work. Zaire readily confirmed his enjoyment, highlighting the prestige of House Vaizid's stables, before redirecting the conversation. Finally, Kenner directly questioned Zaire about any recent altercations on the estate, emphasizing the severity of such transgressions. Portly Kenner approached Zaire, prompting a tense exchange. Zaire, defending his actions, stated that he doesn't initiate fights in public, only responding to those who provoke him first. Unimpressed, Kenner questioned the logic of this. Zaire clarified that his avoidance of unwanted interactions was simply a time-saving measure. Kenner then introduced himself as Portly Kenner. Immediately, Zaire demanded to know the reason for the interruption, curtly instructing Kenner to either take a seat or leave, his irritation evident as he complained about the intrusion causing him discomfort. Zaire, expressing gratitude for the company but subtly dismissing Portly Kenner, thought to herself that she'd given a clear hint for him to leave. She explained that she was accustomed to eating alone, even in less than ideal locations. While enjoying her meal, and emphasizing her current focus on the precious sausage, she revealed that her father supplied the restaurant's meat, a fact connected to the Kenner family's long history of livestock farming. When Portly offered her more sausage, she sharply questioned his motives, suspecting a bribe. Overwhelmed by the abundance of provisions his father had sent, Zaire contemplated the surplus. He reflected on the stark contrast between his past life in the slums and his current privileged surroundings, realizing this unexpected bounty presented a chance to forge alliances with the affluent squires. Approaching Portly, he offered a shared meal. Portly, taken aback by the gesture, responded with genuine surprise and enthusiasm, affirming the importance of unity among their social circle. Vlad, burdened by the relentless demands of training a new recruit and simultaneously attending to Lord Joseph's needs, inwardly lamented his heavy workload. He anticipated some respite once Cade and Maxim's recovery was complete. His hurried departure was interrupted by Sir Gregory's inquiry. A brief, unfinished reply preceded Sir Gregory's boisterous laughter, highlighting the obvious displeasure Vlad felt at the interruption. Gregory then pointedly remarked on Vlad's obvious strain, subtly mocking the multitude of tasks he managed for Lord Joseph. Lord Joseph, expressing concern over Portly's development, subtly hinted that the young man was perhaps a bit overconfident, needing a dose of humility. Sir Gregory, prompting clarification, received a description of Portly as strong and assertive, though lacking in social grace. Undeterred by Sir Gregory's initial dismissal due to his busy schedule, Lord Joseph reiterated his worry, highlighting Portly's inability to connect with others due to his self-importance. Finally, he directly appealed to Sir Gregory for guidance, requesting mentorship for the impetuous young man. Portly, burdened by the plight of his cousin's child, confided in Vlad about the relentless bullying. He explained his inability to secure help from fellow knights, his concern for the boy's well-being while under his protection, and the child's frustrating disregard for his authority. Vlad, however, questioned the expectation of unpaid service. Portly countered with the promise of a future debt, acknowledging the boy's untapped potential despite his unresponsiveness. He reiterated the child's defiance, prompting Vlad's sarcastic remark about the boy's promising future. Vlad, finally, subtly implied that Portly's methods were ineffective. Vlad watched the well-trained horses scatter at his approach, a familiar unease settling in his gut. This wasn't a matter of his riding ability, the other stable boys shared the same experience. The horses had always reacted this way, he realized, mirroring the instinctive aversion he'd encountered from dogs, cats, and countless other creatures throughout his life. He wondered if these magnificent steeds felt the same inexplicable dread. A companion's voice cut through his thoughts, recalling his daring escape with Sir Zaire, mounted on the knight's own prized horse. Even though it was Sir Zaire's steed, a truly magnificent and expensive animal, the fact that the horse had allowed Vlad to ride it during such a harrowing ordeal remained significant. Lady Oksana summoned Vlad, and he duly arrived at her residence. An observer noted Vlad's striking appearance, remarking that his current refinement belied his humble origins in the slums. The observer further complimented his attire, praising its excellent fit. Lady Oksana, noting Vlad's too tight clothing, remarked on the growth spurts typical of 17-year-old boys, recalling her son Joseph's own experience. She promised to have new, seasonally appropriate clothes made for him, ensuring his comfort and well-being. Vlad expressed his gratitude for her kindness. In return, Lady Oksana conveyed her deep appreciation for his bravery in saving her son, apologizing for interrupting his training and acknowledging his busy schedule. Vlad politely accepted her apology and confessed his previous discomfort, revealing that his old clothes had been far too restrictive. Vlad, admiring the fine clothes upon his person, pondered their exorbitant cost and the unsettling feeling of not truly owning them. This unease, despite his earnest attempts to assimilate into the house Vaizid, persisted. A gnawing sense of displacement clung to him, a weight upon his spirit. His efforts to belong felt futile, leaving him feeling increasingly burdened. This sentiment was punctuated by Portly's harsh rebuke, a callous accusation that he was losing his sharpness. Vlad, his patience exhausted, confronted Lord Joseph. He demanded to know if Joseph considered him a pushover, citing his recent leniency. His voice sharp with anger, Vlad aggressively questioned Joseph's newfound alliance, sneering at the new friend. He then unleashed a torrent of contempt, labeling Joseph and his associates as despicable, highlighting their tendency to flock together. A wave of disillusionment washed over Vlad as he observed the universality of human nature, regardless of social standing. His bitter reflection ended with the stark realization that the world was rife with those who delighted in the oppression of the vulnerable. Vlad, internally resolving to endure a familiar discomfort one last time, arrived at an undisclosed location. His tardiness immediately drew the attention of another, whose voice cut through the air with the sharp inquiry, "What brings you here so late?" Vlad arrived with a singular purpose, declaring, "I came to get something." Lord Joseph questioned, "The ham? You mean the whole thing?" A wave of melancholy washed over Vlad as he reflected on his isolation, his hope for even a superficial camaraderie with Joseph dashed against the harsh reality of their transactional relationship. He mused that while genuine friendship seemed unattainable, he had at least envisioned a more amicable coexistence. Instead, he felt treated as merely another source of sustenance, just like everyone else. Ultimately, he clutched the stolen ham, a meager consolation, murmuring, "This is better than eating alone." Vlad, with unwavering assurance, declared his demand for fair compensation. A bystander recounted a knight's tale, followed by another's agreement. Observing the 14 figures before him, Vlad scoffed at their cowardice, a display surpassing even that of back-alley ruffians. An immediate rebuke silenced him, followed by a threat to test the limits of his boldness. Vlad, unfazed, retorted with a sharp demand for swift action, reminding them of his generosity in even appearing. Vlad shed his old clothes, a silent preparation for the violence to come. He stood, newly attired, a grim satisfaction settling upon him. He thought, with a quiet certainty, "It's a good thing I changed my clothes," a premonition of bloodshed coloring his words. The night, he knew, would be stained crimson. Zaire's exceptional swordsmanship, honed over a mere 2 months, unfolded in a whirlwind of steel. His skill surprised and intimidated his fellow fighters, their initial attacks met with unexpected proficiency. Encouragement, observations, and tactical commands rang out amidst the clash of blades, calls to press the advantage, to surround, to maintain the pressure. A fellow fighter's astonishment echoed Zaire's own rapid improvement. He was undoubtedly transformed since their last sparring match. The intensity escalated as a superior officer roared a fierce command against any retreat, threatening severe punishment. The fight continued, with Zaire seemingly dominating, his prowess prompting disbelief. An opponent, perhaps, questioned whether he had ever even faced death before. Vlad roared, demanding clarification of Zaire's words. Zaire responded, revealing his past with the expeditionary forces, where his sole focus was overwhelming his adversaries with brutal efficiency. A moment passed before Vlad's confirmation. It was true. Zaire then offered tactical advice, instructing Vlad to maintain control over the battlefield, keeping his enemy confined. Vlad's furious retort was a sharp, "You fool." Vlad understood. He grasped the connection, the significance of his personal space. It was his domain, his very own. A pained cry ripped through the air as a brutal struggle concluded, leaving Zaire unharmed but visibly shaken. He then addressed his defeated opponent with sharp words, "From now on, stay out of my sight. And stop bothering that unfortunate man." With a sigh of relief, he turned his attention back to Gemina, declaring, "Phew, that should be sufficient compensation for the ham." The conversation, interrupted by this unpleasant incident, resumed without further delay. Zaire's ominous warning, "If you don't come to me, I'll go to you," hung heavy in the air. Vlad, his face etched with grim determination, weighed the arrogant threat. The weight of the unspoken challenge spurred him into action. He began his preparations, readying himself for the inevitable clash. A tense meeting unfolded. Antalas, Knight Commander, addressed his assembled knights. He explained that Rutger's impending mission, though unplanned, had created a division within their ranks. Those loyal to Rutger stood apart from those supporting Joseph, while others remained neutral. The commander then announced a revised work schedule to account for Rutger and his knights' departure. Finally, he turned to the matter of distributing the holy relics recently delivered by the church, noting the palpable tension in the air. Rutger's knights, faces contorted with barely suppressed rage, stood in stark contrast to Joseph's supporters, whose expressions radiated smug satisfaction. This reaction was expected. Joseph's men, long relegated to the periphery under Rutger's command, finally tasted the fruits of their maneuverings. With the meeting concluded, Rutger issued a sharp order. Every assignment was to be meticulously reviewed. A vicious dog, its lineage a subject of immediate discussion, entered the room, its presence underscoring the prevailing tension. The suggestion to leave Vlad undisturbed hung in the air, a tacit acknowledgement of his recent actions. A knowing chuckle followed, a comment on the absurdity of the situation and the universal displeasure stemming from Vlad's significant altercation with the other squires. Even the instructor, usually so composed, found himself utterly baffled by the young squire's conduct, struggling to devise a solution to the problem he presented. Zaire, acknowledging Vlad's service, declared his debt fulfilled, promising a challenging yet rewarding task. Vlad silently vowed to remember this exchange. Zaire, proud of his protégé's accomplishment, a testament to his own tutelage, presented Vlad with a lavish gift. Overwhelmed, Vlad expressed his profound gratitude, humbled by the honor bestowed upon a mere squire. Zaire recognized the gray orc hide, a material unique to the northern warriors, crafting the armor before him into a potent symbol. Gemina confirmed his assessment, noting the lack of comparable skill among the other squires and the widespread knowledge of recent events. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zaire declared the need for immediate action, recognizing this was no mere summons, but a call demanding swift response. The weight of her duty lifted, Zaire readily accepted Antalas's offer. Tired of her monotonous vigil over Vlad, she eagerly awaited this new chance. Antalas, pleased with her response, began outlining the next steps, mentioning a location, possibly Derma, before the conversation was abruptly cut short mid-sentence. Lord Joseph, addressing the northerners, began by mentioning Derma's renowned lemons, a rare treat for his people. He emphasized the city's strategic value as a key gateway to the central region, vital to the north. His gaze turned inward as he questioned Sir Zaire's sudden journey there, before concluding that the knight sought advantage from the unfolding crisis, one conveniently distant from his personal affairs. The complexities of noble life, he mused, were clearly on display. Ultimately, a brutal struggle for control of Dermar raged, a conflict playing out amongst those of their own blood. Family discord, a timeless plague among the nobility, was acknowledged before Lord Joseph clarified his own tenuous connection to the distant relative he aided. He explained that their kinship, though extending no closer than a third cousin on his mother's side, provided sufficient grounds for his intervention. This assistance, he stated, represented a strategic opportunity to curry favor with House Heinel, a plan his father had also approved. The head of House Heinel personally solicited Zaire's services to uphold their honor, underscoring the importance of this calculated move. Lord Joseph, his voice laced with fury, thundered at Sir Zaire, forbidding him to meet his gaze with such arrogance. Zaire, bewildered, questioned his transgression. Joseph then rebuked him, highlighting the perceived injustice of a mere squire enjoying the comfort of a carriage while a knight endured the rigors of horseback. Zaire, feigning shame, mumbled an apology. Joseph, exasperated by his pupil's apparent lack of understanding, lamented the wasted effort in instructing such an incompetent individual, further emphasizing his own superior status by mentioning his expensive steed. Undeterred, Zaire retorted with a sharp witticism, suggesting that even the most expensive horse would be better suited carrying its owner than him. Lord Joseph's heart pounded, a relentless rhythm he couldn't explain. He wondered, a question forming in his mind, what ailed him. His racing pulse, he reasoned, stemmed from the stark contrast in how he and Sir Zaire were treated. Sir Zaire's constant reprimands, he surmised, were the likely cause. The Lord himself, on the other hand, engaged him in frequent conversation. This disparity, he concluded, was the source of his agitation. Then, the ground trembled violently. Sir Zaire, relieved, breathed a sigh of relief, believing the tremor had subsided. This was his first experience with such a violent shaking, he thought. However, Lord Joseph swiftly corrected him, stating it wasn't an earthquake. He directed Zaire's attention elsewhere. Zaire, startled, observed the upheaval in the ground. Lord Joseph then revealed the truth. A colossal deathworm, a relic of a fallen dragon, lay before them. The young knight's reaction was one of stunned disbelief. A dragon remnant? The magnificent city of Dermar, House Heinel's sole urban center, unfolded before Sir Zaire. Instructions, delivered by Lord Joseph, emphasized the city's grandeur before granting him unprecedented freedom. "You're free to do as you like now," Joseph declared. Zaire, seeking clarification, inquired, "By myself, you mean?" The reply confirmed his independence. "That's right. Take Got with you and go for a stroll. Wander around within the city limits and try to learn as much as you can." Sir Zaire reacted with disbelief to the unexpected assignment, questioning the legality of his presence at the honor duel. Lord Joseph, however, calmly inquired about any objections. Sir Zaire quickly denied any issues, though his initial reluctance was evident. Lord Joseph then explained his rationale, highlighting the rarity and educational value of witnessing such a large-scale duel, featuring knights from diverse origins. He emphasized the practical learning gained from first-hand observation, particularly in training Vlad. The lesson, he concluded, would complement their scheduled evening sparring session. Lord Joseph, his displeasure evident, rebuked Sir Zaire for his incompetence, pointing out the squire's failure to even master horsemanship. He declared Zaire had forfeited his trust. The chastisement concluded with an order for daily activity reports, demanding immediate notification of any suspicious occurrences. Sir Zaire, humbled, offered his compliance. Joseph, meanwhile, silently assessed their surroundings, noting the estate's diminutive size and dilapidated condition, pondering the city's renowned lemon trade and speculating on the current state of its prosperity. A brief, indistinct sound punctuated the silence. A wave of familiarity washed over Sir Zaire. He recognized the place, recalling a specific tree perched atop a distant hill. The realization spurred a desire for prayer. Lord Joseph Vaizid then offered a proposition, memories in exchange for Sir Zaire's unmatched swordsmanship. Acknowledging a debt long overdue, Sir Zaire gratefully accepted the offer, thanking Lord Joseph for his journey. Lord Joseph, his voice firm, declared that any danger to his family was a personal affront, a duty to his own blood outweighing all others. An unnamed figure, likely Sir Zaire, then informed him that the Count of Vaizid had already given his consent, leaving only Joseph's decision to be made. Joseph responded that he would honor the Count's wishes, adding a crucial condition: his pledge would stand only upon securing victory in the impending duel. Reassured by the unnamed character, Joseph's resolve remained unshaken. From a shadowed vantage point, two figures watched a woman navigate a sudden crisis. One, likely Sir Zaire, declared she was far from weak, possessing a natural aptitude for leadership. Her composure, even amidst the turmoil, was remarked upon, a steadfast calm that impressed even the second observer. The second individual confirmed this assessment, noting the woman's unwavering control. Sir Zaire, however, added a qualifying thought before his words trailed off, leaving the implications of this observation on their plan hanging in the air. Vlad, gazing upon a worn gravestone, mused on the enduring nature of memory, its permanence contrasting with the fleeting reality of life. He pondered humanity's inherent drive to leave behind lasting imprints, believing that these traces, etched upon the world like wounds, serve as anchors to the past, rekindling memories of days gone by. A wistful longing washed over him as he wished his mother had a similar marker, lamenting the neglect evident in its state of disrepair. He then offered a simple explanation for his presence, a courteous greeting to the deceased's inheritors. Vlad, neglecting his duty to observe the night's tournament, declared his defiance: "Then take a good look, because I came here instead." Disturbing visions flooded his mind, appearing like bubbles rising to the surface of water. He questioned his own memories, noting a discrepancy in the size of a tree, and recalling a past visit with an unseen companion. Finally, a chilling presence unnerved him, as a figure seemed to recognize him from across the way. A voice, unheard but felt, posed a peculiar request to Vlad: "Can I borrow your body for a minute?" Vlad, without hesitation, granted permission, stipulating, "Sure, but only for a minute." Vlad had been noticing peculiar happenings lately. He felt a presence, a gaze upon him, and a voice, seemingly from within, confirmed his suspicion. It knew the truth of its dwelling. A massive snake descended from the tree, yet Vlad felt no alarm. He simply stated his conviction that it posed no danger, a sentiment met with a question from the internal voice. Reflection dawned upon Vlad as he processed the incongruity. A colossal snake approached, yet somehow, it felt entirely harmless. Vlad, gazing upon the hill, felt the vibrant energy of spring permeating the very ground. Lost in thought, he was abruptly challenged by a voice demanding to know his purpose. The unseen speaker declared the cemetery restricted to Heinel family members only. Vlad, startled, offered a sincere apology, explaining his accidental intrusion while searching for solitude. At the nobleman's grave, Zaire's squire, seeking to avoid trouble, introduced himself, assuring the woman that there was no cause for alarm. Reassured, she acknowledged his identity. He expressed gratitude for her acceptance, his relief palpable. Privately, however, a concern gnawed at him: the impropriety of his presence. There was a risk, particularly if word reached Lord Joseph. He knew such a revelation could damage the Lord's reputation, and consequently, his own well-being. The squire resolved to ensure the woman remained silent. At the Heinel family graves, Vlad approached a maid, confirming her employment with the family and her purpose of tending to the gravestones, already partially cleared of autumn leaves. He noted her diligent work, a respectful greeting to the land's former owners, as she explained. In response, Vlad requested her silence regarding their encounter, a favor he implicitly deemed necessary. While tidying Sir Zaire's possessions, Jemina listened to his squire's warning of the nobleman's displeasure. She countered that the outcome hinged on the meticulousness of her efforts, her voice hinting at the fragility of the items she handled. The delicate nature of her task, she mused, was always the source of considerable frustration. Gemina and Vlad observed Sir Zaire's sparring match, a display of power that left Gemina awestruck. She remarked on the ferocity of the knight's strikes, noting that such force would shatter most men's bones. Vlad concurred, acknowledging Sir Zaire's exceptional strength. Gemina's final observation cemented the knight's fearsome reputation. The title Wild Boar of the Central Region was clearly well earned. Gemina watched two knights practice, her gaze lingering on Sir Pablo. She marveled at his exceptional shield work, noting his ability to effortlessly deflect almost any blow. The intensity of their training, even in this warm-up, left her breathless. The official duel was set for tomorrow, and she wondered about the dedication required to become a knight, questioning Sir Borden's skills in comparison. The answer, a quiet acknowledgement of his knighthood, only solidified her realization that knights were not uniformly skilled. Her time in Squara had obscured this truth, but now, observing the stark differences in ability, she saw her own place in the world, a place she knew required much further development. A weary sigh escaped her lips as she admitted the lengthy journey ahead. The next day arrived, the day of the duel, though the presence of Maya held no clear significance within Gemina's reflection. Vlad, observing a nightly duel, learned from Zoyer's squire that one combatant was Endra Heinel, a man attempting to usurp his niece's family control. The squire urged Vlad to pay close attention to this rare, high-stakes contest. Vlad, however, expressed skepticism, prompting the squire to point out his visible surprise. Hidden from view, Vlad watched, utterly astonished by the knight's breathtaking skill. He reflected on his own journey, reminding himself that even the most ambitious goals require foundational steps. The higher one aims, the longer the path. A single word escaped him, "Whoa," before Sir Zaire's presence was made known, prompting a respectful, "Yes, Sir Zaire," as the squire called for everyone's attention. A voice whispered, noting the imminent arrival of the Heinel family head, a woman previously unseen but rumored to be remarkably young. Shortly after, a formal announcement echoed, Lady Alicia Heinel had arrived. Vlad, witnessing this, grimly added another potential transgression to his list, insulting the nobility. As various individuals gathered, the air thrummed with anticipation. Then, a voice, authoritative and calm, declared the commencement of the proceedings. A participant, his words carrying the weight of solemn resolve, invoked a divine blessing, his prayer for the sun's favor upon the duel to come. A duel of immense consequence loomed. The very air crackled with anticipation. Nobles, it was said, possessed pale blue blood, a chilling testament to the weighty responsibilities and karmic debts inherent in their elevated station. This burden, however, proved too heavy for those whose blood ran warm and red. Lady Alicia, defiant in the face of such expectations, refused to embrace the icy detachment associated with this so-called blue blood, choosing instead a path of her own making. An admirable duel concluded, its unseen observer offering praise. Lord Endra, however, questioned his own title, his voice laced with doubt. He recalled his training of Sir Charles, a young man groomed to protect the Hyrule family, a future he never envisioned twisted into betrayal. The thought brought him profound sorrow. The victor was then announced, Lord Endra's knight, Sir Charles. A booming laugh echoed through the hall before a voice, brimming with praise, declared Lord Endra's auspicious beginning. He then commanded the family representatives to present themselves. A brief pause followed, punctuated by a student's casual greeting. After another moment, Lord Endra's voice cut through the silence, advising a student to pay close attention, emphasizing the vastness of their remaining studies. Finally, he announced the location for the day's instruction. Sir Zaire found himself a hair's breadth from capture, the unnamed opponent nearly securing his victory. The knight, observing his adversary, acknowledged their formidable strength, a testament to the rumors he'd heard. A nearby onlooker observed Sir Zaire's desperate plight, emphasizing the utter dominance of his opponent and the sheer peril of his situation. The tide turned decisively in Sir Zaire's favor, a fact not lost on his increasingly agitated opponents. Lord Endra, his frustration mounting, raged against his inability to even strike the seemingly impervious Sir Zoyer. A flurry of desperate attacks failed to find their mark as Sir Zaire's strategic brilliance unfolded. Then, a pivotal moment arrived, a carefully orchestrated event highlighted by a supportive voice, revealing the true scope of Sir Zaire's cunning plan, a spectacle intended for a select few. Sir Charles, with a swift maneuver, forced his opponent into a vulnerable position, leaving him open to attack. A blow aimed at the other man was met with a precise parry from Sir Charles's blade. "That's what they call a counter," he declared, showcasing his superior swordsmanship. Lord Endra, showcasing his mastery, executed a counterattack, explaining the technique's principle of striking after a successful block. Sir Zaire watched, his observations solidifying a stark realization: a chasm separated their skill levels. The disparity was immense, leaving Sir Zaire awestruck. The resounding declaration crowned Sir Zaire as Lady Alicia's triumphant representative. A moment of jubilation followed, before Pablo of Arnstein stepped forward, his introduction a prelude to the final contest. One spectator questioned another's understanding of the rapid sequence of events, receiving a hesitant, ambiguous affirmation. Then, the call for the final duel echoed through the air, setting the stage for the climactic clash. Sir Charles, witnessing Lady Alicia's assembled knights, inwardly scoffed at the unnecessary emphasis on the obvious, recognizing both Pablo of Arnstein and Zubair of Shazad. His internal monologue revealed a keen assessment: Pablo's skill matched that of Colin, but Zubair surpassed them both, a testament to Lady Alicia's impressive recruitment of exceptionally strong warriors. The silent contemplation that followed spoke volumes of his considered judgment. Lord Endra watched, his attention fixed on something unseen. A voice, unheard but present, questioned his actions. Then, Zubair of Shazad declared his withdrawal from the duel, a shocking announcement that left onlookers utterly bewildered. One voice, perhaps Sir Charles, confirmed the duel's abrupt conclusion. The revelation sparked a suspicion in Lord Endra's mind. He believed Zubair's retreat was a consequence of bribery. Sir Charles triumphantly proclaimed himself the rightful master of the Heinel family. Lord Joseph, however, refused to concede defeat, declaring the matter far from settled. Despite the announcement of Sir Charles's victory and the withdrawal of Alicia's knight, Lord Joseph stubbornly insisted his authority remained absolute, asserting that the conflict would not end until he decreed it so. This defiance was met with immediate opposition from House Vaizid, who, through Zubair of Shazad, made it clear they would not recognize any decision made unilaterally by those present. Faced with insurmountable odds, Vlad weighed his bleak choices, acknowledging the impossibility of a favorable outcome. He hoped, at the very least, to avoid utter catastrophe. Certain defeat, he reasoned, represented the lesser evil, the only path forward. Thus, he resolved to face the duel, declaring his unwavering commitment to safeguarding Lady Alicia's reputation by not withdrawing. He inquired about a potential replacement for Sir Zubair, stating his willingness to comply should one be found. However, he clarified that Duncan was Lady Alicia's sole knight, bound by an unspoken limitation on the number of combatants, and Joseph lacked a champion entirely. There was someone, indeed. Lord Joseph of House Vaizid, in a decisive gesture, declared a champion to defend Lady Alicia's honor, Vlad of Squara. A voice immediately rose in protest, challenging Vlad's eligibility due to his lack of knighthood. However, Lord Joseph swiftly countered this objection, asserting that any individual skilled enough to wield a sword possessed the right to participate in a duel of honor. The confrontation began with Vlad's sharp rebuke, his voice cutting through the air as he declared it an insult to Arnstein to pit him against such a weakling. His anger flared, a torrent directed at those responsible for the affront, demanding to know if they had even paused to consider the Vaizid family's honor before their actions. Vlad's outrage exploded as he condemned the petty insults leveled against House Vaizid. A supporting voice then affirmed Vlad's honor, their words a testament to his character. Deep in thought, Vlad stood silently as Lord Joseph's voice cut through the stillness, offering a pledge of protection should danger arise. Vlad remained unreadable, his apprehension perhaps palpable, before Lord Joseph's inquiry regarding his silence prompted a quiet, yet weighty question: is this really necessary? Vlad's face was tight, his body rigid, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Lord Joseph's words, a sharp "be careful," cut through the silence. Vlad's reply, "Yes, Lord Joseph," was a model of respectful obedience. The apprehension etched onto his features remained, unwavering, the gravity of the warning clearly understood. He stood there, lost in thought, pondering the implications of Lord Joseph's caution. Vlad, of Skawara, revealed his identity to his opponent, immediately condemning the fight as dishonorable. He declared the opponent unworthy, stating that the duel's integrity was shattered the moment the opponent chose to engage. Vlad then levied a heavy accusation, declaring the opponent's actions had brought shame upon House Vaizid. The customary constraints of a duel were cast aside. Vlad declared, with chilling resolve, that his opponent, Lord Joseph, could unleash every ounce of his fury. Joseph, accepting the challenge, vowed to swiftly and decisively subdue Vlad. For the first time, Vlad unsheathed his blade, not for his own gain, but to shield another. A breathtaking display of swordplay followed, his movements blurring with incredible speed. One onlooker gasped, "Wow! He's so fast." Another declared, "That young man is no ordinary amateur." The awe continued to grow, with one observer remarking on his natural talent and the fiery intensity within him, while another compared his ferocity to that of a starving wolf. Heavily wounded and utterly spent, Vlad lay upon the earth, the aftermath of his brutal clash with Lord Joseph etched upon his weary form. A long and arduous path still stretched before him, he mused, a grim realization settling in his heart. The impact of the battle resonated in his very being. "That felt like getting hit with a rock," he groaned, the words a testament to the punishment his body had endured. His pained expression betrayed the lingering effects of his injuries, a stark reminder of the grueling recovery that lay ahead. Surrounded, Vlad found himself the target of a relentless assault, unseen foes pressing in from all sides. "You have to parry them somehow," he thought, his desperate defense a flurry of motion against the unrelenting pressure. The struggle intensified, his movements growing more strained and chaotic as the attackers continued their assault. The weight of the fight bore down on him, a desperate battle for survival with the outcome still hanging in the balance. He fought on. The air crackled with anticipation as Lord Joseph addressed Vlad, acknowledging the young man's prowess with a grudging compliment. "But you're certainly worthy of challenging me, kid." A hint of regret colored his words as he added, "It's a shame that we had to meet under these circumstances." The moment hung heavy, a prelude to the imminent clash of steel. Vlad surveyed his environment, his gaze sharp and alert. His eyes fell upon a hidden counter-mechanism. A sudden realization dawned, and he let out a startled, a deceptive trick. Stunned by the sight, Stangar could only utter, "I can't believe this. How did a mere squire manage to block a knight's attack?" He quickly tried to dismiss it as a fluke, muttering, "It was likely a coincidence. Just look at him." However, this explanation was short-lived. A deeper, internal conflict arose as he reconsidered, realizing, a coincidence? No, certainly not. I am fighting him, and even I'm struggling to comprehend what just transpired. Vlad witnessed an extraordinary event, a spectacle more dazzling than any had ever beheld. The precise nature of this occurrence remains unknown, though it unfolded across several moments, accompanied by an inexplicable, unintelligible sound. The aftermath left an undeniable impression, culminating in a display of further indecipherable symbols. Vlad, observing Stanger's duel, recalled his earlier instruction to focus on fundamentals, a technique he hadn't intended to be deployed so soon. He watched, astonishment coloring his expression as Stangar unleashed the advanced maneuver. The resulting strikes, though lacking the precision of a mastered form, nevertheless revealed a fierce, unwavering resolve with each blow. Vlad, gazing upon his resonating sword, sensed a powerful magical aura about to emerge. The weight of his knightly duty settled upon him, and he steeled his resolve to face whatever might come, his commitment unwavering. Disturbance rippled through the air, leaving Pablo of Arnstein bewildered and apprehensive. A messenger, his bearing humble and his demeanor anxious, approached the nobleman, delivering urgent news. Pablo reacted with a sharp, "What's going on?" his voice laced with alarm. The subordinate, clearly distraught, confirmed the gravity of the situation with a respectful, "Yes, Sir Pablo." Pablo of Arnstein, announcing his identity with booming authority, declared his assessment: the boy was worthy. He then demanded to know the boy's name, a question met with a silent but clearly expressive response from Vlad. Vlad, bloodied but unbowed, stood amidst the aftermath of a fierce struggle. An opponent, voice rough with respect, commended his performance. "You fought well, kid." The words hung in the air, leaving Vlad stunned and speechless. His mind raced, struggling to articulate the sheer intensity of the experience, a jumbled torrent of disbelief, that was. Trailed off into stunned silence. Vlad, disqualified from the duel for employing forbidden auras, received a sharp rebuke. "A young fool," the official declared, his actions strictly against the rules. He then addressed Lord Joseph, explaining his actions were merely a fulfillment of his duty. Lord Joseph, a witness to this unfolding drama, considered the spectacle an honor to behold. A question arose. A clash between the sacred dueling rules and the Swordmaster's code demanded resolution. The Swordmaster's authority was invoked, a title held by only one person throughout history. This code, it was explained, dictates a warrior's honor, obligations, and even matters concerning royal authority. The conflict, a disagreement between the code and the dueling rules, boiled down to a choice between honor and duty. Ultimately, no one present felt capable of determining which held greater weight. A proposal was made: the matter should be brought before the Vatican and the royal family. The official verdict on Vlad's duel remained pending. Consequently, the resolution of the contest was delayed, awaiting the announcement of the ruling. Vlad's body throbbed, every muscle screaming in protest. "My whole body is aching," he groaned, his voice raw. He summoned his strength, calling out, "Lord Joseph." The nobleman arrived, his relief evident as he stated, "I'm glad you appear to be feeling better." With a humble, "Forgive me, my lord," Vlad accepted Lord Joseph's quiet, "All right." The lord then inquired about Vlad's injuries, before Vlad expressed his gratitude for the assistance received. Lord Joseph, genuinely surprised, confessed he hadn't anticipated Vlad's prowess in combat. He explained that the duel had been postponed thanks to Vlad's actions. The postponement, the Swordmaster, a cryptic voice, these thoughts echoed in Vlad's mind. Lord Joseph concluded by revealing the path to knighthood, an oath sworn according to the Swordmaster's strict code, a future possibility now open to Vlad. The weight of his newly bestowed knighthood settled upon Vlad, a profound realization washing over him. Stangar, ever the pragmatist, then proposed an immediate departure. He voiced his belief in Vlad's worth, asserting his understanding of the need to safeguard such a valuable asset. A servant announced the departure of several individuals, prompting Lady Gemina to voice her frustration at being unable to deliver a fitting rebuke. Stangar inquired about their leaving, and Gemina explained that they had departed, escorted by church officials following the postponement of a duel. She lamented her inability to punish those who had plotted her downfall, forced to watch them retreat unpunished. A reassuring voice then counseled patience, emphasizing the need for resilience and the immediate priority of securing complete control over Dermar. Finally, a servant reported, "Not very good, my lady." The barley harvest dwindled with each passing season. Lord Joseph considered expanding their fields, but a cautious voice advised against such a drastic economic shift, deeming it too risky given the precarious situation. The weight of his responsibilities pressed heavily upon him. He felt as though he'd conquered a monumental challenge, only to face an even greater one. The conversation then shifted unexpectedly to the equestrian abilities of knights, prompting a query about their riding skills. Sir Duncan, initially confused, readily confirmed that horsemanship was indeed a fundamental requirement for knighthood, as crucial as their swordsmanship. Gemina mused, "That's what I thought. It appears the gods are fair after all. They don't give one person everything," contemplating Sir Zaire's evident struggles with his challenging squire. She then heard a voice, sharp with sarcasm, "I thought you said you could ride expensive horses." Gemina responded, "Maybe this one isn't expensive enough." The voice retorted, "Try thinking before you speak." Vlad, recalling a past riding experience where another person, managed the reins, insisted he'd ridden before. Gemina corroborated his claim to Sir Zoyer, who then voiced his worry over Vlad's inability to ride. His concern deepened upon witnessing his own steed react with apprehension to Vlad's presence. The horses, it was clear, displayed a marked fear of the young man. The riding lesson concluded abruptly with Lord Joseph's declaration that enough was enough for the day. He inquired about continuing the next day, but Vlad curtly dismissed the idea, expressing his growing frustration at the indefinite postponement of his lessons. Lord Joseph, though explaining the unavoidable delay and suggesting a re-evaluation upon their return to Sturma, offered no concrete alternative. He then excused himself, citing pressing matters, leaving Vlad to his simmering discontent. Frustrated by even the most expensive steeds refusing his mount, Vlad inwardly questioned his approach. A voice, unseen yet ever present, offered the sardonic suggestion of riding a cow, prompting a retort from Vlad about the humor of the proposition. The unseen advisor retorted with a sharp rebuke, suggesting Vlad consider his words more carefully before speaking. Vlad, in turn, sarcastically countered with a suggestion about continuing his journey in Lord Joseph's carriage. The unseen mentor then explained that animals, being sensitive creatures, reacted to Vlad's uncontrolled aura. Vlad, seeking direction, inquired about a solution. The mentor revealed that mastering one's aura was key to controlling one's energy, a technique Vlad struggled with, noting the weakness and difficulty in consciously summoning his own. Vlad, reflecting on his recent accomplishments, felt a surge of disbelief. He'd come so far, a mere squire not long ago, now poised for departure. Zayer's words echoed in his mind, "You'll need far more practice and training to wield your aura in combat. Learn to walk before you run." Tomorrow's farewell ceremony marked the end of this chapter. But before leaving, a final visit to a cherished place was in order. "How about we stop by there one last time?" he mused. The encounter began with a sudden, unwarranted attack on Vlad. He responded calmly, observing that such a greeting was quite impolite. He then expressed his belief that the meeting was unnecessary, a sentiment countered by his unseen assailant. Vlad inquired about the duration of his wait, questioning the unproductive use of time, only to be told the assailant was enjoying a day off. Vlad countered that spending it in such a manner seemed wasteful, but his opponent explained it was merely an opportunity to attend to outstanding matters. Vlad, attempting to explain his actions, acknowledged the other's anger, insisting he had been left without options. The response was sharp, a mirroring of helplessness, a similar lack of choice, the unnamed character countered, before softening their tone with a gentle urging for understanding. Vlad appealed to their shared profession, reminding the other knight of the unwavering obedience demanded, a duty as absolute and unquestioning as a dog's response to its master's command. Vlad delivered a sharp warning, his words carrying the weight of unspoken consequences. He clarified their roles, revealing that he and his fellow swordsmen were merely instruments, tools wielded at the behest of a higher power, much like the man before him. Dismissing the individual with a curt order to leave before matters deteriorated, Vlad then issued a chilling ultimatum. Any further escalation would be interpreted as a declaration of war against the Shahzad family. Vlad, in a moment of self-inflicted pain, bit his own arm. He reasoned internally that his master, Lord Joseph, possessed a forgiving nature, unconcerned by such minor self-harm. Lord Joseph's subsequent utterance, a non-committal umph. "How fortunate for you. Are you satisfied now?" Underscored Vlad's subservience and the considerable power wielded by his lord. Amidst the ruins of a crumbling empire, Vlad confronted a fellow knight, earnestly explaining his past actions. He appealed to their shared brotherhood, a plea met with a resigned acceptance. Vlad expressed a hope for future encounters, but the other knight countered with a bitter reminder of the humiliation Vlad had caused his master. Undeterred, Vlad reiterated his expectation of future meetings, emphasizing the precarious state of the empire and the critical need for careful selection of alliances. Vlad, addressing an unseen presence, vowed, "I'll see you again soon," before a premonition of hardship settled upon him. Difficult times are approaching. A period of quiet reflection followed, broken only by another's voice, urging him to communicate with a creature he'd encountered. "It seemed like an old friend of yours. Why don't you try talking to it? Be honest," the voice suggested. Vlad's own thoughts confirmed the unusual nature of the encounter. He'd been quite surprised. "I was quite surprised when the snake recognized me." Vlad watched a creature, its form unclear but somehow significant to him. He stammered, unsure of the creature's meaning, questioning if its presence signified approval. His hope for a positive encounter was evident in his whispered plea for acceptance. Vlad stared, utterly perplexed, muttering, "What's happened?" Lord Joseph, observing his bewilderment, calmly explained that the strange occurrence stemmed from forces beyond mortal understanding, a realm inaccessible to frail human souls. Vlad stumbled upon an unexpected discovery, his face registering astonishment. Lord Joseph then approached, offering a sincere apology for the simplicity of his departure. He expressed a deep regret for the lack of a grander farewell, explaining that the recent troubles and ongoing recovery within House Heinel necessitated a more subdued send-off. The family, he clarified, was still mending its wounds. Lord Joseph and Lady Alicia announced their departure, but paused. Joseph then summoned Vlad of Skawara, squire of House Vaizid, forward. Vlad responded, and received a prepared gift, a farewell more elaborate than Joseph had requested of Alicia. Joseph expressed his gratitude, stating he wouldn't be where he was without Vlad's assistance. Lord Joseph, overflowing with gratitude, lauded Vlad's valiant defense of his honor in the treacherous duel, proclaiming Vlad's actions a beacon of honesty amidst deceit. He confessed his inability to adequately repay such a debt, yet offered his name, a gesture of profound respect, to the man who, though not a knight, had surpassed even knighthood in his honorable conduct. Meanwhile, a woman sought to leverage Vlad's triumph, aligning herself with his success to express her thanks while simultaneously furthering her own ambitions. The gesture, it should be noted, appeared quite lavish. Vlad learned a crucial social grace of the nobility: one must always accept a gift offered. He remembered Zaire's sharp reprimand for refusing Lord Rutger's peanuts, a memory that fueled his determination to avoid a similar rebuke. Therefore, he gratefully accepted a gift from Lady Alicia. An observer noted Vlad's unfamiliarity with noble customs, surmising his upbringing was far removed from courtly life. However, another voice cautioned the young man, implying a misstep. It was then revealed that Lady Alicia's offering of a handkerchief was a subtle display of honor, bestowed in one of two ways, either by placing it on a warrior's sword, or the former, a symbol of honor, was presented, the latter, a gesture of love, followed. This juxtaposition highlighted the internal conflict brewing within Vlad. Vlad mumbled his thanks for a handkerchief, a gift from Lady Alicia that clearly bewildered him. Lord Joseph, witnessing the event, declared it the most absurd thing he'd seen in years, though admitting fault for the situation. He predicted the wandering minstrels would find much to sing about for some time. Vlad apologized, prompting Lord Joseph to sternly instruct him to always look to him before accepting gifts from nobility. Despite the initial confusion, Lord Joseph offered congratulations, explaining that Vlad had received an honor from Lady Alicia, a member of the high nobility. Vlad's eyes fell upon a message: he had attained the rank of quasi-knight. The news of his advancement was presented directly to him. Vlad's eyes scanned the text, questioning the meaning of quasi-knight. A voice, likely Lord Joseph's, boomed, explaining that this title granted him the same respect as a true knight wherever Alicia's name held weight. Time passed. The voice continued, clarifying that this privilege primarily applied within Dermar, given Alicia's recent elevation to Baroness. Vlad understood then why she had bestowed this title upon him. Becoming a knight so readily was simply impossible. He then received a stern warning: the handkerchief he carried, far from being a simple cloth, represented Alicia's honor itself, and it must never be lost, regardless of how it came into his possession. Vlad pondered the catastrophic repercussions of losing a crucial document. Lord Joseph's stark warning echoed in his mind. Should that happen, he would bear the full weight of the consequences, having accepted the responsibility with his own hand. The gravity of the situation was evident in Joseph's gaze. Even Joseph's influence wouldn't have saved him. He pledged his unwavering commitment to safeguarding the document. The entire undertaking concluded unexpectedly, yet Vlad's shrewd dealings ensured he never needed to utilize the document in question. Examining the document, he confirmed its contents, a promissory note detailing Alicia's 10,000 gold debt. The sheer magnitude of the sum startled him. Lord Joseph revealed that as a last resort to protect Alicia from Endra, she had pledged herself to him should she fall from power. Vlad, reflecting on a past financial transaction rendered unnecessary, faced Lord Joseph's inquiry regarding Alicia's presence. He explained that Alicia's loss in the duel would have stripped her of her claim to the throne. This justification, Vlad mused, was a carefully concealed truth, readily rekindled when needed. He then elaborated that Alicia, were she to remain with the Vaizid family, posed a significant political danger to Endra. Lord Joseph, acknowledging the pervasive need for such justifications amongst the nobility, showed signs of understanding. Suddenly, a sound from the western woods caught Vlad's attention. Bandits swarmed the area, and Vlad, witnessing the chaos, roared in disbelief. His eyes quickly assessed the situation, the truth dawning on him. This ambush, this carefully planned assault, had been set in motion long before his duel with Lord Joseph began. Lord Joseph, after a delay, presented Vlad with recompense for his completed service. He explained the task had taken longer than anticipated, yet fair payment had been secured. Vlad acknowledged the outcome differed from his initial request, but expressed gratitude for the work performed. Lord Joseph then dismissed him with a courteous "You may stand," and Vlad obeyed. Lord Joseph, his gaze fixed on Vlad, received confirmation from a nearby attendant that the young squire was indeed the one who had personally accepted Lady Alicia's honor. The attendant added that Vlad's actions were the talk of the entire region. Joseph, internally noting Vlad's unusual aura, a stark contrast to common knights, reminiscent of the perilous atmosphere of the city's slums, extended an invitation for companionship on the journey to Sturma. Vlad, however, politely declined, explaining the need to make haste and return ahead of the Lord. Lord Joseph, after thanking the A/Odin swordsmen of Vaizid for their efforts, privately questioned their identity. His curiosity piqued by the black sack they carried, he inquired about its contents. A moment of tense silence followed before one swordsman, with a hint of playful challenge, asked if he was curious. Lord Joseph, taken aback, prompted a further explanation. The swordsman then cryptically revealed that the sack held the secrets of the noble class. A messenger announced the passage of pilgrims through Sturma, bound for the Dragon's Trace, their quiet demeanor suggesting a simple journey, devoid of ambition. Lord Joseph, witnessing their unassuming piety, a sight he hadn't encountered in years, concluded that discreet assistance would be a harmless act of kindness. The messenger, anticipating his lord's benevolence, readily prepared to facilitate this quiet intervention. Lord Joseph, affirming his decision, declared that those deserving respect merited commensurate treatment, before adding a further instruction. Lord Joseph learned of his second son and Vlad's recent mission, a resounding success. The report, he declared, thrilled him, a phrase within it, specifically, had stirred his aged heart. He mused on the invocation of the Swordmaster's code, a rare occurrence in these times, recalling a past when its application was extraordinary. Knights, he explained, were typically chosen for their lineage and rigorously trained, carefully honed like precious stones, hence the infrequency of situations demanding such extreme measures. His companion agreed, noting the rarity of such an event given the current high regard for knights. The suggestion that Lord Joseph would have relished witnessing the event firsthand elicited a response. He wouldn't have been alone in his appreciation, many would have shared his joy. The whole affair, he concluded, brought back memories of House Vaizid's golden generation. Lord Joseph, anticipating Vlad's return, ordered a celebratory feast. The Lord himself would be pleased, he declared. Vlad, reflecting on the mission's conclusion, admitted to underestimating Joseph's tenacity. He witnessed Joseph's unexpected triumph, a glittering jewel unearthed from the seemingly barren earth, a discovery that sparked quiet contemplation within him. The weight of a crucial decision settled upon Vlad. Word then spread, Vlad, a knight, had returned from his assignment. A murmur of excitement and speculation arose amongst those present, questioning whether his accomplishments had unlocked a realm of his own. A month had passed, Vlad mused, the weight of time heavy upon him. Images of widespread devastation and ruin flashed before his mind's eye. He declared, with a voice devoid of its usual sharp edges, that the significance of family power had vanished. Distinctions of social standing, he stated, were meaningless now. All the previous petty, childish conflicts had finally ceased. Vlad, a storm brewing in his eyes, confronted Lord Joseph. He accused the nobleman of treachery, directly linking Joseph's betrayal to the suffering of Alicia. Consumed by fury, Vlad delivered a terrifying, unspoken threat, his body language leaving no doubt as to his intentions. Vlad, attempting to enjoy his meal, was irritated by the intense scrutiny directed his way. He voiced his displeasure, muttering about the need for some peace and quiet. The tense atmosphere, a lingering consequence of the Dermar incident, was palpable. He anticipated such strange mealtimes would continue for a short period. The weight of recent events hung heavy in the air. He noted, however, the squires had been granted a brief reprieve this week. Amidst a casual conversation, Vlad inquired about Gemina's vacation plans, prompting her to confess her humble origins and lack of familial estates. He then extended an invitation to his family's estate, a formal offer from his father. Gemina, revealing her unfamiliarity with such social gatherings, accepted. Learning of Gemina's search for a horse, Vlad, referencing his family's business dealings, offered his assistance in locating a suitable steed. He confidently asserted his father's knowledge of exceptional horses, boasting of pedigrees surpassing even those of Sir Zaire's prized mount. Gemina questioned Vlad's absolute certainty, prompting him to declare his intention to request a leave of absence. He then proceeded to make arrangements for his time away from his duties. Vlad, radiating power, confronted Gemina. Her attempt to employ magic against him proved futile. His superior skill effortlessly countered her spell. He then unleashed a furious rebuke, sharply reminding her, "I told you not to try that nonsense with me." Following his victory over a Dermar knight, Vlad's arrogance swelled. His mentor, Stangar, confronted him, questioning whether the recent battle had inflated his ego, rendering his previous guidance meaningless. A moment of silent reflection followed, during which Vlad's remorse became evident. He apologized profusely. Stangar, however, made it clear that Vlad's presence was unwelcome unless genuine commitment to his training remained. With that, he dismissed Vlad for the day. Vlad watched Zaire's achievements, acknowledging their impressive scale. However, he saw the inherent instability in this rapid progress, likening it to a fragile sandcastle vulnerable to the ocean's relentless assault. A looming challenge, a powerful wave, threatened to wash it all away. He concluded Zaire lacked a strong foundation, his training lacking the essential groundwork. Vlad's frustration boiled over. He'd explicitly instructed Zaire to focus on fundamental techniques. He even considered Zaire's perspective, understanding potential anger at his own approach. Ultimately, Vlad admitted to prematurely testing Zaire's capabilities, driven by a desire to push his limits further. Not all knights commanded an aura, a fact that did not diminish a knight's competence. An aura merely signified the potential for greater heights, a potential Gemina, still new to swordsmanship, possessed. Her training was the fertile ground for her blossoming. Zaire's anger, Gemina realized, was a testament to her worth. If she were insignificant, he wouldn't have bothered. The sting of his fury surpassed the pain of wooden sword blows, a stark contrast to the usual mockery and scorn she endured. The thought of her postponed vacation, however, briefly interrupted her reflection. Vlad dismissed his recent success with a shrug of indifference, believing himself unworthy of such fortune. He then declared his intention to continue his rigorous training regimen, pushing himself relentlessly until utter exhaustion claimed him. Vlad, mid-training, heard a voice boom, "You've done enough for today." He protested, "What, already?" The voice calmly explained that he'd already completed his daily quota. A warning followed, pushing himself too hard risked burnout, rendering all his previous efforts useless should an injury occur. Vlad conceded the voice's wisdom, though internally he lamented, he'd only recently discovered a newfound vigor in his practice. Gemina, appearing slightly flustered, entered the room where Vlad waited. He voiced his worry over her absence, simply stating, "I wondered where you were." The inquiry hung in the air, Gemina's sharp question, "Were you completing your final mission?" leaving Vlad in thoughtful silence. Then, a grim recognition dawned on him, "It's come to this, has it?" A moral struggle played out within him, the weight of conflicting duties pressing down. He acknowledged the knightly code, the unwavering obedience to their master's commands placed above personal honor, but declared, "That doesn't mean we must obey their orders unconditionally." He drew a stark comparison, remembering, the former Count Gaithar's knights never did anything like this. The fading of his own light was a certainty Vlad acknowledged, a somber truth mirrored in his eyes. With defiance etched onto his features, he issued a final command, a message to be delivered to Count Gaitar. Vlad would await him in the Underworld. Lady Gemina inquired about a vacation, a prospect Vlad readily confirmed. He then learned, through Gemina's report of gossip circulating amongst Sir Gregory's staff, that the invitation originated with the Kenner family. Apparently, the squire's unrestrained enthusiasm had spread the news far and wide. A heavy tension hung in the air between Gemina and Sir Zoyer. Vlad, witnessing the strained quiet, considered offering a comment to ease the awkwardness, a simple phrase perhaps, to break the ice. Yet, he ultimately chose to remain silent, understanding that their complex relationship demanded its own unfolding, its own time. The silence, thick and oppressive, weighed heavily upon him, prompting the thought of a discreet departure. He pondered a quiet exit, a silent retreat from the charged atmosphere. A knight must never neglect his sword practice for too long, a truth Sir Zoyer impressed upon Vlad. Vlad, stammering a hesitant agreement, received the stern reminder. Sir Zoyer emphasized the consequences of laxity, noting that a day's absence would be felt by the trainee, while a week's neglect would become apparent to all. Lady Oksana, while confident in Vlad's dedication, recognized the significance of this training phase and silently resolved to ensure his unwavering commitment. Sir Zoyer, finally, confirmed his intention to assess Vlad's progress upon his return. Sir Zoyer cautioned Vlad against unrealistic hopes in securing a suitable steed, expressing skepticism that even the renowned Connor family could readily assist. He instructed Vlad to observe the horse's reactions, focusing on those showing less fear, and to investigate their origins. The search was to conclude within a week, and any gift for Sir Zoyer's efforts was unnecessary. Vlad, therefore, journeyed to the Connor family's stables to begin his quest. The inevitable clash between Vlad and Joseph loomed large, their striking presences virtually guaranteeing an encounter. A voice inquired about Vlad's potential interest in the younger boy, prompting Gemina's sharp retort that Vlad, when desirous of something, was never one to hesitate in demanding it. However, she declared her unwavering resolve to prevent any such acquisition of Joseph. Amidst this tense anticipation, a nagging self-doubt surfaced as she questioned her own presence in this precarious situation. Lady Oksana complimented Vlad's attire, noting the color suited him splendidly and that his robust build made dressing him a pleasure. Vlad stammered his thanks. She then reminded him of his upcoming vacation with the Canner family, emphasizing the importance of proper dress and etiquette as a demonstration of respect for his hosts and to avoid bringing shame upon his parents. She concluded by requesting that he not cause her embarrassment. Lady Oksana addressed Vlad, her words sharp and unwavering. She then stated, "Yes, Lady Oksana, mimicking his earlier words with a clear implication of his prior mistake. Following a brief pause, she declared that upon his return from vacation, a private instructor would be assigned to him. She warned him against repeating his foolish action of accepting a lady's honor with his own hands. Vlad offered a humble apology. Lady Oksana continued, emphasizing the importance of appropriate conduct for one holding the title of knighthood, a position she described as akin to quasi-nobility. Joseph, returning from a journey, presented a gift to his host, explaining that proper etiquette demanded it. The host expressed their heartfelt thanks. With a simple farewell wish for a pleasant vacation, Joseph departed. Afterwards, a lingering unease settled upon him. He felt profoundly out of place, as if his own skin didn't quite fit. Vlad mused on Gemina's new life within the convent walls, hoping for her well-being and picturing her adjusting to unfamiliar garments. Then, snippets of conversation drifted to his ears, whispers of a Vaizid squire, his captivating presence stirring the community, his aura reportedly felt even in Dermar, and his exceptional good looks the subject of much excited chatter. Lost in thought, Gemina pictured him, blonde hair, blue eyes. She mused on his possible noble lineage, his youthful summoning of an aura hinting at a future as the North's greatest knight. Doubt clouded her mind, such rapid advancement seemed impossible. Her only wish was for his continued safety and well-being. Suddenly, a sharp voice interrupted her reverie. Red hair, it barked, I don't hear any scrubbing. Do you think you can simply idle as you please? You didn't even contribute to your entry here. You're indebted to this convent for life. The least you can do is work hard and show some gratitude. Hurry with the floors. There are dishes to wash as well. Do you want Mother Superior scolding you? Gemina's thoughts turned inward again. There was no escape, no one coming for her. The sooner she adjusted to her life of servitude, the better. The hurried instruction to complete all tasks before noon echoed, prompting a quiet sigh of relief from Gemina. She silently reflected on her prior training at the Smiling Rose, thankful for the skills acquired there, skills which now proved invaluable in her present, undoubtedly rigorous, environment. A man observed her, his presence a silent backdrop to her internal reflection, before the moment concluded. Young Master Portly, Vlad, arrived at his family's expansive Sturma ranch, internally noting the pervasive, if unacknowledged, power his family wielded despite lacking noble titles. He voiced his astonishment at the sheer scale of the estate. Dorothea, a warm presence, greeted him with heartfelt joy at his return, a sentiment he politely mirrored. Inquiring after his father, Vlad learned the patriarch was occupied with unforeseen visitors. Dorothea then extended an invitation to tour the impressive ranch. Young Master Portly, Vlad, politely agreed to the suggestion, expressing his gratitude for their consideration. He then voiced his eagerness to see the horses beforehand, a desire readily accommodated. Instructions were given to prepare the viewing, with a clarification that the head of the family would personally showcase the most prized steeds, but a preliminary inspection of the others was deemed perfectly acceptable. A servant promptly guided Vlad toward the stables. Young Master Portly, Vlad, vented his frustration at his inability to mount either horse or cow. He recognized the gravity of the situation, his bewilderment deepening when Dorothea inquired about his church attendance, suggesting a possible spiritual deficiency. Vlad vehemently denied any curse, citing Father Andrea as a witness to his innocence. Overwhelmed by disbelief, he questioned the purpose of his aura abilities, lamenting his failure to even ride a horse. Young Master Vlad, plagued by self-doubt, envisioned himself lagging far behind his fellow knights, a mere speck choked by their dust clouds on the battlefield. His unspoken worry was swiftly addressed, a reassuring voice confirmed its existence. Hope was then offered in the form of an exceptional steed, a magnificent animal discovered by the elder's own father, boasting an impeccable lineage. The elder promised to arrange a viewing, before gently urging Vlad to enjoy dinner and lift his spirits, postponing the tour until the following day. Young Master Portly, Vlad, arrived at the Kenner family estate, awestruck by its grandeur. He privately marveled at the sheer scale of the property, noting the Kenner family's unwavering commitment to extravagance. Olsen Kenner, the family head, appeared, extending a warm greeting. He apologized for not having personally met Vlad earlier, then expressed his delight at finally welcoming him. A moment of shared acknowledgement passed between the two before Olsen continued, praising Vlad as the first in generations to invoke the Swordmaster's code, a feat that brought immense pride to Sturma. Olsen Kenner, beaming, greeted Lord Rutger and his companion, welcoming them into his home with effusive hospitality. He declared his delight at their visit, expressing particular pleasure at the presence of such distinguished guests. His jovial tone subtly shifted as he remarked on the unexpected presence of a third individual, a certain Portly, whom he proudly claimed as a friend. Lord Rutger, noticing the implication of another guest, inquired if they would be joining them for dinner. Kenner, furthering the intrigue, mused aloud about the unexpected guest's identity and his Vaizid lineage, voicing a question that subtly masked his own surprise at the visitor's appearance. Lord Rutger, appearing unexpectedly, greeted the young Master Portly, Vlad, inquiring after his well-being. Vlad, surprised by the encounter, politely acknowledged his lordship. The unexpected invitation to a meal followed, Lord Rutger insisting the culinary delights were too tempting to ignore. Vlad, however, was overcome with regret, silently berating himself for a past missed opportunity, lamenting his earlier decision not to accept a prior offering of peanuts. Young Master Portly, Vlad, privately acknowledged the coolness he felt from those around him. He reflected on his blunt refusal of Lord Rutger's offer and the resentment he'd likely stirred among his fellow squires by his rapid advancement. Resolving to show no weakness, he steeled himself. This resolve was immediately tested as Dorothea, her voice calm and assured, expressed her eagerness to meet. She informed him of her intention to seek his time the following day, her words leaving Vlad to politely inquire about the nature of her request. Vlad, attempting a rendezvous, initially met Dorothea's gaze. His persistent staring prompted Dorothea to question his behavior, leading to her direct inquiry about his continuous glances. In response to her pointed observation, Vlad admitted it was his first encounter with a beastkin. Young Master Portly, Vlad, accepted his unusual circumstances with a shrug. Lord Rutger's query regarding his humble origins in Squara's slums and subsequent rise to squire for the Vaizid family prompted a retort about the absurdity of a beastkin mage in Rutger's own employ. The nobleman's further questioning of Vlad's aura manipulation abilities, juxtaposed with his complete lack of equestrian skill, left the young man pondering the illogical nature of it all. Dorothea's incessant chatter added to his growing unease, culminating in a quiet regret over the impulsive falconry vacation that brought about this perplexing situation. Young Master Portly, a guest of Olsen Kenner, endured a barrage of confusing questions from Dorothea, clearly meant to gauge whether all beastkin were as loquacious as herself. Her line of questioning culminated in an accusation of prejudice, questioning whether his reaction stemmed from her species or magical abilities. Kenner intervened, gently chiding Dorothea for her excessive questioning and reminding her of Vlad's esteemed status. Following a period of quiet observation, Lord Rutger joined them, seeking Vlad's opinion on a hunting location. Vlad, deeming the vantage point satisfactory, noted the expansive view and correctly surmised that the hunt would commence there. Young Master Portly, Vlad, displayed a marked disinterest in the hunt, his falcon remaining undisturbed within its cage. An onlooker noted this apathy before a sudden call, "Sir! Over there!" pierced the air. Vlad, however, reacted with a cryptic, "This is a good omen." Immediately, the order was given, a flag was to be raised, a clear signal of peaceful intentions to avoid alarming those unseen nearby. Young Master Portly, Vlad, wrestled with a deep-seated fear of Lord Rutger and the suffocating weight of societal expectations. The unbearable pressure, a cage of his own making, spurred a profound internal struggle. Then, Dorothea's voice echoed in his memory, a lifeline of encouragement urging him to embrace his true self. Her words of support, a beacon of defiance, burned bright within his mind. A resolute expression settled on his face as he made his choice. He would cast off Lord Rutger's expectations and forge his own path. No longer would he comply, he would chart his destiny. Gemina, acutely aware that their journey was nothing more than a thinly veiled escort mission, privately questioned her companion's supposed interest in falconry. The bumpy ride aggravated her, prompting a complaint about her queasiness and a wish to walk instead. Her companion, concerned, inquired about her well-being, specifically if she felt nauseous. While she downplayed the severity of her discomfort, Gemina's unspoken thoughts revealed a lingering unease, a racing heart betraying the calm facade she presented. The cart's jarring motion prompted Gemina to initially attribute her discomfort to the journey, before realizing it was simply her own weariness. Vlad, eager to share the breathtaking vista, pointed out the plains stretching to Varna, noting the reduced monster activity this year, a testament to Lord Joseph's efforts in securing regional safety. He then prompted a shared memory of a past winter expedition, a memory Gemina instantly connected to the beauty before them, claiming a rightful share in the vista. Her attention then shifted to something in the distance, a new development drawing her gaze away from the rolling landscape. Vlad was suddenly thrown off balance, disoriented by an unexpected occurrence. A subordinate then announced the presence of a herd of wild horses, describing them as promising. Vlad, however, immediately countered, declaring them unwelcome guests in their current, disruptive state. A companion noticed a herd of animals veering from their expected northward migration, a peculiar sight for this time of year when fresher grazing lands beckoned. He confirmed Lord Joseph's observation, noting the unusual direction. Lord Joseph, himself, then witnessed the animals' agitated movements, their frantic behavior suggesting a pursuer was close behind. Terror gripped the horses as the ground trembled. Vlad, however, discerned a pattern in the vibrations, instantly recognizing them as something far more sinister than a natural quake. A sudden, sharp memory pierced his thoughts, revealing the true, dreadful nature of the shaking earth and the imminent peril it signaled. Vlad watched the deathworms, their actions a stark contrast to their known behavior. The unusual display sparked a sudden realization within him: their carnivorous feeding was unexpected and unsettling. He voiced his astonishment, exclaiming that such behavior was entirely out of character for these creatures. Strange energy pulsed from the deathworm's forehead, a phenomenon noted by a nearby observer. Lord Rutger was then informed of the unsettling development. The horses, it was reported, had shifted their attention towards a group of unsuspecting pilgrims. A moment of intense observation followed, the air thick with unspoken apprehension. A muttered exclamation escaped someone's lips as the deathworm fixed its gaze upon the pilgrims. The ground trembled, a blind, deaf horror stirring nearby. Vlad informed Lord Rutger of the creature's unique senses, its reliance on vibrations alone. A swift command followed: a plan was needed, a distraction to draw the beast from the endangered pilgrims. With a deferential "Yes, Lord Rutger," Vlad received further orders. Dorothea was to be moved to safety, to higher ground. A signal, upon securing a distraction, was to be given to Lord Rutger. Addressing the others, Vlad barked instructions. The urgency of the situation, evident in Lord Rutger's final words, rendered further explanation unnecessary. The assembled company declared their unwavering resolve, emphasizing the importance of fulfilling their duty wherever it was required. The mission, delivered by the Count, was clarified: defend the pilgrims. With a resounding cry, the charge commenced, a torrent of warriors surging forward under Lord Rutger's command. Yet, amidst the thunder of hooves and the clash of steel, Vlad harbored a deep-seated unease. The entire affair felt profoundly wrong. Gemina pondered the intricacies of magic, murmuring about vibrations and the correct color for a sealing spell. The nature of her work remained a puzzle to her. Ultimately, she concluded there must be a reason Lord Rutger retained her services as his mage, a thought punctuated by his sudden appearance. "It's Lord Rutger," she exclaimed. A voice boomed, "My God! Look at him! Go!" Vlad, witnessing the spectacle, felt a chill as he silently acknowledged, "He's on a completely different level from me." Another voice, this time a critical observation, noted the inadequate planning of the unseen attack. Vlad's own assessment was blunt, so it's an extra hard dragon, huh? A sudden, unseen assailant struck Lord Rutger, sending him crashing to the ground. Dorothea's cry of alarm, "Lord Rutger! Are you all right?" pierced the air, followed swiftly by a sharp warning shout of "Down!" The ensuing chaos was palpable, a whirlwind of confusion reflected in the unintelligible cries. Later, a concerned observer noted, "Well, this certainly complicates the situation. Lord Rutger may be an exceptional knight, but he can't fight an enemy that's hiding underground," highlighting the perilous uncertainty of the noble lord's condition. A figure cried out, alerting Lord Rutger to the approaching danger. The deathworm, its terrible purpose clear, bore down upon the unsuspecting pilgrims. A desperate plea for action followed, a demand to pursue the vile creature. Dorothea, witnessing the unfolding catastrophe, recognized the urgency and quietly resolved, "We must act swiftly." Exhausted from the exertion of casting a powerful sealing spell, Dorothea snapped at the large individual, chiding his apparent leisure. He protested his innocent spellcasting technique, then complained about being rushed. Dorothea, however, urgently instructed him to deliver a crucial paper to Lord Rutger, explaining that a simple rub or cut would activate the spell's effect. The large individual, clearly surprised by the request, finally understood Dorothea's desperate plea after she detailed the immense physical toll the spell had taken, highlighting his own suitability for the task given the limitations of another, unnamed companion. Lord Rutger, mounted but hopelessly outpaced, pursued the deathworm across the landscape. Even the speed of his horse proved insufficient, the creature's subterranean travel rendered his chase futile. His knights trailed far behind, further emphasizing the desperate nature of his solitary pursuit. A voice, sharp with alarm, questioned his intent, "You're not seriously going to jump, are you?" The perilous nature of his intended action was underscored by another cry, "That's a reckless cliff." Lord Rutger, a formidable contender for the headship of House Vaizid, was introduced. His knights, the finest the Vaizid family boasted, stood proudly beside him. A quiet moment revealed a flicker of doubt within him. He considered himself, ironically perhaps, a mere squire, questioning his own participation. He then steeled himself, issuing a sharp command to concentrate. Every movement, he knew, held critical weight in the unfolding contest. Lord Rutger's urgent command, "Roll yourself into a ball," echoed in Dorothea's mind as she plummeted. She landed, then a stunned silence followed, broken only by the incredulous question within her own thoughts, how on earth did he survive that fall? Surprisingly unharmed, she felt a wave of bewilderment. She'd been certain the impact would have caused serious injury. Dorothea and her companion learned a startling truth: the snake had saved her life. Its protection, the companion explained, was the difference between life and death. Overwhelmed, Dorothea declared the revelation astonishing. A plan quickly formed. A return trip to find the snake was deemed necessary. Dorothea, resolute, declared their current task paramount, promising a later return. A struggle ensued, the details lost to time, before a sharp intake of breath escaped her lips. Father Andrea's presence leading the pilgrims stunned her. Her immediate concern shifted, a sharp question echoing in the air: "Where is Lord Rutger?" Dorothea, acutely aware of Father Andrea's perilous distance and the impending threat of the deathworm, felt a surge of desperate concern. The priest's danger was undeniable. Her mind raced, considering the protective sealing spell. A profound sense of urgency settled upon her. She recognized a potential convergence of fate, a pivotal moment demanding immediate action. If this was indeed the time to act, she silently resolved, the risks would be faced. In a dimly lit chamber, Dorothea cowered, apprehension etched upon her features. Suddenly, Lord Rutger stormed in, fury blazing in his eyes. He roared, "There you are, you fool!" The confrontation concluded with the immediate threat of violence hanging heavy in the air, Lord Rutger poised to unleash his wrath upon Dorothea. Dorothea strained, her attempt to unleash her abilities failing miserably. It wasn't strong enough, she exclaimed, frustration evident. Father Andrea, observing her struggle, offered guidance. Summon your world and amplify the vibrations. Heeding his counsel, Dorothea focused, her efforts culminating in a noticeable, amplified effect. Dorothea, blazing with fury, confronted Father Andrea, her voice sharp as shattered glass. You knew. You knew all along about Rutger. The priest responded defensively, attempting to deflect her, but she cut him short. This is always the time, she cried, the pain of her father's death echoing in her words. He knew, she realized, he knew everything, the full extent of Rutger's involvement in her father's demise, and he did nothing. Her accusation hung heavy in the air. You let him get away with it. Father Andrea, clearly flustered, offered a justification, a desperate attempt to explain his silence, yet his words failed to soothe her righteous anger. Rutger Vaezid, addressing Vlad directly, declared that his world lacked the fortitude to oppose a looming, unnamed threat. Vlad, in response, registered the gravity of the warning. A period of quiet reflection followed, before Vlad's inquiry, though its exact phrasing remains uncertain, hinted at a pressing concern about the nature of this formidable adversary. A creature vanished beneath the earth. Rutger Vaezid inquired as to its direction, prompting Vlad's sudden realization. The creature's path, he understood, led directly toward the unsuspecting pilgrims. Vlad's thoughts echoed the grim reality. It was too late. His defeat was palpable, a heavy weight visible in his posture and bearing. The silence that followed spoke volumes, a testament to his profound hopelessness, each moment etching deeper lines of despair onto his face and soul. The progression of his despondency was an agonizing visual narrative, the quiet underscoring the gravity of his situation. Finally, the aftermath of his struggle, or the precipice of some critical moment, was revealed in a final, somber tableau. Astride the beast, Vlad cried out, "I say. I'm riding a horse." A voice, unseen yet commanding, directed him, "Use your world to look at its forehead." He obeyed, his gaze falling upon the horse's brow. A gasp escaped his lips. "Is that what I think it is?" The voice confirmed, "The horse has the blood of a unicorn in it." Vlad remained stunned, utterly speechless. Vlad's masterful equestrian display captivated all eyes. His skill was undeniable, a breathtaking performance witnessed by Rutger Vaezid himself, who boomed his approval to the assembled onlookers, highlighting Vlad's extraordinary talent. The crowd's admiration was palpable, their gazes fixed on the young man whose grace and prowess in the saddle commanded respect, solidifying his position in the world's eyes. Rutger Vaezid witnessed Vlad's actions. He infused his sword with a sealing spell and, without a moment's pause, flung himself at the monstrous creature. This selfless act, Vaezid deduced, stemmed from a willingness to sacrifice himself for his comrades. The young squire, Vaezid declared, perfectly embodied the ideals of a true swordsman. His bravery was exceptional, his fulfillment of duty surpassed even the most honored knights present. Vlad, taken aback, stammered his thanks before Vaezid posed a final question: could he manage to control the horse? Rutger Vaezid declared the urgent need to eliminate the deathworm to safeguard the pilgrims, insisting on immediate action. Vlad voiced his apprehension, acknowledging the creature's formidable nature as a remnant of a fallen dragon. Vaezid, however, countered by highlighting Vlad's possession of Dorothea's seal and his superior mount, proposing a plan to lure the beast. Vlad considered this dangerous proposition, wrestling with the considerable challenge ahead. The urgency of the situation was clear as Rutger Vaezid confirmed Vlad's purpose, stating his own willingness to aid in saving the herd. Vlad's enthusiastic agreement followed immediately, his resolve hardening. Vaezid then provided precise instructions, a flanking maneuver, circling the hill before returning to his position. Vlad, showing unwavering loyalty, affirmed his understanding, promising obedience to his lord's plan. Vlad, noticing pursuit, muttered to himself about the inexplicable speed of his unseen follower. His astonishment was palpable as he voiced his disbelief at the sudden acceleration. Witnessing the event, Rutger Vaezid remarked upon the exceptional abilities displayed by both Vlad and his pursuer. Vlad, sword held high, received a sharp command to lower his weapon. The unseen voice then revealed the necessity of using the seal's vibrations to announce his arrival to the creature. Before a throng of onlookers, Sir Rutger Vaezid lauded Vlad's valor, detailing his masterful performance in a grueling battle where insurmountable odds were overcome through unwavering courage. The knight's words painted a vivid picture of exceptional skill and bravery, proclaiming Vlad a hero to the masses. A roar of approval erupted from the crowd, their admiration palpable. Vlad, though outwardly accepting the accolades, stood amidst the cheering, his expression betraying a hint of quiet contemplation. The technique Vlad employed was one reserved only for knights of profound self-awareness. Rutger Vaezid, observing, concluded that Vlad's skill surpassed even his own considerable expectations. He was a far greater knight than Rutger had ever imagined. Rutger witnessed a terrifying vision of the dragon remnant poised to engulf his world. A wave of urgent resolve washed over him. He knew he had to act. His world, he grimly realized, was far too fragile to withstand the creature's power, leaving him no choice but to confront the looming threat. The scene concluded with Rutger readying himself for whatever lay ahead. Rutger's furious cry, "Where are you going?" echoed as Vlad fled, the urgency of his escape palpable. A second, sharper shout followed, "Hey! Stop it! We're getting too close!" preceding a jarring moment of disorientation. Vlad, bewildered, gasped, What's going on?" Father Andrea's explanation followed, revealing the truth, a mystical connection, a resonance between Vlad's reality and the White Snake's blessing, centered on the horse, stirred a long-dormant mystery, bringing forgotten memories flooding back into his world. Against a vast landscape, Vlad and Rutger stood silhouetted, their forms merging into one as the horizon blurred. He mused, on the horizon, were the two of us, well, we become one. The night sky, a boundless expanse of darkness, mirrored his inner turmoil. Yet, within that endless night, a solitary white star emerged, a beacon of hope, a symbol marked the Stellar Swordmaster, signifying the dawn of their unity. Vlad, witnessing Rutger's escalating power, felt his own efforts fall short. His internal frustration mounted, the tide was turning, and Rutger's growing influence risked drawing unwanted attention. Exhausted, both physically and magically, Vlad recognized his limitations. He could no longer sustain his magical aura. Just as despair threatened to consume him, a voice cut through the silence, urging him to persevere. "Don't give up, kid." Muscles screaming in protest, Vlad grappled with the relentless physical burden. The weight of his endeavor threatened to crush him, his inner voice whispering of surrender. Yet, a commanding voice cut through his fatigue, pushing him onward, demanding he eclipse the achievements of Lord Rutger. Ignoring the pleas of his weary body, Vlad pressed on, his resolve hardening against the unseen pressure. The voice, now unmistakable, continued its goading, its insistent call to surpass Lord Rutger echoing in his ears. Vlad arrived to a greeting, a casual "Ah, you made it. Nice work," from an unseen presence. He surveyed the land, his gaze sweeping across the terrain, before declaring, with unwavering conviction, that this land belonged to the House of Vaezid. No monster, he vowed, would be permitted to corrupt it. Vlad, lost in contemplation, mused on the boundless expanse of his knighthood, a reality exceeding even his most fantastical dreams. The knight's existence, he reflected, resembled an unending mountain range, its peaks stretching towards infinity. He questioned whether fellow knights, Godin, Zaire, or Pablo, possessed comparable abilities, the capacity to achieve such extraordinary feats. The answer, he realized, lay in the strength of one's inner world, a fortitude capable of withstanding any trial. Following the clash, Rutger approached Vlad, concerned, inquiring about his well-being. He then found Vlad, offering words of praise for his performance in battle. Vlad, surveying the burning expanse, noted the damp ground, confidently predicting the fire's swift extinction. Finally, shifting his focus, he expressed a strong desire for an immediate, refreshing beer. Weakened, Vlad lay upon the ground, the cost of his recent magical expansion evident in his helpless posture. He wearily requested assistance, a simple plea answered by an unseen hand. As he was raised, the individual commented on Vlad's skill as an equestrian. This observation was followed by a surprising revelation. Previous rumors about Vlad were false, a misconception that the helper now acknowledged as a significant error in their judgment. The helper concluded they had mistakenly placed the blame where it did not belong. Vlad, astride a magnificent steed, showcased exceptional horsemanship. Rutger, deeply impressed, declared the feat mighty impressive, noting that their own squires wouldn't stand a chance against such skill. Another young man, likely a fellow squire or knight, offered praise and a casual farewell, promising to see Vlad again soon. Father Andrea, upon seeing a familiar light, cried out his own name in recognition. The memory flooded back to him, a light piercing impenetrable shadows. A significant event, long past, resurfaced in his mind. With newfound clarity, he offered a heartfelt expression of thanks to Vlad of Skawara. Father Andrea, questioning his own faith, beseeched a higher power. He acknowledged Rutger's actions as the product of his own volition, not wickedness. His plea for divine solace continued, a desperate request for comfort and mercy to be bestowed upon Rutger, this beacon of light. Andrea's words resonated with the understanding that, despite the circumstances, many had found unity under Rutger's singular influence. Dorothea, gazing intently upon a communication, then a further report, confirmed the message's origin, a crystal ball. She had dispatched investigators north, hoping for peaceful resolution. However, the situation appeared far more sinister. Evidence pointed towards another instance of dark sorcery. Enemies had entrenched themselves in the northern territories. Those wicked fools, emboldened by the Empire's weakened state, had returned to wreak their vengeance. Yet, a glimmer of hope remained. Dorothea found herself hearing a certain young man's name with increasing frequency. The past flashed before Vlad, a brutal monster hunt, a clash of swords in the Heinel honor duel, and the unsettling events surrounding the pilgrims. A voice, nearby, quietly acknowledged Joseph's exceptional nature. Then, Vlad's firm command echoed through the chamber, "Summon Joseph." A question followed, laced with apprehension, "Do you intend to pardon him, my lord?" Vlad's reply was measured, unwavering. Those worthy of respect deserve to be treated accordingly. Rutger found Dorothea sitting alone, a melancholic shadow draped over her. He inquired about her solitude and her somber demeanor. She addressed him formally, acknowledging his presence. His next question concerned Vlad's whereabouts, to which Dorothea replied that she had taken him with her on an errand. Vlad inquired after Father Andrea, learning he was praying with the pilgrims. Observing the general activity, Rutger offered Vlad a drink, a gesture Vlad declined, citing sword polishing. This rejection followed previous refusals, the peanuts, a helping hand, and now, even a simple drink. Rutger, growing frustrated, directly asked if Joseph had instructed Vlad to behave in such a manner. Only the finest delicacies, reserved for the nobility, graced the table. Joseph, noting the shared enjoyment of this rare treat, mused that despite their contrasting natures, he and his brother Vlad possessed remarkably similar tastes, a testament to their brotherhood. This shared appreciation underscored a deeper connection. Then, with a hint of concern, Vlad suggested Joseph arrange for the repair of his damaged sword upon their return. Joseph, however, questioned the necessity, wondering why a perfectly good hilt needed fixing. The sword, as unpredictable as its wielder, showed signs of dangerous wear. Vlad, examining the blade, declared his need to locate its maker. That maker, he revealed, resided in Skawara. A nearby voice reminded him of his habit of referring to himself as Vlad of Skawara. Vlad of Skawara, radiant and bright, stood revealed, his brilliance surpassed all others. Time passed. Then, a voice, sharp and urgent, commanded, "Now. Understand." Vlad mused, recognizing this as the very matter his brother had so vehemently championed. He felt a surge of confidence, certain of a swift resolution. His thoughts lingered on a familiar truth, a fervent enough desire inevitably attracts attention. A comforting voice assured Vlad of a life well lived, urging him to rest before their imminent departure for Sturma. The words resonated deeply. Vlad acknowledged the wisdom, recognizing the need for sleep before the arduous journey. He silently vowed to repair his damaged sword someday, a commitment born from its significance and a destination it inevitably called him back to. Please provide the text from panel_057.png through panel_063.png. I need this information to craft the requested narrative paragraph. Dorothea, holding aloft a crest, inquired of her servants if it resembled the Heinel family emblem. Receiving confirmation from both, she declared it time to create a new crest for a specified individual. Dismissing the reference book with the remark that she possessed a clear memory of the design, Dorothea initiated the creation of the new heraldic symbol. Vlad, witnessing a scene of implied significance, mused that its very rarity amplified its meaning. He lamented the fading legacy of a cherished tradition, a knightly heritage slipping into obscurity. The modern knights, in his view, were excessively pampered and undeserving. They possessed no claim to the symbol of their order, in his estimation, not even worthy of their own flag. Gemina and Vlad witnessed a herd of wild horses running alongside humans, a truly remarkable sight neither had ever encountered before. Vlad mused on the unexpected harmony, imagining the wild creatures moving in such close proximity to people. Gemina agreed, remarking on the rarity of the spectacle and acknowledging that this might be their only chance to witness such a unique event. They continued to watch, captivated by the display. The fleeting moment left a profound impression on both of them. The weight of their impending separation hung heavy in the air. Gemina declared it time for them to go their separate ways. Vlad acknowledged her words, adding that he, too, had pressing matters to attend to, and that the responsibility of guiding the herd now fell squarely upon her shoulders. Overcome with grief, Gemina's distress was palpable, a testament to the recent loss of her beloved horse. Vlad, approaching gently, attempted to console her, his words initially blunt. He urged her not to dwell on the parting. Gemina, however, recognized the difficulty of openly expressing her sorrow. Vlad then offered a poignant reflection on the nature of existence, describing it as a continuous cycle of separations and reunions, a natural process where the seeds of sorrow, watered by tears of farewell, inevitably blossom into the joy of renewed connections. He acknowledged the deep bond between Gemina and her horse, assuring her of an eventual reunion. The narrative began with a reflection on the nature of connection, asserting that its strength isn't defined by duration. Gemina thoughtfully agreed, adding a hopeful, maybe someday. Vlad, addressing her with the respectful title of Swordmaster, echoed this sentiment, expressing his own desire for a future meeting. A messenger arrived, breathlessly uttering, "Fallen." He confirmed the devastating news. Ravnoma, in the west, had fallen. Lord Joseph, already suspecting Western troubles, was none the less shocked. He questioned the extent of Count Gaithar's influence, wondering if the family's power had truly been underestimated. The messenger explained that Gaitar had united the Western families, their combined might overwhelming even Ravnoma's forces. Lord Joseph puzzled over the royal family's inaction, noting the messenger's inability to ascertain their intentions. He then turned his gaze inward, reflecting on the North's strength and isolation. The sturdy northern walls, while providing freedom from royal interference, also hampered the flow of information from other regions. The miserable end of a noble family, the very guardians of the covenant, was recounted. This was no ordinary decline. The old rules, the ancient traditions, held no sway. They had been shattered by a new power, a seismic shift heralding the fall of Count Ravnoman's lineage as the first tremor of a new age. Vlad, having aided refugees from Count Ravnoma's lands, refugees carrying the old covenant, found himself wrestling with the moral weight of his actions. He questioned his choices, acknowledging the righteousness of saving the pilgrims, yet acutely aware that his assistance inadvertently benefited Lord Rutger. This realization fueled his apprehension. Lord Joseph's displeasure loomed large. The potential for Sir Zaire's brutal retaliation filled him with dread. Finally, he announced his arrival before Lord Joseph. Lord Joseph's gaze fell upon Vlad, his words a sharp observation, "You're back a day early." Vlad's response, a hesitant "Yes, sir," preceded his explanation of an unexpectedly swift return. Joseph, having already heard whispers of the events, inquired about Vlad's well-being. Vlad assured him of his physical safety. Relief etched itself onto Joseph's face as he directed Vlad to prepare for continued training. Vlad outwardly complied, but internally questioned Joseph's calm demeanor. His earlier confidence crumbled as the realization of his impending punishment dawned. He knew he was in trouble. Finally, Joseph uttered a single, chilling word, "Squara." Unfamiliar with the brutal realities of the Squara slums, Vlad found himself unexpectedly questioned by Lord Joseph. The Lord, surprisingly informed about gang dynamics and their violent conclusions, directly linked Vlad's silence to the precariousness of his situation. Confused, Vlad feigned ignorance, prompting Joseph to reveal his knowledge of a certain woman at the convent, whom he referred to as Vlad's girlfriend. Vlad quickly corrected this, calling her merely a friend. Lord Joseph, however, already understood the predicament. Vlad's silence, he explained, stemmed from a desperate need to protect his acquaintances in Squara from harm. Vlad, internally wrestling with the complexities of his recent efforts to aid Lord Joseph, considered one-armed Jack a potential asset. Lord Joseph, acknowledging Vlad's hard work and the influential nature of the miserly Jack, praised Vlad's admirable service. He then declared it time to fulfill his promise of a reward. Vlad, surprised, inquired about the nature of the reward. Lord Joseph presented Vlad with a standard, explaining its historical significance as a symbol of honor, reminiscent of the practices of knights in his grandfather's era. Vlad, harboring a long-held ambition, reflected on his past aspirations and the strategic acquisition of loyal knights. Lord Joseph then addressed him, acknowledging his mastery of the standard, a symbol of his earned place. He declared Vlad worthy of his own, affirming the houses of Heinel and Vaizid stood as guarantors of his merit. Lord Joseph reiterated his earlier pledge, offering the full backing of the Vaizid family. Finally, he bestowed upon Vlad his personal standard, officially recognizing him as the bearer of Lady Alicia's honor and a squire of the Vaizid family, urging him to carry himself with pride as he returned home. Vlad's voice, a plea laced with urgency, echoed through the air, urging Gemina to sever the threads binding her, to break free from her constraints. He implored her to return to him only when she had achieved true liberation. Time passed, a journey unfolded, leading Gemina toward that very freedom. She then observed a simple sword in the possession of an elderly man and a young woman, noting the bridge in the family crest, a Probst family emblem, embroidered with a noblewoman's name. Her gaze shifted, her mind actively piecing together clues. A white gate now held her attention, the unmistakable sign of noble families. Vlad's servant, unseen but clearly dedicated, completed a task. "Your wish is my command, sir," the servant declared, their voice respectful, unquestioning. Vlad remained silent, his composure unwavering, a silent acknowledgement of the perfectly executed duty, solidifying his authority. Marcella offered Buri a small, ornate box, revealing within it the dragon fragment. She declared that this fragment hailed from the most perfect dragon ever known, a creature vanquished by the founding king. Buri responded respectfully, affirming his understanding. Lord Buri offered Marcella a contingent of knights for her protection as she prepared to transport a vital covenant. She pledged her utmost effort to ensure its safe delivery. He then welcomed her and her companions, inviting them to remain as his guests until all preparations were complete. Marcella expressed her gratitude, adding a hopeful plea that their presence wouldn't cause her host undue inconvenience, explaining their lack of other options. Marcella addressed Syl, her unease palpable. The West, she reflected, knew of only one other family possessing the necessary qualifications to safeguard the covenant. This family belonged to Varanov, the iron-fisted warlord who ruled the north. Despite understanding the lack of alternatives, a profound sense of foreboding persisted. An unfinished thought lingered, coupled with the unsettling realization that she couldn't even recall the Covenant's last sighting. Marcella watched Buri go, a thought flitting through her mind: he could have at least rested before embarking. His haste, however, was understandable. He must have been impatient to begin his critical mission. She admitted to herself, "I'm not surprised," and then added, "I would have done the same." The knight's banner, a symbol of his important undertaking, served as a stark reminder. A voice, though unheard, echoed the weight of his duty. An urgent task awaited him. The clamor of two men, Buri and Jorge, erupted, a crude argument over Marcella, each vying for her company with boasts of entitlement. Jorge declared his right to her attention that night, his words laced with crude intent. Buri countered, his claim resting on financial superiority. Jorge's impatience boiled over into a demand for a drink, his tone assertive and demanding. Marcella, observing the spectacle from a distance, inwardly scoffed at their uncouth behavior. An unseen voice, likely her employer, pressed her to attend to customers, painting a stark picture of her debt and the only means of its repayment. Every served customer represented a step towards freedom. Buri's threat hung heavy in the air, a promise to slowly break Marcella's spirit. He sneered, intending to witness the erosion of her arrogance. Unflinching, she retorted that time was on her side. He then predicted her physical decline, a slow decay during her imprisonment. The harsh reality of her confinement was evident, yet her defiance remained unbroken. Buri, frustrated by her stubborn refusal to yield, hurled an insult at the defiant woman. He observed her diminished state, yet marveled at the indomitable spirit that refused to be crushed, even in her lowest hour. Marcella completed her preparations and paused, a weary sigh escaping her as she recalled the arduous journey. The challenging travel behind her, she was then greeted by Buri and others who had been anticipating her arrival, their voices carrying a welcoming chorus: "We've been waiting for you, Marcella." Her response to their enthusiastic greeting was evident, though its precise nature remains lost to time. The auction for Squara's Black Rose honey commenced, Marcella's voice cutting through the eager bidders. She declared that patience would be rewarded, but only with a substantial price. 1 gold coin was swiftly dismissed as insufficient. 2 gold followed, then 3, as the men's competitive spirits flared and escalated the bidding. Another man's frustrated outburst was ignored as the intense competition unfolded. Marcella, observing the frenzy, privately marveled at the honey's unexpected value, a quiet smile playing on her lips as she resolved to fully exploit this lucrative opportunity. A generous offer of 5 gold pieces was extended to Marcella. Relief washed over her as she silently celebrated the sensible proposal. Aloud, she inquired if any other potential buyers were prepared to match the sum. A period of tense anticipation followed, punctuated by an unintelligible murmur, before the auction concluded with the 5 gold offer accepted, leaving Marcella the fortunate recipient. Marcella, extending a generous offer of 100 gold pieces, prompted an audible gasp of surprise from a hidden figure. The transaction completed, disbelief and astonishment followed, as the unseen recipient stammered, "Did you just say 100 gold?" Marcella watched the man. He didn't appear to be someone who took life lightly. His clothing spoke volumes of extravagance, every detail screamed luxury. She recalled a past conversation, questioning a boast of possessing 100 gold coins, though she conceded he could effortlessly afford at least 10. A wave of longing washed over her. Ever since departing this place, the simple tastes of home had been absent. Grilled sausages and black pudding haunted her thoughts, a stark contrast to her current surroundings. Marcella, placing her order, requested Jorge's usual meal, hash browns and white bread, a testament to her enduring connection. The memory surfaced, Jorge securing something of value, a scene followed by Marcella tidying after him. Then Buri's return, his voice echoing, "I'm back, Marcella." Amidst the opulence surrounding Jorge, Marcella quietly mused that his wealth stemmed from something more profound than simple greed. Marcella, seething, confronted Buri, her accusation sharp and direct. His defensive response, though unspoken, fueled her escalating fury. Like that was okay, she demanded, her body language a testament to her simmering rage. A torrent of accusations followed, each word a blow against the fractured foundation of their relationship. She recoiled inwardly, her thoughts echoing the sting of his careless words. He acted as though his hurtful remarks were inconsequential, as though he could speak so thoughtlessly without consequence. Vlad witnessed a peculiar exchange between two strangers. A wave of apprehension washed over him as he questioned their acquaintance. His unease deepened, fueling a conviction that the situation demanded his immediate intervention to prevent further trouble. He resolved to stop whatever was unfolding before it spiraled out of control. Vlad, his expression unreadable, addressed the individual before him. He began, "Before I pay you," his voice low and deliberate, pausing for effect, "there's an account I'd like to settle." Vlad's voice cracked, a sharp "what account?" escaping his lips. Gemina's earlier transgression, evidenced by her disrespectful behavior, fueled his immediate outrage. A wave of fury, or perhaps stunned disbelief, washed over him. He continued, his tone laced with reproof, "Calling our boss by his name like that." The sequence began with a slightly misspelled rendition of Vlad's name, a jarring prelude to the turmoil that followed. His thoughts, a chaotic jumble of illegible scribbles and fragmented names, perhaps IA, Niwas, WYN, Renee, poured forth, reflecting a mind wrestling with intense emotional distress. These frantic markings, a visual testament to his internal struggle, served as a stark representation of unresolved feelings and a desperate, incoherent attempt at self-expression. A shadowy figure, their identity cloaked in mystery, barked an order at Gemina, "Keep your mouth shut and stay right there." The figure's tone shifted, laced with a chilling threat, "If I don't get enough from those fools, you'll be paying the price as well." Gemina, aghast and furious, reacted with a sharp, "What the hell have you done?" Her voice, brimming with righteous anger, demanded answers. "Who are you? Who sent you?" Jorge's final blade, it turned out, was still breathing. A companion, recalling the captive's blonde hair and blue eyes, voiced surprise at his survival, believing him dead. Vlad, calling the captive a fool, retorted that he had no prior knowledge of the man's fate. The companion, however, focused on the immediate reward, a generous sum awaited them if they delivered the captive to their superior. Vlad, though, felt the man was fortunate to be alive, chiding him for returning to such a perilous place. The scene ended with Vlad questioning the captive's reckless decision to reappear. Vlad, a whirlwind of fury, roared a challenge, silencing his unseen opponent with a demand for immediate combat. He recalled a past confrontation, echoing the words, "Just like that day. Come at me like you want blood." Gemina, bewildered by the outburst, questioned the unfolding events, wondering if this was the same youth she once knew. A predatory intensity, the very essence of a bloodthirsty warrior, radiated from Vlad. His patience thinning, he pressed his opponent further, a curt remark hanging in the air, "Well, if you're going to just stand there." Gemina, ablaze with anger, confronted Jorge, her accusations sharp and unwavering. She demanded an explanation for his deceit, her voice raw with hurt and betrayal. Jorge attempted a defense, but Gemina's fury silenced him, escalating with each frustrated word. Tears welled as she poured out her confusion and rage at his treachery. He tried again to justify his actions, offering a partial explanation, but his words failed to quell the storm raging within her. Her intense emotion, a palpable force, left the communication shattered, the argument unresolved. Vlad confronted Gemina, his accusation of betrayal hanging heavy in the air. She defended her actions, claiming survival necessitated her choices. His hurt and disappointment were palpable, he had trusted her, he confessed. Gemina countered, suggesting a lack of understanding on his part. Vlad then unveiled Buri's involvement, challenging her allegiance. Gemina's defiance remained unshaken, hinting at Buri's compelling influence. Vlad's fury grew, the tension escalating visibly. The confrontation concluded with the bitter residue of their unresolved conflict, leaving their animosity palpable. Vlad, surveying his hard-won dominion over Squara's slums, felt a chilling emptiness. His triumph was complete. Jorge, his rival, was vanquished. Yet, atop his throne of ashes, he recognized the bitter truth: his victory was a puppet show, orchestrated by unseen masters. His life, a relentless pursuit of purpose, felt utterly miserable, a predetermined path leading to a bleak and inevitable end, mirroring the fate of his fallen adversary. He cursed the cruel irony of his existence, his destiny a fragile thing, subject to the whims of those above. Then, a sudden shout pierced the air, an emergency, a stark reminder of the chaos he now ruled, but ultimately couldn't truly control. A voice cut through the tension, demanding to know the cause of the commotion. Vlad, startled, frantically searched for the source of the danger, his question echoing the rising panic. His men confirmed the grim reality: they were completely encircled, trapped by soldiers at both front and rear. The shocking revelation that these were Squara guards, their own paid protectors, left Vlad speechless, his unfinished sentence revealing his disbelief and furious uncertainty. One associate, equally perplexed, retorted with a frustrated, indignant outburst. Vlad watched a sizable group, initially wondering if their presence was merely routine patrol. The sheer multitude of them, however, quickly triggered alarm. He recognized their purpose instantly: they were clearly there for a confrontation. A grim acceptance washed over him. This day, he knew, was inevitable. Yet, strangely, a sense of relief accompanied the approaching conflict. The guards announced their readiness, positions secured. Sir Borden inquired about the thoroughness of the perimeter, receiving confirmation that all escape routes were sealed. His response was laced with biting sarcasm. He questioned the competence of his men, implying their failure to prevent one-armed Jack's escape. The gravity of the situation became apparent when the guard revealed the Count himself was informed of the incident. Overwhelmed with remorse, the guard confessed his underestimation of the notorious one-armed Jack's abilities, expressing deep regret for his negligence. Sir Borden questioned one-armed Jack's intimate knowledge of Squara's slums. Jack, however, expressed relief at the impending liberation of the area, directly accusing Lord Joseph of being the source of its suffering. He declared Joseph's amassed power impossible without the mayor's complicity and significant financial gain. Jack then subtly insinuated Joseph's corruption, comparing the recognition of bribery to a connoisseur identifying a fine cut of meat. Finally, he pressed Joseph for the expected arrival time of the Vaizid family's knights, destined to raid the impoverished district. Vlad, it appeared, had attempted to put a plan into motion, but one-armed Jack swiftly intervened. He declared their proposed action impossible, explaining that Lord Joseph's considerable efforts in preparing for this event rendered it unfeasible. Vlad's official introduction unfolded. The events transpired, leaving the precise nature of his debut shrouded in mystery, yet undeniably significant. A series of moments followed, each contributing to a powerful, unspoken narrative, culminating in a final, impactful impression. The details remain elusive, yet their weight is unmistakable. Haunted by a self-imposed vow, one-armed Jack found himself under pressure. The weight of his word, a promise he himself recalled, bore down on him. He explained that Lord Joseph had demanded it. The public nature of the situation was undeniable, with a multitude of witnesses observing. Sir Borden's direct address to him confirmed the expectation of immediate compliance, and Jack conceded with a respectful, "Yes, Sir Borden." A gasp escaped Vlad's lips as a banner, a tradition he believed long extinct, unfolded before him. He wondered aloud about the identity of the young man displaying it, questioning how such a youth could already possess his own. Sir Borden supplied the answer, identifying him as a knight of the Vaizid family, a revelation accompanied by the bold declaration of the young Vaizid knight claiming the land as his own. Count Sigmund, addressing one-armed Jack as a lowlife, delivered a proclamation from Peter Vaizid. The official document accused Jack of cruelly mistreating the people of Squara and openly flouting the law, a situation Vaizid, the rightful ruler, could no longer abide. Vaizid, the proclamation declared, had dispatched a representative, whose authority was sanctioned by both himself and the Holy Church. This representative was ordered to demand immediate access to the slums, requiring Jack and his followers to open the gates without delay. One-armed Jack's response, though unspoken, spoke volumes of defiance or perhaps cautious consideration. God's protection was invoked as Count Sigmund dispatched Vlad on his mission, simultaneously condemning one-armed Jack to death. Vlad received the full backing of the House of Vaizid, urged to show no mercy in his endeavors. However, Sir Borden's grave warnings followed, cautioning Vlad about an unseen enemy, likely anticipating his arrival, and advising him to remain vigilant against attacks from any quarter, emphasizing the drastically unfamiliar nature of the battle ahead. The key to victory, one-armed Jack mused, lay in striking first, in making a bold first impression. Vlad, of the Squara clan and representing the Vaizid family, arrived. He silently observed the surroundings before resolving to leave the past behind and move forward. Then, announcing his identity, he declared his presence, clarifying that his visit served a greater purpose than mere representation. He sought revenge and intended to finally end the protracted conflict. Vlad confronted one-armed Jack, his voice booming as he bellowed the outlaw's name. The sudden appearance of Vlad caught one-armed Jack completely off guard. His surprise was palpable. Swiftly, Vlad overpowered and arrested the notorious criminal. A sharp intake of breath escaped one-armed Jack's lips, then, a challenging glare met the eyes of Count Sigmund. "So you're the representative who's come to take my life, are you?" Sigmund's words hung heavy in the air, the unspoken threat a palpable presence. The air crackled with anticipation, the weight of Squara's most promising assassin bearing down upon them both. Alone in the oppressive darkness, Vlad was startled by an unsettling sound. A vague shape materialized before him, its indistinct features causing unease to blossom into outright fear. The form shifted, resolving slightly to reveal something monstrous and alien. A chilling sensation of being watched washed over him, intensifying his anxiety. Then, as quickly as it appeared, the horrifying presence vanished, leaving Vlad trembling, alone once more in the silence, deeply shaken by what he had witnessed. Vlad, the focal character, found himself the center of attention as a group of onlookers gaped in disbelief, their hushed awe barely concealing their astonishment. One among them urged immediate action, calling for a swift encirclement and assault. However, uncertainty gripped Vlad's adversaries, they faltered, their attack delayed. Finally, growing impatient, another pressed for an immediate engagement, his words spurring them towards the confrontation. Vlad, assessing the formidable swordsman before him, acknowledged the man's exceptional skill. He resolved against a premature attack, fearing swift and certain death. Instead, he chose a patient strategy, opting to let others make the first move. His decision, born of clear-headed pragmatism, required little further deliberation. The swordsman, meanwhile, issued a chilling declaration of impending violence, his menacing aura palpable. Another, clearly overwhelmed, voiced the collective apprehension. A desperate cry erupted, demanding the deployment of a chainmail net to ensnare Vlad. The attempt proved futile. Then, a cacophony of voices urged a relentless assault, each shout a testament to his baffling speed. He remained elusive, dodging their efforts with frustrating ease. Finally, his location was pinpointed, behind a stone column, prompting a renewed, forceful attempt to dislodge him. However, their efforts were thwarted by his advantageous position, leaving them shouting in frustration over their inability to reach him. Vlad, desperate, bellowed a command to block the stairs, the only escape route. He then urgently directed others above to hurl their weapons at their pursuer the instant he leaped. The young warrior privately acknowledged the inherent danger of a direct assault, the strain of his powers becoming a significant concern. A taunting voice challenged him to a fight, but Vlad silently recognized his dwindling aura, a crucial realization that informed his strategy. Gemina had always found the curtains oppressively heavy, a fact previously noted. Then, a jarring shift occurred. Vlad's vision became distorted, a chaotic jumble of nonsensical symbols reflecting his confused state. His perception of reality fractured, his own words, the world, 7. A testament to the discombobulation that engulfed him. The unsettling disorientation persisted, leaving him adrift in a surreal and unsettling landscape. Vlad witnessed a man soaring into the air, a startling sight that prompted him to urgently summon the men on the first floor for assistance. His plea for help, however, was met with a response so inadequate it drew a sharp rebuke. Vlad's frustration boiled over into a furious outburst directed at their apparent incompetence. Subsequent events remained unclear, leaving the immediate aftermath shrouded in mystery. Vlad found himself in dire straits, a consequence of events that had transpired moments before. A sharp pang of regret pierced him. He mused that Sir Zaire's wooden sword, a weapon far more effective than his current tools, would have served him considerably better in this perilous moment. Amidst a cacophony of fragmented words and desperate cries, a desperate struggle unfolded. A small rodent scurried through the grim surroundings, highlighting the dilapidated nature of the location. A voice roared a command to continue firing, vowing to barricade the stairs against the relentless advance of their pursuers. Vlad and his companions fought fiercely, their actions obscured by the swirling chaos of gunfire. A pained sound cut through the din, evidence of the brutal conflict and its toll. A muffled question hung in the air, hinting at an unseen observer. Vlad reacted with a startled, frustrated exclamation, his annoyance palpable. He sighed, the weight of the intrusion heavy upon him. Addressing the invisible presence, he delivered a sharp rebuke, pointing out the unnecessary aggravation caused. Finally, he issued a firm warning, promising to personally confront the lingering individual should this unwelcome observation persist. Vlad, his tone sharp, demanded a resolution regarding the overdue rent. He presented the tenant with a stark choice: either the tenant would come to him, or Vlad would go to the tenant. The tenant's refusal, a simple no, only escalated the tension. Vlad's warning followed, a firm declaration that the unpaid debt must be settled immediately. The situation then devolved into a furious confrontation, a storm of angry words culminating in a chaotic struggle, the tenant's aggressive actions initiating the escalating conflict. The Smiling Rose was clearly identified as the location. This was made evident by a prominent caption. Harvin's mind raced, a whirlwind of anxieties. He couldn't comprehend One-Armed Jack's increasingly reckless actions. Even the most foolish street thugs wouldn't be so brazen in their thievery. The change in Jack since Jorge's death was drastic. While always harsh with debtors, he'd never before driven them to such desperation. Harvin knew the consequences. Continued recklessness meant certain doom. The slum's economy would crumble within months. A heavy sigh escaped him as he contemplated how to break the news. Their contraband losses, exceeding half their supply this week, needed addressing. Then, Vlad's announcement shattered his troubled reverie. The slums were sealed off. Vlad, bewildered, demanded clarification regarding the slum's sudden lockdown. The news that Sturma was targeting One-Armed Jack swiftly followed, the explanation revealing Squara's guards had completely encircled the area. A grim premonition washed over Vlad. He'd anticipated this, acknowledging Jack's repeated transgressions. However, the potential consequences weighed heavily on him. The absence of both Jorge and Jack threatened to ignite another brutal power struggle within the slums. A question about his closeness to Jack startled him, prompting a query as to the sudden relevance. The response, though indirect, pointed towards a significant detail. The Sturma executioner, it was rumored, possessed blonde hair. Harvin, with a dismissive "Oh, is that all?" countered the initial identification, pointing out the prevalence of blonde hair. He continued, however, emphasizing that this was not the entirety of the matter. The man revealed himself as Vlad of Squara, a claim confirmed by the planting of his banner before the Smiling Rose only moments prior. An onlooker questioned the certainty of this information, but Harvin stood firm, his statement underscored by the weight of numerous prior rumors surrounding this Vlad. The implication of an old Vlad's honor duel hung heavy in the air as Harvin repeated the name, Vlad of Squara, solidifying the gravity of the arrival. Vlad pondered the implications, a grim realization dawning: the whispers, the persistent chatter, the speculation, they were likely correct. Vlad fought with a ferocious intensity, a whirlwind of motion. He battled like a man consumed by his purpose, his talent undeniable, his relentless effort terrifying. More than skill and tireless training, however, was his unyielding resolve, and iron will fueled his every strike. This young man. Harvin's taunts echoed, a cruel reminder of Vlad's missing teeth, a consequence of his actions. Yet, even the jibes about his ruined mouth couldn't entirely diminish the satisfaction welling within him. A wistful thought crossed Vlad's mind, a desire for flawless execution of that fateful massacre. Then, agreement. "You're right," he declared, a quiet affirmation of a job well done. Vlad, resolute in his decision, internally declared the conflict's end. A fierce sound, a guttural cry perhaps, escaped his lips, away before he uttered the enigmatic phrase, "Gizbz3, a declaration of his intent to finally settle the matter. Harvin, spotting Vlad, greeted him with a sly smile, calling him a rising star. Approaching the young man, Harvin offered him a drink, the exact nature of which remained obscured, his words trailing off mid-sentence. Harvin, gazing upon Vlad of Skawara, muttered a low assessment. The thought lingered that securing Vlad's service, even through coercion, had been a missed chance. Yet, a moment's reflection revealed a different perspective. Perhaps employing such a man would have proven disastrous. Harvin concluded that Vlad might well have already ended his life. A low chuckle escaped Vlad's lips, a hee. He reflected privately, relieved at least to be dealing with a familiar face, though he delayed this unavoidable confrontation for far too long. Yet, Vlad declared his nature as one who preferred decisive actions. He felt stifled, his spirit awestruck, yet constricted by his surroundings. Finally, he proclaimed that his current world was no longer large enough to encompass him. Harvin's warning, "Brace yourself," echoed across the space as Vlad, a mixture of anticipation and grudging admiration etched onto his features, retorted with a defiant, "Do your worst, kid." A flicker of internal reflection crossed his face, a partially obscured thought revealing a grudging respect for his young opponent, despite their past enmity. Vlad confronted Harvin, his expression grim. He leveled an accusation of betrayal, the weight of the words hanging heavy in the air. Harvin looked down, guilt etched onto his features. Vlad then laid bare the devastating consequences of Harvin's actions, detailing how his treachery resulted in the deaths of Jorge and one-armed Jack. Harvin attempted a desperate, incoherent defense, a flurry of panicked words that failed to mask the truth. Under Vlad's relentless pressure, however, Harvin finally crumbled, his body language betraying his guilt as he confessed. Vlad's fury was palpable, a storm brewing in his eyes. Vlad witnessed a scene, then another, and finally a third, each unfolding within the labyrinthine heart of the slums. From these observations, a thought solidified within him. The type of respect found in such a place was unique, a breed apart from anything he knew before. Vlad confronted Jorge, his unexpected appearance eliciting a surprised and slightly fearful reaction. "What a surprise!" Vlad exclaimed, his voice sharp. "You've sure changed from the rising star who once trained with a wooden sword." The implication hung heavy in the air. Vlad understood how Jorge had achieved his meteoric rise, a climb facilitated by forbidden, unethical methods. To maintain his position, Jorge had seemingly sacrificed his integrity, a betrayal of the principles they once shared. A cryptic message, partially veiled at first, arrived for Vlad. The visible portion proclaimed him worthy of shining, a fragment hinting at a significant honor. As more of the message came into view, the title Swordmaster appeared, solidifying the implication. Finally, the full text materialized, formally declaring Vlad worthy to receive the shining sword, a declaration of his exceptional capabilities. Vlad erupted in triumphant laughter, declaring that Jorge himself would have found the current state of affairs most pleasing. He then turned his fury upon Marcella, silencing her with a sharp command. His rage poured forth as he condemned her, pronouncing her unforgivable for her part in Jorge's death and the ruin of the Smiling Rose. Vlad confronted Jorge, his accusation a furious condemnation of the fool's betrayal. Marcella had been sold. Jorge's response was a burst of manic laughter, a declaration of unbridled joy at his own success. He envisioned a lavish celebration, a drunken feast throughout the slums. Despite this boisterous revelry, he offered a prediction of Vlad's future rise, a prophecy laced with chilling undertones. Vlad, however, cut short Jorge's pronouncements with a sharp command to silence. Alone, Vlad sat, a visible weight of distress settling upon him. His gaze fell upon his hands, clenched and unclenched in a silent, agonizing rhythm. Worry and agitation etched themselves deeply onto his features, a stark reflection of the tempest within. A chaotic swirl of thoughts and feelings manifested, mirroring the turmoil consuming him. The steady drip of water underscored his despair, a mournful counterpoint to his silent suffering. His head fell into his hands, his anguish deepening. Finally, a torrent of overwhelming emotion erupted, a chaotic jumble of words signifying his descent into near collapse. Vlad, facing his imminent demise at Jorge's hand, mused on the irony of his fate. He preferred the chaotic energy of a rising generation's relentless ambition to the crushing weight of Jorge's established power. Jorge, after a brief, silent moment, offered a curt inquiry regarding any final words. The executioner then acknowledged Vlad's valiant struggle with a grudging compliment, adding a callous, yet strangely ambivalent, farewell wish. The scene concluded with Vlad's death, leaving only silence in its wake. The bleak surroundings mirrored the desolation in Vlad's heart. His weary posture spoke volumes of a life burdened by hardship, a life lived to the fullest, however misguided. He uttered a single, exhausted word, enough. Then, a confession, laced with quiet dignity, I've lived a miserable life, but at least I tried my hardest. The bitter truth followed, a lament whispered into the void, even if it ended up being destroyed by the very bright world I sought to join. His final expression, one of quiet acceptance, sealed his fate. Marcella waved a farewell, her expression one of heartfelt gratitude as she exclaimed her thanks for the shared joys. Then, she turned and left. Alone, Vlad sat consumed by sorrow, a faded photograph clutched tightly in his hand, a painful memory etched within its worn surface. The weight of a brutal past, a harrowing event seared into his memory, pressed down on him, its echoes reverberating in the depths of his being. A sense of injustice, of profound suffering, lingered, yet, a resolute expression slowly spread across his face, his posture stiffening with newfound determination. He straightened, making a conscious choice to rise above his torment. The final impression of Vlad is one of strengthened resolve, a man determined to leave his painful past behind. Driven by his ambition and spurred on by his boss's boisterous encouragement from below, you're going to climb even higher than me, kid. Vlad scaled the formidable structure with unwavering determination. His powerful ascent culminated in a triumphant arrival at the summit. Looking down, he declared, "This is for you, boss," his victory evident in his commanding posture atop the heights. The tale began with a declaration, "A knight accepts only fair recompense for his deeds." The setting was established as a transient haven for travelers, a temporary gathering place where strangers crossed paths. A subtle, yet significant detail emerged, a drop of stagnant, foul water expelled into the world, a silent testament to a minor injustice witnessed. A subtle shift occurred in Vlad's life, a barely noticeable alteration in the fabric of his days, the result of some unseen event. A heavy silence hung in the air as Vlad entered, the stillness unnerving. His gaze swept across the devastation, bewilderment etched onto his face as he muttered, "What in the world happened here?" The scene's impact was clearly profound, leaving him shocked and utterly perplexed. The unanswered questions lingered, the events remaining shrouded in mystery. Gemina watched, utterly stunned, as Vlad's triumph unfolded. The sheer scale of his victory was incomprehensible. She questioned if he truly had single-handedly overcome 50 opponents. Disbelief gave way to awe as she acknowledged the vast chasm in skill separating them. His prowess was beyond comprehension, an unfathomable level of power that filled her with a chilling sense of dread. He was, quite simply, terrifying. Vlad stood, oblivious, then a voice, sharp and urgent, pierced the stillness, "Vlad. Over here." His face tightened, his body instantly responding, A purposeful movement towards the unseen speaker showed his immediate obedience to the summons. Vlad, unexpectedly, found himself before Gemina and a guard, likely Sir Borden. Their expressions confirmed instant recognition. A sharp command, "Let him through," cut through the air from Gemina, met with an immediate nod of acquiescence. Vlad proceeded onward. Later, however, he was found considerably upset. Gemina, seeing his distress, anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Gemina, recognizing him, exclaimed that it was truly Vlad. He appeared weakened, his body aching. Upon Gemina's questioning of his condition, Vlad conveyed a profound sense of relief, stating he felt he had finally returned home. The inscription "The Stellar Swordmaster" offered a cryptic hint at the ordeal he had recently overcome. Vlad tossed and turned, a lifetime of slum dwelling refusing to yield to the unfamiliar comfort of a soft bed. He mused on the unaccustomed softness, questioning whether his discomfort stemmed from years spent waking on unforgiving surfaces. A gentle voice suggested further rest, but Vlad groaned, his body aching from the strange new experience. He explained his agony, his every muscle protesting against the unfamiliar ease. A question arose about an object in his hands, a washbasin, he explained, intended as a thoughtful offering. A final comment hinted at the contrast between his current state and his past, revealing the extent to which his life had fundamentally changed. Vlad, his voice sharp with disbelief, demanded clarification. He insisted his ambition was nothing new, a lifelong trait. A glimpse of old Skawara acquaintances spurred him into action. He knew his opportunity was fleeting. He vehemently declared his refusal to remain a mere stable boy for the Vaizid family. Anticipating doubt, he inwardly steeled himself. The superior officer, however, offered reassurance, promising advancement for diligent service. Vlad, eager for confirmation, nervously sought a pledge. The superior's response was a challenge, a stark choice between trust and departure. Vlad, swiftly recovering, vehemently professed his faith in the officer's word. Awakening, Vlad received word from Gemina that Sir Borden desired an audience. This was fortuitous, as Vlad himself had hoped to speak with the knight. Gemina, however, expressed concern over Vlad's prodigious appetite, warning of potential health consequences. Vlad, unconcerned, acknowledged the likelihood of an untimely demise, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of his current responsibilities. The endless paperwork mirrored the pervasive influence of one-armed Jack, whose lifelong presence in the slums had left an indelible mark, far exceeding Vlad's initial estimations. The lingering effects of his actions would require considerable time to fully eradicate. Vlad was then informed that he was to remain on standby until Lord Joseph's arrival. He subsequently sought assistance from another, humbly admitting his unfamiliarity with administrative tasks. Finally, he formally requested authorization to act as a representative of the head of the guards. Lord Joseph, outlining his plan to revitalize the slums by replacing rampant weeds with cultivated plants, proposed Vlad as the ideal candidate for the undertaking, citing his intimate knowledge of the area. He granted Vlad time to rest and reconnect with old friends before commencing work, even suggesting Vlad retrieve his girlfriend. Vlad corrected the misunderstanding, explaining that Gemina was simply a friend. Joseph, however, added a final, undisclosed point to their conversation. Sir Borden confirmed the imprisonment of one-armed Jack's henchman, a fact Vlad readily verified. Vlad then requested, and subsequently explained his need to visit these prisoners, stating a specific individual he sought. His determination was clear: he would exhaust every avenue, even scouring the slums if required, to locate his target. Deep within the prison's bowels, the final remnants of Jack's forces languished in the furthest, darkest cells. Their confinement, a stark reality, foreshadowed the potential for future clashes or, perhaps, a decisive end to their rebellion. Hidden in the shadows, Ling sat unnoticed until a voice, rough yet familiar, cut through the stillness. "Ah, there you are, Ling," it boomed, the speaker's presence revealed only by their words, their observation sharp enough to pierce the darkness. "I almost didn't see you sitting there." A gruff voice barked, demanding 40 silver pieces for the release of a prisoner. The voice promised freedom in exchange for the payment. Gemina accepted the money. Her thoughts then turned to the boy she'd met earlier. This was him, she realized, a boy whose spirit remained unbroken. Gemina gasped, her breath catching as she announced the arrival of a newcomer. Her eyes, wide with astonishment, lingered on the man's striking features, blonde hair and brilliant blue eyes. He must be the Vaizid family's squire, she breathed, awestruck. Chatty, equally intrigued, questioned the possibility of a knight's arrival, prompting Gemina to speculate that the squire may have already received a knighthood. The rumors surrounding him, she confirmed, were indeed exceptional. The unusual behavior of the Mother Superior, Gemina realized, stemmed from the arrival of a squire. His personal welcome by the Mother Superior herself, and the presence of every notable figure in the region trailing behind him, could only mean one thing: they were all investing heavily in the expedition, hoping to forge a connection with the Vaizid family. This explained the Mother Superior's recent, extravagant wine purchases. The supervisor, Gemina, exploded, berating her subordinates for their idleness. Their work was far from complete, and a crucial guest was imminent, arriving for a worship ceremony. One subordinate confirmed their understanding of the urgency, promising swift action. Another anxiously noted the ceremony's impending start. Gemina, witnessing the insufficient progress, rebuked them for past delays and resultant reprimand. With sharp instruction, she commanded them to quickly finish washing the dishes before joining the ceremony, forbidding them to leave until the task was finished. Gemina urged, "Come on, let's go." Her excitement palpable, she declared her intention to secure a front-row position. A voice then announced the arrival of a very special guest, a distinguished individual from the Vaizid family, whose character had been personally vouched for by Father Andrea. Vlad, eyes narrowed, declared his frustration at the nun's absence. He explained, summoned every last one of them. With a sigh, he uttered a prayer, the weight of expectation heavy in the air as a lengthy silence followed, amplifying his mounting impatience. Vlad surveyed the surroundings, his gaze settling on a crucial detail. He understood then, the sacred rite continued. A wave of gratitude washed over him, a heartfelt thank goodness, escaping his lips. The ceremony's prolongation bought him valuable time. He remained watchful, his attention fixed on the unfolding events. Vlad witnessed a person reduced to skin and bone, their suffering evident. He then confronted Gemina, demanding to know if she had been providing sustenance. Gemina offered no satisfactory explanation, her words evasive and unconvincing. Fueled by righteous anger, Vlad vowed retribution against those responsible for this cruelty. The weight of a shattering revelation settled heavily upon Vlad. His initial reaction was one of stark disbelief, a silent denial etched across his features. He voiced his incredulity, a raw, desperate whisper of protest escaping his lips. "No, it can't be." The sentiment repeated itself, stronger this time, a refusal to accept the impossible truth. "There's no way," he insisted, his resolve visibly fracturing under the pressure of the undeniable reality that unfolded before him. The unfolding truth continued its relentless assault, leaving him grappling with its implications. Gemina, upon seeing Vlad, noted his disheveled state. She sharply exclaimed about his appearance, calling him a mess. Lowering her voice, she inquired if he was being deprived of food and proper laundry facilities. Agitated, Vlad approached Gemina, his sharp shout of "Hey!" cutting through the air in an attempt to pierce her silence. His frustration mounted as he repeated himself, "Did you hear me?" his voice rising with each syllable. He pressed for an answer, demanding, "Answer me," but Gemina remained stubbornly unresponsive, ignoring his increasingly forceful pleas, their strained relationship laid bare in the tense standoff. Ignoring all protocol, Vlad swept Gemina from a precarious situation, his voice a forceful declaration, "We're leaving this place immediately." He then offered a simple, yet profound invitation, "Let's go home, Gemina." Her reply, a quiet echo of his words, sealed their unspoken bond, "Let's go home." For this girl, devoid of a true home, Vlad and Gemina found solace and stability in one another, becoming both home and family. Vlad's eyes kept drifting towards Gemina. She finally demanded an explanation, her voice sharp with suspicion. "Why do you keep glancing at me like that?" Vlad, taken aback, countered with a questioning, "What do you mean?" Gemina, unwavering, declared, "Because you've changed so much." 6 months had passed since their last meeting, and Gemina confronted Vlad, demanding to know the reason for his unusual behavior. His reaction was palpable, a clear display of awkwardness or discomfort. The surrounding area, elegant in its presentation, provided a backdrop to their tense exchange. Gemina, however, noticed something else entirely: Vlad's noble bearing, his appearance strikingly fitting for someone of high social standing. Their encounter concluded, leaving a lingering impression of unspoken tension. Lost in a fog of confusion, Gemina received a caramel from Gideon, who offered it with the suggestion that it would improve her mood. She accepted, claiming to have obtained it from a knight she knew. Gideon, however, voiced his doubts, implying she might have taken the sweet treat dishonestly. Gemina, in response, offered a dismissive thought. Gemina wept, exclaiming, "Oh, God! Why are you crying now?" Her anguish was palpable as she accused, "You took so long to come and get me." A moment passed, heavy with unspoken emotion. Then Gideon spoke, offering a consoling, though enigmatic, perspective. "No matter where someone is born in the world, everyone deserves to have their own inner light." He paused, adding a note of caution, "However, igniting that light and sharing it with the world is a completely different challenge." Vlad, watching the dying embers in his hearth, likened their fading glow to his own dwindling business. Idleness consumed him, prompting the decision to close shop early. Even the usual street toughs had abandoned their haunts. His thoughts drifted to a child he'd once aided, a boy who had filled him with pride yet also with a deep sense of pity. A profound worry settled over him. He desperately hoped the child had survived the harsh winter. Gemina, upon discovering Gideon's imminent shop closure, demanded to know why he was leaving so abruptly. Gideon curtly confirmed his departure, suggesting she return another day. However, Gemina insisted her pressing schedule wouldn't allow it, explaining she needed his services immediately. Gideon scoffed at the idea of a slum dweller being so busy, but Gemina countered by showing him her long-neglected sword, claiming only he possessed the skill to repair it properly after consulting others without success. Gemina, offering assistance, invited Vlad inside. Once seated, she noticed his numerous battle scars, remarking on his evident swordsmanship. Vlad, in turn, detailed their origins, one a memento from an honorable duel in Dermar, another, a testament to his bravery as bait during a recent deathworm hunt, where he used his sword to unearth the creature. Gemina, surveying the full collection, recognized the marks of a brutal punitive expedition, the honor duel, and even a hunt involving the remnants of a fallen dragon. Vlad swelled with pride, thinking of his son's remarkable achievements, a stark contrast to his own impoverished past. The memory of his son's success filled his mind. Then, Gemina's sharp voice cut through his reverie, her question a stark accusation. "You accepted one-armed Jack's debt, concerning the smiling rose, and now you run it?" Vlad, considering the arrangement, deemed it a fair exchange. Gemina inquired about his new role, prompting Vlad to clarify that he'd immediately transferred ownership to Marcella. When asked about his future plans and a potential return to Sturma, Vlad confirmed he would remain for a time, currently on assignment. Gemina observed the positive change in his circumstances, noting his employment with a noble family. Vlad then revealed the nature of his current task, investigating the hidden assets, or rather, the pilfered goods yet to be discovered, of the miserly one-armed Jack, a notorious hider of valuables. Gemina offered assistance, a proposition Vlad readily accepted. He then mused that Marcella was searching for missing prostitutes, prompting a question about their presumed sale. Vlad countered that they remained in the vicinity. He internally connected the missing women to a financial transaction, solidifying his suspicion with the mention of Anna, one of the missing. He noted the unusual disappearance of several others, dismissing any possibility of a spontaneous vanishing. Unusual occurrences during One-Armed Jack's reign as slum boss were recounted. Gemina, despite acknowledging the diminished power of the gang, offered her assistance to Vlad in his investigation. Following her inquiries, she reported discovering a suspicious location, just as Vlad had anticipated. He simply instructed her to proceed. Before departing, Gemina promised to relay any further discoveries. The exhaustion etched on Vlad's face revealed the relentless pressure of his recent return. Gemina approached the butcher's stall. Her inquiry about Vlad and Gideon met with an immediate and hostile outburst. The butcher, enraged by her seemingly innocuous question, barked about the inappropriateness of seeking individuals within his establishment. Undeterred, Gemina attempted a gentler approach, only to be met with further disdain and a curt dismissal of her presence. Frustrated by his unreasonable hostility, she declared her pressing schedule and abruptly departed the shop. Gemina casually inquired about the butcher shop's history, noting a change in its operation within the last 6 months. The butcher, defensively, attributed his tenancy to Black Bear, one of the 5 slum bosses. Gemina internally recognized Black Bear and dismissed the butcher's attempt at intimidation. She then calmly announced her intention to speak with Black Bear directly. Finally, she pointedly questioned the butcher's unusual ability to recognize names written on paper, highlighting the common anger such an action usually provokes among slum residents. The air crackled with tension as an unfamiliar voice remarked on Vlad's literacy, implying his outsider status. A follow-up question hinted at Vlad's foreign origins. Vlad, however, cut through their insinuations, clarifying that his concern wasn't the gruesome trade in human flesh, but rather a simpler, though no less disturbing, question about the trafficking of people. A silent exchange of fierce looks followed, before Vlad's voice cut sharply through the stillness, demanding to know the identities and origins of these individuals. Vlad, perfecting his slum-dweller imitation, remarked, "Ah, that's better. Now you're sounding more like someone from the slums." A pained groan followed, succeeded by numbers 58 and 048, likely signaling the establishment's immediate closure. Soon after, the declaration rang out, "This place is closed for business for the rest of the day." One-Armed Jack, observing increased outsider presence in Skawara, lamented the overwhelming influx of strangers, admitting defeat in his attempts to maintain order. Lord Joseph inquired about the severity of the situation, prompting Jack to reveal the confirmation of human trafficking within the area. Joseph expressed confidence that higher authorities would uncover further details. He then shared a piece of news regarding Anna's disappearance, reporting that children witnessed her boarding an unfamiliar carriage a month prior. Jack offered his approval, then presented Joseph with a gift, a lamb kebab, eliciting an enthusiastic response. One-Armed Jack watched as a group of expectant mothers boarded a carriage, a subtle unease settling over him. Lord Joseph, noticing his apprehension, inquired about the source of his concern. Jack simply stated the obvious, the women's condition. Pressed further, he urged Joseph to heed his instincts, emphasizing the reliability of intuition. A silent prayer followed, a hope whispered in the recesses of his mind that his growing suspicion proved unfounded. Lord Joseph, privately bracing for difficult news, found himself addressing his tirelessly dedicated subordinate, Sir Borden. The subordinate, eager to report, inquired about suspicious activity. Joseph confirmed this, then expressed his concern over Borden's relentless work ethic, noting that he himself had just completed a monumental task. He pleaded with Borden to take some time off, suggesting a delay in the investigation, but the subordinate insisted the urgency of the One-Armed Jack case precluded any respite. On his day off, One-Armed Jack considered the urgency of the situation, questioning whether it truly warranted his immediate attention. He suggested escalating the matter to the mayor if it exceeded the current authority's scope, clarifying that his objection wasn't about the problem itself, but rather his strong desire to enjoy his well-deserved rest. He lamented the lack of free time in his schedule, exasperated by the unexpected early arrival of someone who wasn't due for another couple of days. Lord Joseph arrived in Skawara to a welcoming greeting from the mayor, who expressed great honor at his presence. Inquiring about the town's well-being, Joseph received assurances that all was well and that he must be weary from his travels. However, upon observing the town, Joseph noted a clear disparity between the mayor's words and the reality of the situation. The state of affairs was far from orderly. The mayor of Skawara extended an invitation, urging One-Armed Jack to enter his office. However, Jack, displaying his distrust, insisted on a thorough search of the room before proceeding. The mayor reacted with indignation, questioning the implication that he, the mayor, would harbor anything that could endanger Lord Joseph. Jack, unmoved, firmly declared his prerogative to determine the necessity of the search. Though clearly offended, the mayor, ultimately, conceded, assuring Jack of his innocence while granting permission for the examination of his office. One-Armed Jack, expressing gratitude to Lord Joseph, then hesitantly broached a request for official assistance. He deemed it prudent, however, to seek help from the mayor of Skawara instead, acknowledging the limitations of his noble title. His inner voice confirmed his judgment. He'd cleverly weighed the situation before acting. Lord Joseph, understanding this wise choice, approved, adding that the path ahead was clear. Lord Joseph, upon entering, complimented the mayor's office, noting both the impressive size and the attractive view of Skawara. However, this initial courtesy quickly dissolved as he declared the mayor's chair utterly gaudy and in need of immediate replacement. The mayor, taken aback, questioned this unexpected directive, prompting a further, though unfortunately undocumented, exchange that ultimately solidified Lord Joseph's authority over the situation. One-Armed Jack arrived in Skawara's slums, the new mayor addressing him with a curt, "Now, tell me what's on your mind." Jack reacted with a grimace, the stench overwhelming even his jaded senses. He noted the age of the twisting, narrow alleyways, their gloom deepened by the pervasive odor of decay, adding to the unsettling atmosphere of the place. Lord Joseph, surveying the inhabitants of the squalid district, observed their grim faces, their lives teetering perpetually on the precipice of oblivion. He pondered One-Armed Jack's avoidance of this festering blight, a stark contrast to the pig butcher's likely presence. The conclusion was inescapable. This grim, unforgiving place, a breeding ground for despair and death, was precisely where one would expect to find such a depraved individual. From the moment he arrived, Vlad felt the weight of hostile gazes upon him, a palpable tension in the air. He recognized the silent challenge, a battle of wills waged without words. The blatant disrespect gnawed at him. He knew he shouldn't endure such treatment. Yet, the memory of his past life, where such confrontations were commonplace, surfaced in his mind. The reflection was abruptly interrupted, however, by a desperate thought. The weight of many others' reputations rested heavily on his shoulders. The aftermath of the brutal attack lay before Vlad, a stark testament to the recklessness of his enemies. His gaze swept across the devastation, fueling a burning resolve within him. He would not stand idly by. The thought of letting those responsible escape justice was unacceptable. A plan formed in his mind, and he moved with purpose, gathering what he needed. Vlad then departed, his steps firm, his intent clear. The ensuing confrontation was swift, the beginning of a relentless pursuit. Finally, his actions concluded, leaving Vlad utterly committed to seeing his vengeance through to the end, a grim determination etched upon his face. Vlad, seething with rage, demanded, "What are you waiting for? Aren't you coming?" His voice rose, sharp and accusatory as he barked, "If you're not coming inside, then leave." A chilling threat followed, "If you close that door right now." He paused, the unspoken violence hanging heavy in the air before concluding with a final, ominous warning, "I'm not responsible for what happens to you." Vlad, announcing himself as Vlad of Skawara, before an assembly of witnesses, formally exercised his authority. He commanded the delivery of a challenge to Black Bear, demanding his presence to face the rightful representative of the House of Vaizid. Vlad alluded to circulating rumors and the dire consequences, well known to all, of Black Bear's refusal to comply, should Vlad's banner be planted. The warning was explicit, the message clear. Vlad, extending a final act of kindness, reflected on the disgraced former mayor, Gregory. The visual record of Gregory's arrest and fall from grace played out in his mind. A pang of pity resonated within him, though he quickly dismissed it, reminding himself that Gregory's predicament was a direct result of his own actions, his self-inflicted consequence. The numerous scandals unearthed during the former mayor's tenure had finally caught up with him. Gregory would face the harsh justice of Sturma. A superior, reflecting on a past incident involving Vlad's mission, admitted some regret over its harshness. He then inquired about Black Bear's response, receiving Vlad's report of complete cooperation. The superior expressed surprise at the ease of the interaction, suggesting that shared origins in the slums might have facilitated it, acknowledging Black Bear's position as a gang leader nonetheless. The superior then praised Vlad for a splendid mission completion, recognizing the complexity of the assignment. Finally, the superior revealed their intention to mold Vlad into a well-rounded knight, viewing this success as evidence of their training plan's effectiveness. An unseen voice offered approval, acknowledging the accomplished task. Then, a gathering of Vlad's loyalists filled the view. 1 mage, 10 administrators, and 30 elite guards stood firm, their allegiance symbolized by a crest proudly displayed. Vlad himself contemplated this assembly, his thoughts resonating with the weight of their unwavering commitment. This is the company of people who have chosen to share in my fate, he reflected. Vlad accepted the leadership of Skawara, understanding the profound implications of his decision. He declared that the success of the Vaizid family was inextricably linked to his own, acknowledging the potential for catastrophic failure. His unwavering commitment to Skawara's proper governance would consume most of his energy, though he intended to address other matters as well. He recognized their unpreparedness for the lurking dangers within Skawara, but also acknowledged that perfect preparation was an impossibility. Internally, he reflected on his past struggles for survival, recognizing this as his last opportunity to triumph. Finally, he expressed his gratitude for the weighty responsibility entrusted to him. Within the Baron Utman estate in Mozayam, Vlad outlined his strategy. He recounted Gregory's long-standing neutrality within his family, a history of avoiding internal conflicts, acknowledging that this neutrality prevented him from claiming Gregory's unwavering allegiance. Yet, this very impartiality, Vlad declared, made Gregory the ideal candidate for the operation, a mission demanding utmost stealth and meticulous observation. To complement this, Vlad proposed the inclusion of Sir Cade, whose unparalleled tracking skills were indispensable to the success of their endeavor. Finally, Vlad addressed Gregory directly, placing his confidence squarely on the young man's shoulders, his success now integral to the mission's outcome. Lost in thought, Vlad reviewed the details, a grim expression etching itself onto his face. He weighed the terrible cost of inaction, the potential for irrevocable loss should he do nothing. A shadow of self-doubt crept across his features as he questioned the practicality of his chosen course. "Are you absolutely certain that would save him?" he demanded, the words hanging unspoken in the air, a silent plea for reassurance or a harsh self-rebuke. The internal struggle continued, visible in the taut lines around his eyes and the grim set of his jaw, as he wrestled with the uncertainty of success and the catastrophic weight of failure. Vlad's curt assent preceded the Baron's desperate plea. He would pay any price to safeguard his son's life. The Black Bear, a figure of chilling assurance, offered a promise of swiftly ending the Baron's torment. A weighty silence hung in the air before the enigmatic creature revealed the hidden corners of the world, places beyond even divine observation, explaining this as the very foundation of its existence. The harsh weather descended, a relentless assault of wind and rain. "We couldn't have asked for worse weather," her companion grumbled. Gemina sighed, her disappointment evident. "It's a shame, we're so close to our destination," she replied, a hint of frustration in her voice. Her companion offered a philosophical observation. "Life never quite goes the way you expect it to, does it?" A small, defiant thought flickered in Gemina's mind. A little alcohol would help fight the cold. Determined, she set off to gather kindling, despite the damp branches. Still, she resolved, it was worth a try. Vlad declared Gemina's resemblance to Sir Zaire, noting their striking similarity. Facing a bleak night, Gemina recognized her inadequate provisions and anticipated a frigid, uncomfortable sleep in the downpour. However, Sir Cade's timely offer of a blanket provided a much-needed comfort, which Gemina gratefully accepted, promising to keep it safe. Gemina, seizing a rare moment of quiet, expressed her gratitude to Vlad for his assistance during their hurried journey, explaining that she hadn't had the opportunity to properly thank him earlier. Vlad modestly replied that he'd only acted as any man would have in his place. Gemina, echoing his humility, dismissed his actions. He then inquired after her well-being, to which she confirmed her improved condition, recalling the excruciating pain she'd endured, almost wishing for amputation. Vlad, clearly pleased, attributed her recovery to his careful selection of skilled assistants, contrasting their efforts with the likely inaction of many other knights. Sir Gregory addressed his mercenaries, praising their diligence and reminding them of their new roles as mercenaries, not knights. He confirmed their current location within Baron Upman's territory, a region they had reached with Black Bear's assistance in tracking their target. While progress had been made, Sir Gregory acknowledged the lack of concrete evidence. He clarified that despite their northern position, they were outside the Vaizid family's reach, benefiting from Lord Joseph's support. The mission objective, he emphasized, was a clandestine investigation of the town. Receiving confirmation of understanding from one of his men, Sir Gregory concluded the briefing, ordering a return to camp to conserve energy for the following day's operations. A cold winter's day echoed in Vlad's memory, the mournful wailing a chilling prelude to their arrival. He silently prayed that haunting sound wouldn't repeat itself. His companion, noticing the unsettling stillness, declared the town a ghostly, deserted place, its eerie quiet unsettling. Vlad shared his companion's unease, the absence of life heavy in the air. Though the companion offered the suggestion that it might simply be early, they nonetheless continued onward, the promise of an inn ahead a small beacon in the oppressive silence. Finding shelter from the relentless storm, Vlad declared relief, urging his companions onward. Their unexpected arrival surprised their host, who welcomed them despite the late hour. Vlad explained their plight, stranded by the previous night's torrential rain, and requested a simple meal, 3 bowls of warm soup. His companions, emphasizing the storm's prolonged duration, earnestly pleaded for temporary lodging and sustenance. As they spoke, Vlad was struck by a resemblance. Their hostess reminded him of Gemina in her youth. Vlad extended an invitation to Gemina, offering her a momentary passage into his realm with the words, "Here, I'll let you borrow my world." He then guided her gaze, instructing, "Take a look at that little girl." Gemina's attention was thus drawn to a young girl within the vision Vlad presented, a glimpse into his protective world. Following a shimmering trail of energy emanating from the necklace, Vlad arrived at its terminus. He recognized this as the destination. The necklace's energy, once vibrant, faded here, confirming his suspicions. "This appears to be the right place," Vlad confirmed, understanding that Gemina was there and required his protection. The surrounding sounds and sights were, for the moment, indecipherable. A disquieting unease settled over Vlad, a feeling he couldn't quite dismiss. He sensed a presence, someone else in the vicinity. Choosing discretion over immediate action, Vlad resolved to maintain an air of normalcy, avoiding any appearance of investigation. He then encountered an individual, a stranger, and initiated a seemingly casual conversation, feigning an introduction. Having arrived only the previous morning, Vlad found himself unexpectedly recognized. "You must be one of the mercenaries," the stranger stated, confirming Vlad's suspicions. A hasty apology followed, "Forgive the sudden intrusion," but Vlad's mind was elsewhere. The word father echoed in his thoughts. As a profound understanding dawned, he had found himself in a profoundly unsuitable situation. Seeking answers to the unsettling unnatural presence plaguing the town, Vlad sought refuge within the church. He apologized for any disturbance, expressing his hope that he hadn't interrupted the priest's devotions. The priest, offering a welcoming smile, assured him that the Lord's embrace extended to all. Relieved to have received permission to remain, Vlad planned a brief prayer before departing. The priest's words, however, offered complete freedom to stay as long as he wished, an open invitation that contrasted sharply with Vlad's suspicion. He recalled the girl's necklace, its strange guidance leading him here, confirming his belief in the town's unnatural aura. Despite the priest's amiable demeanor, a deep distrust remained in Vlad's heart. Maintaining a vigilant posture, Stangar murmured a quiet thank you before a sudden thought struck him. He decided to offer a personal prayer, hoping to prevent the devastating plague from reaching his companions. His devotion was evident as he prayed earnestly, his focus particularly centered on the well-being of the children. The renowned Stellar Swordmaster, Stangar, voiced his heartfelt concern for their safety. His prayer concluded, a startled Vlad reacted with alarm to news of the spreading pestilence. Within the hallowed halls of a church, where Vlad sought solace in prayer, a priest imparted unsettling news. The priest, bound to the town for several days, voiced concern over a plague afflicting the youngest members of the community. Though he offered reassurances that it posed no threat to adults, calling it a divine affliction beyond their control, Vlad's mind remained troubled. He contemplated the priest's words, linking the recent disappearances of women in Squara to the children's mysterious illness, sensing a sinister correlation between these troubling occurrences. Haunted by a growing conviction that a dark magic curse, not a common illness, afflicted the suffering children, Vlad wrestled with the frustrating lack of tangible evidence. He considered seeking a holy relic from Squara, but dismissed the idea, knowing none would be effective against such a potent, subtly woven enchantment. His suspicion pointed to the work of a highly skilled dark mage, a curse only the most experienced priest could definitively identify. Confronted by a question about how he arrived at his diagnosis, Vlad could only admit his uncertainty, a turmoil of frustrating intuition clashing against the absence of physical proof. His gut screamed foul play, yet he remained powerless, trapped in a maddening cycle of suspicion without the means to substantiate his chilling theory. The priest entrusted a sacred object to Vlad and another individual. A sense of unease settled upon Vlad. He recognized the inherent deception in the situation, believing skillful manipulation could yield proof faster than anticipated. A cautious warning echoed in his mind, the stranger's presence felt far from ordinary. Lost in introspection, Vlad revisited his past life, a career spent primarily as a pickpocket, a profession he found difficult to reconcile with his present circumstances. A premonition settled over Vlad, a certainty that his pursuers were deliberately drawing him away from the town's protective embrace. His suspicions hardened into unshakable conviction, they were indeed luring him into a trap. A voice, unexpected yet somehow anticipated, broke the silence, addressing him directly, "Excuse me, Mr. Former Pickpocket. I think they know you're following them." Vlad's quiet response, "Just as I thought," confirmed the grim reality. A wave of resignation, tinged with a weary acceptance, washed over him. A chilling voice cut through the silence, a stark warning to Vlad, "Don't think they're going to let you just leave." The weight of this threat settled heavily upon him, a palpable burden as he weighed his escape against the inevitable confrontation that awaited. His internal struggle, a silent tempest of thought and grim determination, played out in the recesses of his mind, shaping his every decision as he grappled with the impending capture. The clash of steel reached Vlad's ears. From the distinct rhythm of the battle, he instantly recognized the combatants. One was Stangar, the other, unmistakably, a knight. Haunted by uncertainty regarding his adversary, a knight, perhaps former, perhaps still sworn, Vlad grappled with the enigma of their power. The immeasurable threat demanded a singular, decisive response. He knew this was his only opportunity, his last recourse, a moment demanding immediate action, a choice between now and oblivion. With a grim resolve, Vlad acted, committing himself to a course of action, the details of which remained shrouded in mystery. Vlad confronted Stangar, a silent accusation hanging heavy in the air. Stangar, his unease palpable, feebly attempted to deflect the unspoken charge. But Vlad's counter, a damning piece of evidence, shattered Stangar's flimsy denials. His guilt became a visible weight, crushing his defenses until, finally, a confession spilled forth. Vlad, in turn, reacted to this admission of treachery, the depth of his response remaining a mystery yet to unfold. Vlad, during an unexpected meeting, spotted a crusader. A surprised thought crossed his mind: this was an unusual location for such an encounter. He instantly recognized the individual's attire. The futility of diplomacy became clear, the time for words had passed. Conflict loomed. Swords clashed before words could be exchanged. Vlad's opponent, it became clear, had already chosen violence, mirroring his own grim resolve. A whirlwind of steel ensued, a furious ballet of blades where the clash of metal drowned out any hope for a peaceful end. Marion's attack, a forceful strike back, found its mark, leaving Justia groaning in pain. The impact resonated deeply, a stark contrast to the swordplay of Sir Pablo. Justia felt the sheer weight of Marion's blade, a wholly unfamiliar experience. Bewildered, Justia questioned the ease with which Marion summoned her aura, completely devoid of any prior signs. This blatant disparity fueled Justia's outrage. It's so unfair, she raged. Why is she so powerful, merely for adhering to God's will? Yet, even in defeat, a flicker of insight emerged. Justia's attention had been captured by something, a detail promising a shift in the unfolding drama. Justia watched Vlad fight, a thoughtful frown etching itself onto her face. The power the crusader wielded was undeniable, yet a nagging concern flickered in her mind. The very source of Vlad's strength seemed to be a hindrance, leaving her dangerously exposed. Even in the midst of battle, the crusader's technique revealed a critical weakness, a flaw in her otherwise impressive display of combat prowess. Justia found herself in a perilous predicament, a stark warning: focus. Echoing the imminent danger. A second caution: be careful not to fall, underscored the gravity of her situation. With unwavering concentration, she deftly maneuvered the treacherous path before her, her movements precise and controlled. She ultimately triumphed, successfully avoiding a potentially disastrous tumble. Justia gasped, what was that just now? What happened? Crusaders, it turned out, used their plate armor to skillfully deflect sword blows. Justia's thoughts raced, first the divine blessing, and now this mastery of armored combat? Such skill shouldn't be permitted in a duel. The girl, Marion, hadn't even broken a sweat. She deliberately revealed a weakness, luring Justia into a trap, and the fool had fallen for it completely. Finally, Justia demanded, who are you? Marion responded calmly, I'm from Squara. I came here to investigate something. A voice, laced with uncertainty, questioned, Squara? Justia, arriving from the northern archdiocese of San Rosino, gracefully introduced herself, adding, it must be God's will that I encountered you, esteemed knights of Squara. A knight readily concurred, his words a testament to her divine arrival. He then offered her a seat, a clear indication of their eagerness to hear her purpose. Justia, without delay, revealed the reason for her journey. She was investigating a string of unusual events plaguing the region. Initially, Justia suspected a plague was responsible for the village's suffering. However, her investigation revealed the true culprit to be an ancient curse. She discovered evidence of its age and origin. Marion, expressing disbelief, questioned the church's role in warding off evil, prompting Justia's declaration that the church itself was the curse's source. Vlad, recognizing the gravity of the situation, acknowledged the weight of Justia's accusation, understanding that such a serious claim against a church could not be made lightly. The voice declared their location outside Vaizid's domain. Justia felt a growing sense of powerlessness, yet politely offered gratitude to Squara's new mayor, commending his courageous, unconventional approach to the unfolding crisis. A message arrived, suggesting a withdrawal, perhaps for their own safety. Justia, recognizing the inherent limitations of their own capabilities, ultimately decided that only the church possessed the necessary expertise to address the dark magic involved, thus concluding their participation. Overcome with despair, Justia admitted to herself that finding Anna seemed an impossible task. Vlad then inquired about her departure, stating their assignment was complete. As he left, Justia pondered the finality of things. concluding that nothing in this world ever truly ends. A young girl, remarkably intelligent for her years, was observed. Marion, shrewd in her assessment of others, remained indoors all day, obedient to her father's strict instructions. A concerned individual questioned her isolation, prompting Marion to explain her father's prohibition against going outside. The individual, understanding the reasoning behind the father's overprotective measures, acknowledged the recent unsettling occurrences in the town, thus implicitly justifying the father's actions. The scene concluded with an invitation for Marion to remain in their company, a gesture offering potential companionship during these troubled times. With a desperate flutter of wings, Justia dispatched a carrier pigeon, a fragile hope soaring into the unforgiving sky. For days, she grimly calculated, for days until potential salvation. But a glimmer of unexpected kindness pierced the bleakness. Marion, a new presence, offered to extend her stay, presenting a mysterious gift. Justia noted the lack of flowers, her curiosity piqued, only to learn the thoughtful present was crafted from the inn's ivy vines, a poignant reminder of the children's poverty, a stark contrast to the generous spirit of the giver. Marion's father instructed his daughter to go to bed. She protested, her voice trailing off, then urgently asked for reassurance of his presence the following day. His response, though hesitant, was a non-committal probably. This prompted Marion to demand a confirmation of his earlier promise, her tone laced with anxiety. Marion's distress was palpable, a silent scream etched onto her features. Justia, witnessing this, reacted instantly, her alarm evident as she cried out, "No! Marion! Marion!" Rushing to her side, she offered her unwavering support, a tangible promise in the aid she extended, "I'll let you borrow my world." Her words were a beacon of encouragement, guiding Marion towards understanding. Seeing the problem doesn't mean you can solve it, but you can at least find out what's wrong. Marion stood, contemplating the offered assistance. The activation of a curse upon Justia unfolded. An event, the precise nature of which remains undisclosed, triggered the malevolent enchantment. Immediately following, a declaration resounded, "The curse has been activated." A witness gasped at the unfolding horror before Lady Justia arrived, her urgent call to awaken the child echoing through the air. A frantic parent cried out in alarm at the sight of the esteemed Lady Justia, as she diagnosed the child's failing life force, identifying a malevolent curse actively draining the child's very essence. The child's weakened state was evident, and the curse itself, it seemed, was aware of the powerful healer's arrival. Vlad, regretting his oversight in concealing his sacred power, recognized the danger he'd inadvertently invited. He realized the curse had detected even the faintest trace of his holiness. Before departing for what he knew could be a deadly confrontation, he left instructions for his comrades, requesting they be informed of the circumstances upon their arrival. His inaction, however, was a perplexing choice to those observing, who questioned whether he stood paralyzed by duty and respect for authority. Distress filled the air as the child's parents cried out in anguish, desperate pleas for their son to breathe, to wake. Vlad stared, disbelief etched onto his features, a silent scream trapped within him. His past ambitions flashed before him. His escape from the slums wasn't merely selfish survival, nor was his blacksmithing apprenticeship solely about knighthood. The thought of inaction, of allowing this nightmare to continue, was unbearable. It was a return to the squalor of his past. Driven by this stark realization, Vlad resolved to act, his determination fueled by an urgency so intense, so chaotic, that it defied articulation. He would not stand by. He must take action. With a knowing glance, the mentor addressed Vlad, sharing his understanding of the young man's feelings before urging him to listen closely. He emphasized the weighty nature of a knight's sword, both its sharpness and its burden. Knighthood's inevitable arrival for Vlad was underscored, along with the necessity of comprehending the profound responsibilities inherent in wielding such power. Every strike, he explained, demanded justification and carried immense weight. Yet, he challenged, if the knight fails to shield the vulnerable, what purpose do justifications and responsibilities hold? The mentor acknowledged the inherent difficulty of this truth, then instructed Vlad to echo his words. Stangar, addressing an unseen audience, declared this consecrated church their sole remaining advantage. He noted the presence of the Stellar Swordmaster, before acknowledging the dark energy permeating the building, yet, he insisted, it remained a temple built upon holy ground. San Rosino, noticing signs of sacrilege, observed Vlad's premature return. His arrival alone prompted the immediate inquiry, "Why have you come unaccompanied?" The weight of the situation settled heavily as San Rosino declared that Vlad's efforts, however valiant, would be insufficient to save all. A headcount revealed a missing child, triggering a desperate search by the parents. The mother, eyes brimming with tears, cried out for her lost child, her voice laced with anguish. The father, equally distraught, bellowed for someone to find their baby. Amidst the chaos, the mother leveled accusations of wrongdoing at an unseen individual. The father, in his despair, questioned the divine, his voice raw with grief and anger. San Rosino, however, responded with a chilling, blasphemous calm, remarking that while God might inspire fear in others, he himself remained unmoved. Vlad, his face etched with unwavering defiance, refused to return to San Rosino's service. His thoughts, a silent vow, declared his refusal. The setting shifted, and he knelt before a powerful being, his plea directed to the most honorable Lord of heavenly hosts, San Rosino, right hand of God. With bold humility, he begged for divine intervention, beseeching the deity to save innocent lives from the grasp of wickedness. He offered any price for such salvation. Stangar declared his willingness to accept payment, a clear indication of a prior agreement reached between himself and Vlad. Vlad, in turn, silently consented, the terms of their transaction thus established, forging a partnership that propelled Vlad further along his determined path. In the oppressive darkness, Vlad unleashed a blinding light, its brilliance piercing the shadows. Stangar, witnessing this unexpected display, voiced his amazement. He declared Vlad's ability to summon such intense illumination without any preparatory ritual truly impressive, admitting he had underestimated Vlad's power. Vlad, however, privately acknowledged the limitations inherent in even the strongest, unaugmented source of light. Stangar, addressing Vlad, questioned the wisdom of his impending spell, highlighting its exorbitant cost. He explained that while miraculous, the spell would exact a portion of Vlad's life force as payment. Observing Vlad's plight, Stangar noted the futility of his struggle. He then painted a vivid picture of the spell's aftermath, a blinding flash of light, immediately followed by a deeper, more pervasive darkness than before. The battlefield lay in ruins, a testament to the demonic entity's brutal passage. Vlad surveyed the carnage, the extent of the destruction a stark and horrifying reality. Rows of lifeless bodies stretched before him, a chilling reminder of the innocent lives lost. His expression hardened, a grim determination battling the sorrow etched deep within his eyes. The ravaged landscape mirrored the desolation in his heart. A lingering despair clouded his features as he silently mourned the countless lives cut short, the weight of his unspoken question echoing in his mind, how many innocent souls had that creature claimed? Sir Gregory, before a heavenly host, began a fervent prayer, proclaiming himself San Rosino, God's right hand. His words, however, fell on deaf ears. Vlad, unwavering in his skepticism, silently watched, his expression conveying a clear dismissal of the knight's pious appeal. The prayer, a plea for divine protection against any foul enemy within the house of worship, ended, yet Vlad remained unimpressed, his silent judgment a stark counterpoint to the knight's fervent devotion. Driven by unwavering resolve, Vlad moved with a fierce determination, his every stride a testament to his commitment to Gemina's rescue. Silent action spoke volumes of his intent. He declared, within the confines of his own thoughts, that he would risk his very existence for her. Then, a powerful roar erupted from him as he commanded an unseen obstacle to clear his path. Visibly upset, Vlad stood as Gemina approached, her attempt to speak cut short by his furious silencing. He unleashed a torrent of accusations, condemning her deception and betrayal. She offered a justification, a feeble attempt to explain her actions, but Vlad, unmoved, rebuffed her explanation, emphasizing the gravity of her treachery. He revealed his knowledge of her clandestine meeting with Sir Gregory, directly challenging her loyalty and questioning the very nature of her allegiance. Fear flickered across her face as she tried again to defend herself, but Vlad's final, scathing words left no room for doubt, severing their alliance. Gemina remained standing, defeated and speechless, the weight of her actions settling upon her. Vlad confronted Gemina, his voice sharp with accusation as he condemned her interference with the children. Gemina responded, her words mumbled and incomplete, suggesting a hesitant justification or partial admission. A tense silence followed, heavy with unspoken anger and defiance before Vlad revealed a surprising piece of information. He had only just recognized her. He confessed his astonishment at this unexpected encounter. A voice roared, demanding silence and death. Amidst the ensuing turmoil, Sir Gregory found Lady Justia, his concern evident in his cry. She cautioned him against involvement, the danger palpable in her words. However, she explained her presence, revealing the desperate plight of children perishing before her eyes. Overwhelmed, Sir Gregory demanded an explanation. Lady Justia, resolute, directed him towards the bell, identifying it as the heart of the curse, their immediate destination. Time was short. Vlad knew a regrouping before ascending would be a fatal delay. He resolved to divide his company, accepting the inherent dangers. A concern, likely Gemina's, regarding Sir Cade's limitations surfaced, but Vlad's focus remained unwavering. He had to stop that fool himself, and so he moved, engaging the threat directly. A struggle ensued, the outcome uncertain, yet Vlad pressed on. Vlad confronted Gemina, his voice sharp with accusation. Gemina, you lied to me. She denied his charges, claiming ignorance, but Vlad produced evidence of her treachery, silencing her protests. Though she attempted to justify her actions, her defenses crumbled under the weight of his revelations. His frustration mounted with each unconvincing excuse, his anger palpable. He then exposed her clandestine involvement with Sir Gregory, revealing a hidden romance that clouded her judgment. Gemina, unable to meet his gaze, betrayed her guilt. The scene concluded with a heavy silence, a tense standoff hinting at unresolved conflict between them. A voice boomed, "Hey, kid. There's something suspicious in the bell tower. I'm not sure what it is, but go and destroy it." Vlad immediately set off toward the looming structure. However, before he could reach his destination, another voice halted him sharply. "Where do you think you're going?" Overwhelmed by the sheer number of his adversaries, Vlad despaired, acknowledging the insurmountable odds. He was encircled, a lone figure amidst a throng of foes. Then, Sir Cade arrived, his intervention a whirlwind of steel and skill, driving back the enemy horde. A grateful Vlad offered his thanks, his voice a testament to his relief. Vlad accosted Gemina, his accusations of deceit regarding Sir Gregory's demise leaving no room for doubt. She countered with denials, offering justifications that he swiftly dismissed as flimsy in the face of his irrefutable evidence. His fury mounted as he exposed the cracks in her narrative. Then, she unveiled her true purpose, a scheme far grander than the initial deception suggested. Vlad's resolve hardened, he would unearth the truth, no matter the cost. Gemina, unyielding and remorseless, only hinted at further machinations. A palpable tension filled the air, foreshadowing a bitter clash between these two adversaries. Vlad, seething with rage, accused Gemina of treachery, his voice sharp with the certainty of his suspicions. She vehemently denied any wrongdoing, but his interruption cut her short. The sight of her with Sir Gregory had left no room for doubt in his mind. Under duress, she confessed, revealing Sir Gregory's threats against her family. Though Vlad wrestled with lingering uncertainty, her pleas for understanding, her desperate explanation of the dire consequences of defiance, stirred a flicker of empathy within him. His anger persisted, however, fueled by both betrayal and the realization of her entanglement with Sir Gregory.